these monster storms that's coming. Jamaica, listen to this from Dr. Nathan Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is a brilliant idea in preparation for these monster storms that's coming. Listen to this.
Madam Speaker, the first recommendation I place before the House in this is the establishment of a permanent agriculture and fisheries disaster recovery fund. Such a fund should not be created after every hurricane, flood, or drought. It should not depend on emergency appeals or delayed budget allocations after livelihoods have been destroyed. It should be a standing national fund, financed annually and ready to be activated immediately when disaster strikes. Jamaica is vulnerable to hurricanes, floods, droughts, and other climate-related events. These risks are predictable. Our response system should therefore be proactive, not reactive. A permanent fund would allow government to move from crisis management to preparedness. It would provide farmers and fishers with confidence that support will be available through a clear, transparent mechanism whenever disaster causes significant losses. The fund should serve 5 core purposes: providing emergency assistance to affected producers, replacing critical productive assets, supporting temporary livelihoods where incomes have been disrupted, accelerating replanting and restocking, and helping producers rebuild in ways that are more resilient to future disasters. Importantly, recovery must be linked to production. The objective is not simply to compensate losses, but to help farmers return to their fields and fishers return to the sea as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, every disaster teaches the same lesson. Delayed recovery increases hardship, weakens food security, and slows economic growth. A permanent recovery fund would help ensure that assistance is timely, predictable, and focused on restoring livelihoods. If we know the disaster will come, then preparedness is not an option, it is a responsibility. Madam Speaker, for the fund to succeed, it must be transparent, efficient, and trusted by the people it is designed to serve. It cannot become another program defined by delay, uncertainty, or discretion. It must operate according to clear rules, clear timelines, and clear accountability. Farmers and fishers should know who qualifies, what losses are covered, what support is available, and how assistance can be accessed. Once a disaster is declared and the fund is activated, application should be processed through a simple and accessible system supported by RADA, Fisheries Authority, and parish-level recovery teams. Most importantly, recovery must be timely. Damage assessment should begin immediately. Emergency assistance should reach affected producers within weeks, and regular public reports should provide transparency on beneficiaries, funding, and progress. The fund should also be supported by parish-level agricultural and fisheries recovery teams established before disaster occurs. Their role would be to assess damage, verify losses, coordinate assistance, and ensure that support reaches those most in need quickly and fairly. Madam Speaker, preparedness is not simply about forecasting storms. It is about having systems in place to protect livelihoods, restore production, and help people recover with dignity when disaster strikes. The obvious question is how such a fund would be financed. The answer is that it should not depend on a single source of funding. A permanent agriculture and fishery disaster recovery fund should be supported through a blended model that combines annual government allocations, climate finance, insurance mechanism, development partner support, and private sector partnership. Madam Speaker, a responsible nation does not wait until livelihoods are destroyed before searching for funding. It prepares in advance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the GenSec is on to something. I hope that the Jamaican Labour Party steal this idea and implement it quickly, for the benefit of the Jamaican people, because honestly, we are left to bear with the hurricane season.
Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button.
And I tell you, I know some fishermen.
And y'all forget, but the
some
main thing,
professionals
man,
and-
y'all
and,
gotta
you know,
hit
it's
the
rough.
like button, man.
It's rough, ladies and
and
gentlemen.
share the live
This is
stream.
really,
Come
really
on
good.
now.
I like this
Stop
idea.
playing.
This was well thought through.
Support,
Hey, shout out to the Gen
support.
Z, man.
The like
Y'all thought
button
the
is
Gen Z
free,
was
you
sleeping.
heard?
Listening to the people, ladies and gentlemen. Formulating ideas. Sound ideas. And this is an extremely sound idea.
Equally important, Madam Speaker, is accountability. The fund should be independently audited, report annually to Parliament, and publish recovery reports after major disasters, detailing how funds were allocated, who benefited, and what outcomes were achieved.
Yes, this is not NARA. You hear, Andrew? This is not NARA. This is not an, listen, you're probably not going to like this one, but this is how it's supposed to be implemented. Accountability. Because we know someone not like accountability, you know. Yes.
The Jamaican people should not have to guess how disaster funds are being spent. Transparency must be built into the system from the beginning. I propose the establishment of an oversight body as well, comprising of representatives of government, opposition, farmers and fishers organizations, and other relevant stakeholders to strengthen public confidence and ensure fair administration. Madam Speaker, the issue before us is not whether resources can be found. The issue is whether we are prepared to build permanent systems that ensure those resources reach the people who need them the most when they need them the most. This is not simply an agricultural priority. It is a national responsibility and one that should unite us across party lines. Madam Speaker, disaster recovery is essential, but recovery alone cannot be our strategy. We must place equal emphasis on reducing vulnerability before disaster strikes. Climate change is no longer a future concern. It is a present reality. Farmers are facing longer droughts, more intense hurricanes, irregular rainfall, flooding, heat stress, and increased pest pressures. Fishers are confronting changing marine conditions and increasingly dangerous seas. The question is whether we are doing enough to help them adapt. Serious resilience program must include expanded irrigation, water harvesting system, protected agriculture, drought-resistant crops, improved drainage, hurricane-resistant infrastructure, coastal protection, and modern early warning systems.
So, this part of the speech I may highlight because I really want to hear from the people. Listening to Dr. Dayton Campbell's suggestion about that fund. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. I personally think it's an excellent one. And the more I think about it, the more I'm liking it. I'm actually loving it. Let me know what you think. So, ladies and gentlemen, good day. It's your brother BOLO V&R, we in this space, right? Now, our today put out this article June 5th. Today is June 7th, you know. And this article, I believe, was prompted by the pressure of Oceanwide that put out an article about Mark Golding 2024 statutory declaration. I think maybe a month before that or some weeks before that, Oceanwide again came out and said, asked Mark Golding about it, and he said, listen, in terms of that, I don't know what it is, but I surmise that what might have happened is that, the Integrity Commission is short-staffed, so it's taking them longer. What's up, Ardeen, is taking them longer to actually process all the work, all the investigations that they have to do, right? So Oceanwide asked, what going on at press? Oceanwide asked Mark Golding about that one press conference. When I have nothing to do with that, and Mark Golding answer them, I trying to find back that actual press conference. At our press, if you have it, let me know. I want to find a piece of clip there when Chevron, whatever I want to name, asks Mark Golding about his statutory declaration at the PMP press conference. Then Oceanwide recently put out an article say Young Jamaica asks Mark Golding about his Integrity Commission. Say he need to come tell us why he's not certified in the 2024. What is going on with that? Then now June 5th, now this is our today. Mark Golding must give full explanation about why his statutory declaration has not been certified. The audacity, the unmitigated gall, all I need to apologize. All of the social media pundit them need to apologize to the integrity boss, Mark Jefferson Golding. And let me tell you why. I don't see the same pressure for Andrew HOLNESS still not being certified in the last 4 to 5 years. I don't see it. But Mark Golding that has been certified has a track record of being certified. Here you guys come with a title like this, that Mark Golding must. We're not even going to that article. But let's go show you the heading of the article. I don't think it's a long article either. Let me read it. Let me read it. See it here? Oh my God. But let's see them. Listen to this. Let's see them,
Young Jamaica, the youth arm of the governing Jamaica Labour Party, JLP, is calling on opposition leader and president of the People's National Party, PNP, Mark Golding, to provide the Jamaican people with a full and transparent explanation regarding the status of his 2024 statutory declaration, which, to date, has not been certified by the Integrity Commission. In April of this year, when questioned during a media briefing about the absence of certification, Golding blamed alleged staffing issues at the Integrity Commission for the Commission not publishing certification of his 2024 statutory declarations. Young Jamaica finds this explanation unsatisfactory and insufficient to account for the prolonged delay in the certification process.
Fully done. Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
What can go so?
Hey, who mess is this? Who mess is this?
Young Jamaica said Mark Golding's explanation is not satisfactory or sufficient.
Hey, who mess is this? Who mess is this?
Process. Young Jamaica rejects that explanation for the 2-year delay proffered by Golding as implausible and fanciful. The Integrity Commission is
Implausible. You don't need to come out to apologize to Mark Golding. No, the germs. You don't need to come apologize to the integrity boss immediately. I am demanding an apology now. And if you can sooner, you sooner. You stick them.
mandated by law to publish notices confirming the certification of the statutory declarations submitted by both the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. It is a matter of public record that Prime Minister Dr. Andrew HOLNESS has challenged aspects of the Integrity Commission's handling of his statutory declarations through the courts. That matter remains before the judiciary and is therefore subject to the sub judice principle. However, no such legal proceedings have been cited by Golding as an explanation for the outstanding certification of his declarations. Accordingly, Young Jamaica reiterates its call for Golding to provide a full account of the circumstances surrounding this matter and to address the concerns that have arisen in the interest of transparency and public accountability.
These people are desperate, delusional, and discombobulated. You know what I'm saying? Desperate, delusional, and discombobulated. They are getting their ass whooped so much by the failures of the Jamaica Labour Party that they put out an article to try and come against Mark Golding. And then what happened? A few moments later, Golding family earnings dipped more than $30 million in 2024. IC report shows. How you feel? How you feel? Tell me how you feel.
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Ocean wide, Jamaica Young Arm, or whatever you want to name, how you feel? Golding's family earnings dipped more than $30 million in 2024. Mighty God, the man lose money, Jamaica. Mark Golding is losing money. You know what this tells me? everything that Mark Golding said about being a politician and his principles is 100%. Let me tell you why. Because the man said, in principle, he says, there's no way that you can be a politician. In principle, for him, and still actively running your businesses. He says being a politician and working for the people and being in service of the people is a full-time job. You see, all of you comrades out there question Mark Golding, let this be the last blouse and skirt day. Me I tell you that right now. Me not tolerate it. Anyway, me hear it, me I address it. I am not tolerating you guys telling me that Mark Golding is not committed to what he's doing. Me I go burn you out. Me no business I own be any comrade. Tell you worse about us that. Any comrade we are challenge Mark Golding commitment to his work. The man is not the leader of the country, you know. The man is the opposition. And as the opposition, he's committed to doing the work for the people. So I don't want to hear nobody open up their mouth and talk to Mark Golding this and Mark Golding and Mark Golding knows exactly what the hell he's doing because he is a professional and an expert. His approach towards the Jamaica Labour Party, it a mad them. You don't realize that. You don't realize that Mark Golding has done them. It's not about the rah-rah and the show. It's the things that the man do behind the scenes. The man is very sharp and smart and meticulous. And he's going up against a giant that has so many people and corrupt people behind them. There's a group of people that don't want Andrew Holness to come out of power. And they will, the man is saying, now surrender Jamaica to the people. You don't hear. Open up on the brain. I could get into the article, ladies and gentlemen, because this is important. When you listen to this, we're showing how Mark got $30 million the man knows. $30 million. Alright? More than 30 million the article said, not 30 million. My apologies, I have to be accurate. More than 30 million. Let's continue.
Sports. The Integrity Commission, IC, has published a summary of the income. The Integrity Commission, IC, has published a summary of the income, assets, and liabilities of opposition leader Mark Golding, his spouse, and children for 2024 in today's edition of the Sunday Gleaner. The declaration, which covers January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, was duly certified by the IC and was published in the Jamaica Gazette on May 26, 2026, as required by law. The income and assets of prime...
You know, before I go further, you know what was hypocritical about this statement by Ocean White? Mark Golding he's not the Prime Minister. He does not have access to any public funds as an MP. So why would his statutory declaration be a concern to them? That was what bothered me, you know. And I forgot to say it because it was such rubbish. When I heard it on Mystic Sensation, I was going to call in and say, but Mystic, Mark Golding is not the Prime Minister. He does not control public funds. So if there's a delay in the statutory declaration, why is that bigger than anything that is happening with the Prime Minister? Why are they calling out Mark Golding? It's a distraction. So I just brushed it off. But ladies and gentlemen, like I said, a few moments later, not even 1 week after they put out the article, here comes Mark Golding's certification. Mighty God, how embarrassing.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness have remained uncertified since 2021. The country's single anti-corruption body has reported a sharp decrease in the total income of the Golding family to 39.9 million Jamaican dollars in 2024, when compared with 2023's earnings of 70.7 million Jamaican dollars. A breakdown of the total income for 2024 showed a salary of 25.2 million Jamaican dollars, plus securities income of a little more than 2 million Jamaican dollars. It also showed other income of 12.6 million Jamaican dollars, which fell from 36.9 million Jamaican dollars in 2023. The family also had $279,007 in securities income in 2024, a reduction from the $324,013 in 2023. Under the current legislative regime, lawmakers, public officials earning 12 million Jamaican dollars or more per annum, and other designated government workers are required to file annual statutory declarations with the IC.
There's another thing I need to mention. Mark Golding does not take his full salary. Mark Golding takes 20% of his salary. The 300 or 200% that they give them, the government, the JLP government give, that Mark Golding and the People's National Party could not stop because they are not the majority. Mark Golding has protested against that by himself, not as an entire entity or party. Everybody else do what they want to do. But he's saying, listen, I can't work with this because these people need their raise and they're not getting it. So Mark Golding has decided that every month he takes out a certain portion of his salary to give to different charities that is needed. Meanwhile, him still lose $30 million in 2024. Mighty God. What a guy. I tell you that today is Mark Golding International. You only think I joke. Mark it down. June 7th, 2026. For me, every June 7th, I will mark down this day and celebrate Mark Golding as a leader, as an integrity boss. Okay? Let's continue.
I see. In the case of the Prime Minister and opposition leader, the law says their declarations must be gazetted and published for the scrutiny of members of the public. The total Jamaican assets of the Golding family dipped from 165.6 million Jamaican dollars in 2023 when compared with 142.1 million Jamaican dollars the following year. The family's Jamaican assets comprise securities amounting to 113.8 million Jamaican dollars, a marginal increase over the 111.2 million Jamaican dollars reported the previous year. Savings accounts of 654,589 Jamaican dollars and 99 cents, declining from 946,440 Jamaican dollars and 68 cents in 2023. Current accounts showed a balance of 2.2 million Jamaican dollars, approximately 1 million Jamaican dollars less than the sum recorded in 2023, and other personal property was 1.15 million Jamaican dollars. Additionally, the Golding family had Jamaican assets, including receivables of 7.5 million Jamaican dollars, automobiles valued at 10.8 million Jamaican dollars, and cash value of life insurance in the sum of 6 million Jamaican dollars. At the same time, the total assets held in U.S.-denominated currency by the Golding family amounted to $908,907, representing a reduction when compared with $995,874 in 2023. The Golding's U.S. dollar-denominated assets comprise savings of $76,245, securities amounting to $379,667, real estate valuing $140,000, purchase price, automobiles $86,572, current accounts $3,459, and cash value of life insurance in the sum of $222,953. In terms of liabilities, Golding and his family have other accounts payable of 2.7 million Jamaican dollars as well as $6,890. The Integrity Commission hereby certifies that the statutory declaration submitted by the above-named declarant has been examined. Based on the examination, which does not constitute an audit, it appears that the declaration has been duly completed in accordance with the provisions of the Act, the anti-corruption body noted. Meanwhile, the IC had conducted an investigation to determine whether the Prime Minister owned assets disproportionate to his lawful earnings and whether he had made false statements in his statutory declarations by way of omissions, which would be a breach of the law. In September 2024, it referred its investigation report to the Financial Investigations Division FD, and Tax Administration Jamaica, TJ, as further probe was necessary to resolve the question of illicit enrichment. The Commission said there can be no finality in the certification of wholeness assets for 2019 to 2022 without further investigation. IC Director of Investigation, DI, Kevin Stevenson made the referral to the FID and TAJ over concerns about the funding and operations of companies linked to the Prime Minister. The findings of the DI and #39S investigation raised significant questions around the income-generating capacity of the referenced companies relative to the funds which have been identified in their accounts, the report said. In February, the Sunday Gleaner reported that attorneys for the Prime Minister had requested an update from the FID about its investigation into statutory declarations. Almost a year has elapsed since the reference of this report to your office, and therefore, in the circumstances, I request that your office provide an update to my client and the Integrity Commission. The Prime Minister's attorneys wrote in the August 2025 letter to head of the FID, Dennis Chung. After confirming to the Sunday Gleaner that it received correspondence from attorneys representing Wholeness inquiring about a probe relating to their client, the FID said. A written response was provided directing them to seek the relevant information from the Integrity Commission, as any investigative matters concerning their client rest with that body. In December 2024, the Supreme Court granted permission for the Prime Minister to pursue judicial review to invalidate 2 IC reports that questioned his statutory declarations and financial dealings. However, the court rejected Wholeness' bid to compel the IC to certify his 2022 and 2023 declarations or recommend exoneration.
So, while the integrity boss can go through the process and answer the questions to the Integrity Commission and show everything and give them the details and become certified, Mark Bolin, Sir, the Right Honorable Mark Bolin, when he can do that, what Andrew Holness does is take the Integrity Commission to court and tell the court, say, to reject the actual findings of the Integrity Commission and certify him. Andrew Holness wanted the court to certify him. Right? See that? In December 2024, the Supreme Court granted permission for the Prime Minister to pursue judicial review to invalidate 2 IC reports that question his statutory declaration. However, the court rejected his bill to compel IC to certify his 2022 and 2023. He wanted the court to compel the Integrity Commission to certify him. What can go so? Meanwhile, the integrity boss is sitting pretty while being orchestratedly attacked by JLP media. To distract us from the fact that the government did not only spend 2% of 1.44 billion. To distract us from the FLA report, the damning FLA report, dead people buying ammunition, systems being manipulated, and then evidence being conveniently unavailable for investigation. Private people, right? Come on now. But we're gonna go on Twitter to see if Ocean Wide has any integrity in them enough to make sure that they put out a story and give Mark Golding the honor he deserves. Just like how them did put out, and I'm expecting Jamaica to come apologize to the man talking about he must answer this and answer that. How in the hell would Mark Golding be able to answer a report that has not come out? Right? The report has to come out to say he's uncertified before he can take action. And then they put out this stupid article talking about no legal action has been cited by Golding. How do you put a legal action forward for a document that you haven't seen? It's the same thing with the FLA. They couldn't carry the Integrity Commission to court until the report was tabled. They couldn't carry them to court. All them are going to do, they have to see the report first. But the report was honest and fair, so them cannot take them to court. Simple. Andrew Holness is just using delay tactics, right? That's all. Carrying the Integrity Commission to court, all these litigation, money, delay, drag it through the courts. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you of something. God is dropping the dominoes them. You see, June 22nd, Paul Buchanan will be in court. And that seat for Andrew Holness is coming into question. And if the courts do the right thing, we're going to see a re-election for that seat in particular. And Andrew Holness, at that point, will not be the Prime Minister of Jamaica if it works out that way. Okay? You remember good? So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. All right? I want to make sure that I don't have any other thing for sharing this reaction in terms of this particular part of it. Yes? Let me just make sure. Like the video.
Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support. The like button is free, heard?
This is a teachable moment that I'm going to go through right now, honestly. You cannot make this up. I want to show y'all something, right? So let me get this video on this phone first. No, I don't need to do that. I can't get it on here. All right, so I was watching the Troy Bridge opening today, right? I was watching the Troy Bridge opening today. And I'm happy that the Troy Bridge is open. But I want to ask some questions to the people of Jamaica. How long did it take for them to fix the Troy Bridge? That's what I want to ask first. I'm going to Google it too, you know. I'm going to Google it. How long did it take the government to fix the Troy Bridge? How long did it take the Jamaican government to fix the Troy Bridge? The Jamaican government took roughly 4 years and 10 months to replace the collapsed Troy Bridge. See that? You guys can Google it yourself. It took the government 4 years and 10 months to replace the Troy Bridge. So the people of that area were suffering for 4 years and 10 months. Their children almost lost their lives because that bridge is connected to so many communities. People almost lost their lives. Now there's a bridge that a man lost his life the other day. That bridge needs fixing. Desperately. That's another bridge connected to some communities. Right? What are they? Let me see if we can find some clips. I need to hear some comments from Everall Warmington regarding the Troy Bridge. This was when, 2022? Let me see this. There's some legislators in this country who disregard the people's plight and act in a manner suggesting that the populace must endure inconvenience or worse, great suffering until they decide to do what is really their job to resolve their problems affecting constituents. Those legislators who insist on treating citizens
as subjects are sometimes sent crashing back to earth after ballots are cast and counted. The vote is the people's voice, and we hope they continue to use it wisely. 2 weeks ago, in this space, we discussed this disgraceful condition that the residents of Cowick Park, Manchester, who depend on Tribridge, are facing at the time. We highlighted the cry of Miss Dulcie Broomfield for help. We cannot live in this condition. It is like nobody cares about us, Miss Broomfield, who lives in Cowick Park, said, and is one of the many residents of that and other communities who depend on Tribridge, which collapsed a year ago and is yet to be replaced. Our report had pointed out that some 2,000 Jamaicans rely on the bridge to get from their communities to school, to work, or to go about their general business. Mr. Everett Warmington, the government minister with responsibilities for works, was reportedly then saying that a replacement bridge may take 2 budget cycles to be erected. According to him, engineers are still working on a design. We are not surprised, Mr. Warmington insolence, when our journalist, Mr. Casey Williams, called him last week for an update on the bridge, and Mr. Williams documented that display of brusqueness in his follow-up story in today's paper. Today's story again highlights the astronomical cost to students and adults who are forced to use the alternative routes because of the absence of the bridge. It also reported that the acting principal of Troy Primary, Miss Carisha McIntosh, as saying that the school attendance has dropped significantly because of the distance and expense. Let me turn off this computer because this battery is dead fast. Computer can't really do without current. Shut it down. Who, including 2 experienced teachers and students who transferred to another school to avoid the expense near 15-mile alternative. Jamaica, you hear that? Persons had to do a 15-mile alternative route to go to school. 15 miles. That is how important the Tribridge route is. And you're telling me that it took them 4 years to fix it. Right? What is this? Application was unable. What? Shut down that, man. But even more troubling is word from healthcare workers at Troy Health Center that sick elderly patients, some diabetic and other hypertensive, and babies have not been able to use the facility since the bridge collapsed. Additionally, we have been told that school children and adults are placing their lives at risk by using a makeshift bridge. You know, hear me, I tell you no. I don't tell no lies, Jamaica. This is in the newspaper, this is the Observer. They are taking a risk with their lives using a makeshift bridge created from a fallen tree to cross the river running between the affected communities. Readers will recall that the residents have been using a zip line made from rope, a bucket to cross the river, which also possesses grave danger. Students was doing this. We accept that the government is facing financial limitations, especially given the heavy commitment to the novel coronavirus pandemic. However, the situation facing residents in the community we have highlighted is an emergency. People like Warmington, Mr. Warmington, may think that this is merely a matter of access to the bridge because, according to him, that bridge is not the only one bridge in Jamaica. Jamaica, want to hear that? Dirty Warmington. That's why I go for the article in the comment. I said, I remember him saying this. That is not the only bridge in the island, right? That needs to be replaced or repaired. Everybody know that, but it's an emergency, a big dummy.
The cold hard facts he should acknowledge is that we are already seeing the effects of the situation on education, health, the residents' ability to survive, economic activity in other areas, and most importantly, the risk to life. The political representative of the affected communities and the government need to do their jobs. You are dealing with fellow human beings who deserve respect and who have been placed in office to serve. Jamaica, I wanted to read that first. Thank God I found this article. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it. I'm going to send it to myself right here. So now, let me show you. Let me show you what happened today at the Troy Bridge. Grand opening, right? All right, grand opening. All smiles. Grand opening. That's not the part. Look how much people are following. See? Look at this. Look at that. Sometimes I have to wonder if some of them things are staged. The same people, Jamaica, the same people that were suffering, kids almost losing their lives, these are the same people showering around the Prime Minister as if they did a timely, they did their job in a timely matter. Just look at this, you know. You see that? What is the message that the people is sending the government? They can suffer you for 4 years, and then when they bring relief, you shower them with praises after suffering you for 4 years. See? Look at it. Look at them. All smile. That's some of them same people, you know. When I suffer, you know, watch them. Everybody want to take a picture with the Prime Minister. Mighty God. Look at that. Bro, you cannot make this up. Now let me go to the video when we really want to go to. That put this and ties this into a bow to show you that this is something that the politicians do all the time.
Why are you carrying a chicken into a cabinet meeting? Because sometimes Sir, why are you carrying a chicken into a cabinet meeting? Because sometimes a chicken understands politics better than people do.
Watch closely. This lesson is not about the chicken.
Sir, what are you doing? Stop hurting the poor animal.
Be patient. The lesson has only begun.
This is cruel. Let it go.
Sometimes pain teaches what words cannot.
The poor thing is fighting with everything it has.
Because it still remembers the pain. I can't watch this anymore. This is cruelty. The poor creature has almost no feathers left. Keep watching.
How can you remain so calm while it suffers?
Because the lesson is not finished yet.
Look at it. It can barely walk.
Watch carefully. Haven't you done enough already?
Grains? Why are you giving it food now?
Because the lesson begins now.
No, it can't be. After everything that happened, it's going back.
Clock!
It was fighting to escape just moments ago. Why would it trust him again? This is unbelievable. It has already forgotten the pain.
The same person who caused its suffering is now its comfort.
Now do you understand? What does this even mean?
Cluck.
After everything that happened, why is it still beside you?
It was terrified of you just moments ago.
I don't understand. That's exactly the point. Watch the chicken carefully. A few moments ago, it was running from me. Now it sits beside me. All it took was a handful of grains. People are just like this. You take everything from them. You make them suffer. You leave them with pain disappointment, and broken promises. Then, when the time comes, you give them a few grains, a little relief, a little hope, a few gifts. Suddenly, they forget every injustice. Suddenly, they forget the suffering. They forget the pain. They forget every injustice. That's the lesson. No matter how much pain they remember, hunger can make them forget. A nation's future is shaped by the choices its people make. Stay informed, think carefully, and never forget the lessons of the past. Sir, why are you carrying a chicken into a cabinet meeting?
Ladies and gentlemen, when I saw the scenes from Tribridge, that video popped up into my mind. I said, whoa, truer words have never been spoken. The people of this area just forgot about the 4 years of suffering, running behind Andrew is not take picture with him. That's why I'm staying in wilderness, because someone are real set up, After we there, on the app, a battle phone, right? And someone on the labor right to come out and cuss all Andrew. Same thing we do, As soon as they come, they suffer on for 6 years, nah, stop vote for them. They just come go on look at sweets, look at KFC, want look at money. I want to forget about everything with them they do. You better wake up. You better wake up. Holding these politicians accountable, it's a full-time job. And it could mean your child becoming a slave or your child being liberated depending on what you do. Because if you guys are just going to suffer for 4 years and as soon as the man fix the bridge, taking picture with him for what? For what? For incompetence? Just like how they can give what them name, JPS $150 million US because it's an emergency and the people need light. Why them couldn't do an emergency and get the bridge fixed in a less than 4 years? Everyone Wamintad said what? It's not only one bridge alone. In a Jamaica one fix. Which other bridge then did fix Jamaica in the last 4 years? Go back and look. But that's the argument them dashing in your face because them under pressure. You hear how much things. The article said persons' lives were in danger. Economically, it put a strain on the people that lived in the area. Health care was affected people in those clinics. Right? 15-mile picnic have to travel and all of a sudden, you guys forget that it's the same government that... You see, if it was the People's National Party that came in and fixed the situation, I could say, all right, yeah, can't understand, I don't want to take picture. Thank you, Marky G, for, doing the right thing because the other government never do it. When you go and like say JLP just coming up power, it is something that happened under their watch for one term. It took them one whole term to fix a bridge. Imagine that. It took them a term to fix a bridge. That is that important. That was an emergency. Then why are you guys flaunting over the Prime Minister like that? I don't understand. Well, I do know because this video just told me this is the reason. They can abuse you, you allow it, and you take the abuse, and then one moment of giving you some grains. Here you come. Oh, thank you, my Prime Minister. Take a picture with me. Man, boy, hey, man, I'm trying to, boy, you don't like the video, share the video, man. This is crazy, I'm telling you. Like and share the video. Jamaica, I was so disappointed. So disappointed when I saw that, but then the video clicked to me.
Where you say it a rain cats and dog? Okay.
Yeah, good.
Lightning?
Yep, thunder.
Wow. So were you listening to earlier when Head Boy was on?
Yes, I was.
So in terms of and then the soldier person that I was that I played on Mr. Wayne Lonesome. He said that
Yes. Put this up on Portland.
No, he said something about people hearing sounds in Portland that sounded different from a ship.
Me never hear the sound. Me did drop sleep early. And we wake up to the block. Me realize that the fan now spin, so me jump up.
Oh, and the heat wake you up?
Yeah.
My God. That when I call you about still. Yeah, more find out if anybody did hear that sound there.
I hear it, because me ask me gentleman if he hear it. And he say no, he didn't hear it.
So what is your thoughts on what took place?
Why you pay generalship are going there, you know? Generalship in this thing. I just feel said this thing this blackout here, so something going for the black something not right. Something not right. This look like a generalship, as me say. With the ship as the ship left the blackout gone. Or same day when the ship left the blackout gone. Something not right.
And then when you look for the facts that Daryl Vaz are the one who go meet the ship, you have to say, boy.
Huh?
When you look for the facts that Daryl Vaz go meet the people on the ship and that.
Yes, man. Yes, man. That general man. That mongoose there. That mongoose not easy. Mongoose they're not easy at all.
Dangerous guy that man.
Yes, man. Bob me there something to tell God, say you see, and I'm nothing pretty. Sometimes I want to sleep at night time.
Alright, Mama Celine.
Bad.
Alright, Mama Celine. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Take it easy.
Alright, baby.
Yeah.
Big up Mama Celine, these Portland people, them that. I'm going to try to call Kimon. I don't know if Kimon available. I'm going to try to call Kimon and find out if she did hear no song. You see me? Try to call Kimon. Hopefully she available. Try Kimon again.
Hello?
Yes, my baby Kimon, you're live with me on the program.
Hey, what's going on, Bolo? Good evening to you and your viewers and listeners, both on YouTube and on TikTok.
Yes,
Bolo?
I am here, my...
Flu, they mash me up.
Oh, God. Poor baby, poor baby.
But I am still in good spirits. I'm giving God thanks nonetheless.
You know me I call about last night with the blackout. You did hear no sound down at the ocean there?
No, I never hear no sound.
You were up?
Yeah, man, I was up. I was up until about maybe 1 a.m. because I was looking to see if the electricity would have been restored. But apart, as we see, it was all night thing. It was whole night. So I just went to bed after a period of time. I didn't stay up much longer.
Cause somebody said our brother, or soldier brother say him get some report. So there was some sound, some loud sound, and they must say, boy, not even ship no sound like that.
You understand? So when
over
I call,
over on the eastern side of Portland. Probably depends on the part of Portland that those sounds were coming from.
well then again, you're right about that, you know. Yeah, you're right
So
about that.
I might not hear it, but other persons might, but I didn't hear it. So I'm not gonna say it didn't. There wasn't any sound because me never hear it. It never happened. I'm not gonna say that, but I never hear it.
Well, you know what I want you to do for me? I want you to do a little bit of investigation, you know, about this thing, you know. You understand?
I will.
Yes.
I will. But all of today was just pure rain and all of that, so I didn't really get to go out. But you know, I contract the flu, so I must stay in and getting myself medicated and stuff like that. So I just stay in most of today because of the weather. But I will definitely check out and call a few persons and hear and try get back some feedback to you.
Yeah, I just want to talk to Mama Selena a while ago from East Portland, and she said she was sleeping, so she wouldn't hear nothing. And she talked to her gentleman, and him say him never hear anything neither. So, but like I said, it depends on which side of East Portland you're there.
Yeah, it depends on which side. Probably people up Mansion Hill would us hear it, I don't know, or probably people back Buff Bay side. So it depends on where in the parish the persons are, they might hear it.
All right, my darling.
But my home is where my home is. I can directly see in the sea, and from time to time we will see like ships and boats passing. Definitely, because where my house is, I can stay from my veranda and look right out into the sea.
Well, what are your thoughts about the blackout, though? Is it, you know, how you view it? Because a lot of people have a lot of opinions about it in terms of the coincidence of it and the ship supposed to leave the same day, and then that happens, and then upper campfire. There's a lot of conversation on the internet around it right now.
My view on it, Bolo, I feel like it was deliberate. For some strange reason, I had a flashback of election night when the whole internet communication system went. I just had a crazy flashback to that time. And it definitely looks suspicious, to be honest with you. The CEO of JPS came out and did a press release today saying that it was lightning that knock out the system. But my thing with that is, I'm not saying that couldn't be a factor, but my thing is that there are several servers where different parts of Jamaica is connected to. Is not just one system connect the whole entire country.
Bingo.
You understand what I'm saying? So that is where my suspicion really comes from, because when I called my mom, she lived in St. Elizabeth. They didn't have any light. I have an aunt, 78-year-old in Manchester. When I called her, she didn't have any light either. We in Portland never have any light. So that is 3 parishes never have no light. And
it was an all island blackout, man. It was an all island blackout.
Yeah,
officially.
It was and St. Elizabeth and Manchester, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Clarendon, Westmoreland, they don't come from the same system that Kingston and St. Thomas and St. Anne and those parishes get their thing from. So I don't know if it's the one is the lightning knock out the whole entire island and it's not just one. It just look away and sound away, you know. So some thorough investigation need to be done. They need to tell the Jamaican people the utmost truth as to what is really happening in our country. We can't be in our country and we are all in the dark as to what is taking place in our own country. They need to come forward and let the people of the country know and understand exactly what is taking place. There's no transparency with nothing at all in this country. Everything is just dark, and anything them say is just that. No proper investigation, no truth. We need the truth as to what is happening in our country. And that is what I have to say about that. So there you need to come better than this. We're not going to really take this. You need to come better.
Why I tell you, and you know,
these conversations that we're having is so important, and I don't know. The mainstream media is such. They are such punks. They are such slaves to the government.
Mainstream media is totally compromised, Bolo. And the main reason for mainstream media becoming so compromised because of reduced advertising dollar from big companies because of the internet, and companies are looking to advertise and cut advertising costs and then relying on social media for that. And because of the lack and reducing advertising dollars from some of these companies, the government is now one of the top providing advertising entity for some of these media companies. And if you notice, if they're not carrying the government's narrative, the government not going to give them any money. So that is one of the main reasons why you see mainstream media has become so compromised. I can remember when Michael Sharp used to be on TV during Samuels. Those people had so much integrity. They used to go in depth and do their journalism. They never used to take what politician has to say. They used to go in the field. They go in the field. They used to go to the sources and find out everything.
Right, right.
I miss those type of journalism. I miss it.
Man, for real, man. And their job is so important too, that's what makes it so heart-earning.
Their job is so important. I don't think they even realize how important their role is to the development of the country. I don't even and the holding the government to account. I don't even think they realize the responsibility that they carry.
I mean, when I look at what happened with Mama P rescuing our finances, and the approach that they took, I don't see why they have forgotten about that, because when I read the article from the IMF, it stated that mainstream media was integral in holding the government accountable, where, staying with the fiscal discipline is concerned.
Exactly, and they had to do it. They had to follow the rules and they had to do it. The Honorable Mark Golding can always outline and tell you how hard he had to work on the legislative part of it.
That's a fact. Yes,
he has come out and tell you how much work he has to put in the agreement in the legislative part of it, because Mark Golding is one of the top legislators in the country. No one knows the legislation, the constitution like him.
That's correct. He's a stalwart. I would say that Isaac Buchanan is right there with him. Can you hear me? Timon, you're muted. I don't know how you got muted. I'm not hearing you. Look like she get a call, ladies and gentlemen. But Isaac Buchanan. Yeah, I hear you now. Mm-hmm.
Yes, every time I come on and you mention my MP, I have to always big up my MP. My MP doing a wonderful job, notwithstanding the lack of support from the government and resources. My MP is out there and doing a wonderful job as always.
But so me have a true Hollywood gear, I have to mention Isaac at the time you come on, so you can get the Hollywood for dunk, Yeah, I have to make sure me mention but I mean the man is working for real. It's not even like says I said the man is working, Bridget. Alright? I mean from the get-go, from the jump, he uses his pull. He uses the internet, him go online and him beg on behalf of them to get them tablets, them and them something. Him a work, man. Isaac a work, man. I mean, it's day and night when you compare. It's not even fair to compare the lady that was there before to Isaac. It's not even fair. Honestly, you can't ask anybody in East Portland. All the labor at them will tell you the truth. Because Isaac are operating in such a way where not even labor at them can deny what they do. They cannot, no matter how they must staunch labor right. Because Isaac don't see color. Isaac I encourage and make you know, say, yo, I'm not like the other politician, them, you know. Not because you never vote for me. I don't business about that. I represent you as well. Come to my office, tell me what you need, and I'm gonna do what I can do, and to help you, just like I'm gonna help the people and they vote for me too. So, you know, it's a different type of a politician. As a matter of fact, I don't see Isaac Buchanan as a politician. I see Isaac Buchanan as a statesman. You understand? But Kim on, Mrs. You're busy. Thank you for joining. And remember to do that particular thing there for me and do that little investigation there, alright? See you later. I got to go. People, remember to like, share, and subscribe, alright? I didn't get any confirmations about any sounds in East Portland, like what the soldier said, but that doesn't mean that, you know, I don't know where that particular alleged vessel would have went. But yeah, don't get no confirmation yet. Anyway, see you guys later. Appreciate y'all. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. That is all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the platform. It's your brother BOLO V&R, and I want to carry this story and to make a point regarding the story, right? I want you to listen to this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us.
And a special welcome to viewers on OneSportMedia.com as well as TVJ International in the Cayman Islands.
We begin up first this evening. We begin with the news that an accounting and customer service officer employed to the Caribbean Maritime University, CMU, has been arrested and charged following an investigation into alleged financial irregularities involving students' funds.
Kevin Anthony Panton was charged yesterday following an investigation by the Financial Investigation Division, FID, and the Special Investigation Branch of the JCFs.
Prince Moore reports.
In a statement today, the FID said it commenced an investigation into a case of fraud at the CMU involving nearly $2 million after the leadership team of the institution alerted them to an alleged fraud at the university. The probe resulted in the apprehension of Mr. Panton. He has been charged with 14 counts of fraud, including embezzlement, engaging in a transaction involving criminal property, possession of criminal property, facilitating a transaction involving criminal property, falsification of accounts, and conspiracy to defraud. He was granted station bail in the sum of $700,000 and is scheduled to appear before the St. Andrew Criminal Court on July 6. The CMU said it detected irregularities in November 2024 during a period of system downtime at the university. During reconciliation of cashier closeout reports against bank deposits, it was identified that $970,000 had not been lodged. Further investigations indicated that the funds were later returned or lodged by Mr. Panton. However, the sequence of events remained inconsistent with expected cash handling practices. The university said additional concerns arose during the January 2026 examination period when students presented manual receipts for payments that were not reflected in the university's records. This triggered a formal investigation into manual receipting, banking, and receivables posting processes. The investigation revealed that the sequence of manual receipt books had been broken and that several receipt books remained unaccounted for. A total of $1.7 million could not be accounted for from the manual receipts reviewed. Of that amount, $552,000 has since been returned, leaving a current deficit of $1,149,500. Mr. Panton and another employee were placed on suspension in January 2026, and a report was subsequently made to the FID.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What can go so?
I want to turn our focus to the Jamaica Labour Party and how they manage our funds, our tax dollars. I want to turn our focus to the many Auditor General reports, right, that has told us about trillions of dollars that's been unaccounted for, right? And you see, I am highlighting this for those persons that say that because the government uses this narrative, you know, that, oh, you know, it's not really it's not that the money was stolen. Ladies and gentlemen, do you guys hear what is happening with this particular case? Money was unaccounted for and no money is returning. Now, let's just say that some of these monies that are unaccounted for walked out of the ministries, the particular ministries of government. And those monies were used to benefit persons within the time period it was unaccounted for. And then the money is returned. It's not that the money never used in Jamaica. The money was used between the time because there's no real-time audit. So the money is used between the time. Nobody knows that the money is... I'm giving you a scenario, you know. I'm showing you how dangerous it is to have trillions of dollars unaccounted for. And then people try to brush it off as if, but the money never stolen. Same thing with the $1.44 billion with the 1.8% of it being used, and they want to tell us that, you know, well, it's not that the money is there. It's not stolen. Right? There's a situation with one of the banks in one of the reports where the 150 million US that was given to JPS is concerned. That bank, allegedly, I think I snapped, was in some type of financial woes. And because the money sat there, the bank could use the money because they would know, and this is a hypothetical again, the bank could use the money because they know the money allocation would not be going on at the same time when the money was lodged. So that money sitting in the bank, that 150 million US dollars, 24 billion Jamaican dollars. That money sitting in the bank helps the bank to give them leverage to get themselves back on their feet. So the question, and that's a hypothetical. So there was a question being asked, what is the relationship between the government and the bank? Or what is the relationship between Darrell Vaz and the bank? And then you're going to have people saying, oh, this is conspiracy theory. Why are you guys so... Conspiracy theory is just a way to say you don't want to think of the possibilities of how money can be stolen from us. We're not saying the money was stolen, no, we're saying there's a possibility that you could lodge money in a bank, a large amount through the government. The money sits there, knowing that the money will not be moved at the same time, because you're not going to spend 150 million US dollars just like that. That's a lot of money. So the longer the money sits there, it gives the bank leverage. Persons who work in the bank know exactly what I'm talking about. That's why they encourage people to save their money, and that's why the banks don't like when people withdraw their money too. But they don't want to tell you that, but they really don't like when you withdraw your money, because they want your money to stay so they can use your money to facilitate other things, right? And so they can make money from your money. Period. So if a bank is in trouble and the government can give them an olive branch and say, yo, that's the bank we're going to use. See, you follow me, you know? And this is a hypothetical situation. I was listening to Mark Golding. In terms of the funds, in terms of the donation in the particular overseas for Hurricane Melissa, if I'm not mistaken, allegedly, isn't Archie Marks the one that runs the entity that the monies went to for donation? For those ticket sales of that event that they kept overseas? Isn't Archie Marks the one? Isn't it her company? And Mark Golding was questioning, yo, like, what's going on? Right? And to use the company, she's going to benefit in it. Why did they use Archie Marks if she's the one that actually owns the company? That's what you would call a sweetheart deal. The more money comes through the company, the more money she makes. Why they couldn't use an independent entity? This government is comfortable with nepotism, right? If it is indeed through her company. And I'm just showing you, Andrew HOLNESS put his wife as a Speaker of the House. They are comfortable with corruption, ladies and gentlemen. And you, the people of Jamaica, if you are not uncomfortable with trillions of dollars being unaccounted for, Auditor General Pamela Monroe handles audits regarding unaccounted for or mismanaged funds. In Jamaica, widespread concerns were raised by governance watchdog JAMP regarding 3 trillion of public funds that was unaccounted for across 16 government entities. So when you hear that money is unaccounted for, I am doing this video to tell you, you should have your alarms. You know, when a dog, a watchdog in your house, on your yard, that protect your yard, and you see ears go up like this, once a ear unaccounted for, you should be deeply concerned. What you should also be concerned about is that this particular government, the HOLNESS-led government, is so comfortable, ladies and gentlemen, with money being unaccounted for. It is like a DNA in their runnings of the government. It's nothing. Tell me, what have they done to fix the problem of monies being unaccounted for? When they talked about 3 trillion, that was like a couple years ago. You know? We don't know how much more now is unaccounted for across the same 16 government entities and ministries. Ministry of Health, Education, Labor. I am of the view that this is how they steal and rob money or use those money to benefit themselves and their families. That's my view. I don't have any evidence of that. This is how they fill their pockets. In my view, I don't have any evidence of that. But God is not sleeping, you know. God is not sleeping. And I'm doing this video to say to the people of Jamaica, wake up. Wake up. When you, I'm going to play the video again. When you hear unaccounted for, do not take it lightly. It's not a tagline, but they never steal the money. That don't mean them steal the money. It's just unaccounted for. They just don't have a receipt. Then if you send your picnic to a shop and they give your picnic $5,000 and you tell your picnic, say, listen, I want you buy 2 bun, and I want you buy a bottle of water, 1 bread, and 1 pound of rice, and I want you buy 2 mackerel, zine, and 1 hot sauce. And then come back with no money. And then say to you, but mommy, you know, say $5,000 it costs. That's what you mean by it's called the money is unaccounted for. Underspending the money, not giving a receipt, and then wanting us to believe that just trust us when we tell you that the money was used for what we said it was used for without a proper receipt. What the hell can go so?
What can go so?
Let's get back to this particular fraud situation at the CMU. Listen to this.
After the leadership team of the institution alerted them to an alleged fraud at the university. The probe resulted in the apprehension of Mr. Panton. He has been charged with 14 counts of fraud, including embezzlement, engaging in a transaction involving criminal property, possession of criminal property, facilitating a transaction involving criminal property, falsification of accounts, and conspiracy to defraud. He was granted station bail in the sum of $700,000 and is scheduled to appear before the St. Andrew Criminal Court on July 6. The CMU said it detected irregularities in November 2024 during a period of system downtime at the university. During reconciliation of cashier closeout reports against bank deposits, it was identified that $970,000 had not been lodged. Further investigations indicated that the funds were later returned or lodged by Mr. Panton. However, the
So Jamaica, when and this is a possibility, the man used the $970,000, right? And do what he want to do with it. Probably, whatever he do, in the space of time that it was not lodged, and then return back the money. But whatever he did could potentially earn him double that money, triple that money. You understand? And that is a scenario, ladies and gentlemen, of how skullduggery can be done. Dishonest, unethical business practices. And this government is the unaccounted for government. Dangerous. Dangerous.
Sequence of events remained inconsistent with expected cash handling practices. The university said additional concerns arose during the January 2026 examination period when students presented manual receipts for payments that were not reflected in the university's records. This triggered a formal investigation into manual receipting, banking, and receivables posting.
So what happened here now? He made a mistake. And the mistake was caught. But whatever he did before, the damage was done. And this is where Auditor General comes in when the Auditor General audits stuff. They made a mistake. That's all, you know. They made a mistake. And now she's like, oh, wait a minute. So what's going on here? But there's so many mistakes in where the government is concerned. It's really not a mistake. It's them not really caring. And then nothing really happens, right? In the Ministry of Health, that individual just walked away in the sunset and was never charged. No criminal charges. So we have these people working in such a way, ladies and gentlemen, that they are so skillful and so good at what they're doing that they see the loopholes, use the loopholes, benefit from it, and then walk away scotch-free. And this is why the Integrity Commission is getting so much fight from the anti-honest-led administration. Because they are the anti-corruption agency that if they hold the government officials accountable, that particular accountability is going to trickle down to all the other minions that is connected to them or work for them. So that's why they fight them. But God on time.
Processes. The investigation revealed that the sequence of manual receipt books had been broken and that several receipt books remained unaccounted for. A total of $1.7 million could not be accounted for from the manual receipts reviewed. Of that amount, $552,000 has since been returned, leaving a current deficit of $1,149,500.
And Jamaica, all you have to do is go and listen to. Remember what Rosie said about the monies that they allocate in the area, in the constituency for roads. How much money she said that the MP take from the contractor. Should the money allocated. I'm just saying, and you wonder why our roads are not fixed properly. Right? Skimming off the top. Grabbing. And that's what Rosie said. I don't mean to say so. But I'm just showing you an example. Right? Just showing you an example, ladies and gentlemen. And that reminds me, these people have the audacity. Donovan Williams is still in Parliament. And then young Jamaica coming talking about they are demanding the answers from Mark when about the statutory declaration. The devil is a liar. You know what? Let me end this reaction here. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you guys think. Alright, I can't say I never want them. Can't say me never want no.
In the first phase. But when we went to the site, nothing basically was done. Only 6 bases were built. There is no sewage, no light, no water. Nothing has been put in place. So obviously this site will not be ready anytime soon. When we talked about how they move the people from the shelter, sending them next door to the teachers' flats, and when they went there, the condition the place was in, rat infested, filthy. The people had to clean it themselves. And we spoke about this, and it seemed that the minister is upset. So he came now with a release. And his release, I was really surprised and disappointed when I saw the release. Because he made some absurd statements by asking me some questions that obviously the minister doesn't realize he's the one who should be telling me about these things. He asked me about the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation and why they have not paid.
That is funny, honey. That's funny. Oh my God, that is funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, these people are so diabolical. They have the job. They boast about being the one in power. They have the job. But when it's time to do their job and they fail at their job, they want to blame the People's National Party. And they should what? Come up with answers when you are the one that have all the resources and all the answers. These people are seriously diabolical, man. Let's continue.
The contractor and stuff like that. Minister, the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation falls under the Ministry of Local Government and Community. Obviously, the minister doesn't realize he's the one who should be telling me about these things. He asked me about the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation and why they have not paid the contractor and stuff like that. Minister, the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation falls under the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development that you are the minister for. So why are you asking me these things? You went again to talk about the roof program and to state that I have 2 avid supporters who got $500,000 each. I didn't know you were going around and canvassing the shelter to see who is PNP or JLP.
Right there, sir. So, him expose himself, you know. Dwayne Vaz did a great job exposing the Spark program. Also exposing the fact that Desmond McKenzie exposed himself. Why are you guys canvassing who is PNP and JLP to say 2 of your supporters got relief? You should be telling us how much people get relief in total. Not that they're PNP. To show you all this nastiness, you know. It's plain politics here, you know. Them germs here, you know. What we have as elected officials, you know. I don't know about them being elected officials. These thieving officials, because we don't know say, that the election there was stolen. Right? But they are recognized as elected officials. It's coming to tell us that. Tell the man that, oh, 2 of your avid supporters got help. Did they need help? Were they damaged by Hurricane Lisa? So what if they are supporters of the People's National Party? Why was it important for you to highlight that? In some type of defense of being criticized for not doing your job. These people are the weapon that is formed against democracy. I'm telling you. This is the same man that said, we will not surrender Jamaica to the People's National Party. You don't forget already? This is the man that came. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to find the clip. And I did not hear it when I was listening to him, because I really wasn't listening to him. All I was hearing was when he went to talk in a parliament the other day upon his speech. That's all I hear. One language I can't understand. See? But somebody highlighted something and I went play it. Let's continue.
Because we have not been doing that. So I don't know who get funding from who don't get funding. Remember that this was not done by me. This was done by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. They went out and did the assessments and they are the ones who made the recommendations. It has nothing to do with the Member of Parliament. So why are you trying now to make this issue a political issue? By stating that I have avid supporters. And by stating that the PNP leads the parish council. We know that the PNP leads the parish council. But what does that have to do with what I'm speaking about here? I'm really disappointed in your response. And your response cements the point I made earlier about the level of incompetence you're showing in this situation. You need to get up and do the work or shut up, because at the end of the day, it's the people who are suffering. And we will continue to speak on behalf of the people until they get what they deserve and what was promised to them. What you promised, what your government promised, was suitable accommodation for the people who were still at the shelter. And that is what we want to see. So we're looking forward to seeing what was promised. We're looking forward to the delivery on that promise in a timely manner. Thank you for tuning in to Power Talk Mondays. See you again. Same place, same time next week.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to all listeners. Let me begin by making it absolutely clear that the People's National Party is in no way or form trying to undermine the Spark program. What you are about is accountability and delivery. The people of Jamaica deserve to see real, measurable outcomes and not shifting narratives. And what we have been seeing since the Spark program was announced, continuous shifting narratives and delayed outcomes. So we really need real answers as to what is really happening. And the problem really started from the beginning. And as was stated by the CEO, E.G. Hunter, the roads were selected before the estimates were actually done. So when you put this into context, what really happened is that you have an allocation for Spark. You decided that each constituency should get a particular allocation, which was $300 million at the time. You also stated that constituencies should choose 10 roads. So when the roads were selected, what should have been done, the estimates should have been done at that point in time. So some priority could have been put in place. So persons could know exactly what was happening and how many roads could actually realistically be done. And what could have happened from then is that persons would have chosen roads that could have fit into the particular budget. But what we're seeing now, we're seeing constituencies, for example, in Eastern Westmoreland, where Dr. Dayton Campbell spoke of earlier, was that his roads, the total cost was actually over $1 billion. But the allocation was 300, which means he has a shortfall of 700, which now makes it difficult because now they have to prioritize as in how many roads after 10 can actually be done. So what we're seeing in some constituencies now is that 10 roads is a impossible situation. Some may get 6, some may get 3, some may get 2. We don't know what the situation is at the particular moment. And the minister continues to change the narrative as he goes along. Because even at the Standing Finance Committee, he continued to say that it will be 10 roads. But in his last statement, he declared that it's going to be 6. So what is it? Is it 10? Is it 6? Is it 3? We don't know what is happening. And even my own constituency, where work has started on 3 particular roads. But when we spoke to the contractors, because work orders were issued for others, they advised me that those work orders, even though issued, no designs were there for them. So I'm trying to figure out how can you cost a road without having the design? Because the design should be done first before you can know exactly what will need to be done on that particular road for you to have a costing for it. So the entire thing has been missing. It has been in shambles. And the government just needs to come forward and explain to Jamaica exactly what the truth is and how we move forward from this.
Embarrassing.
There have been other complaints from other members of parliament, especially about the worker compensation situation. And the minister seemed to have just thrown it or brushed it under the carpet. He's asking for proof. But what I'm asking the minister is that what kind of proof are you asking for? There is no formal system that these persons are being paid through. So they don't get pay slips. They don't get direct deposits to their account. Most of these persons are paid in cash. So I'm not sure what kind of proof the minister is asking for, but he cannot just throw it under the carpet because these are legitimate claims. And remember.
So Abka fits only one proof, ladies and gentlemen, when he knows that the people them get paid by cash. So when they make a complaint that they are not getting paid, it is the concern of the people them, right? You can't, what proof? There's no formal piece of paper like a stipend to say, see, it proves that I paid them. So you can't prove say you did pay them, and them can't prove say them get paid. So how we are going to move forward? You're not going to, the people are saying they're not getting paid. So if they don't get paid, the work won't do. And then who suffers? You see what they do, Jamaica? Let's continue. You see, they lie by omission, you know? And them use craft. The government is a craft government. You understand? Let's continue.
These are our people who are out there working under this program, and our people are the ones who are suffering. So the government must stand behind our people and ensure that it is fair with whatever compensation that they are getting. In closing, I want to say the government continues to speak about politics anytime they're asked to be accountable. And I've noticed this trend from this minister. I've also noticed this recently from the Minister of Local Government, where whatever you ask for, they try to twist it to be politics. Well, we're not about politics when we're speaking of the people, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that transparency is there, that we have proper accountability for the resources that are being spent, and we want the people of Jamaica to be the beneficiaries of whatever is done. Good morning. Welcome everyone to Power Talk Mondays. And today we'll be looking into that incident that happened in Granville, Montego Bay yesterday, where a woman was fatally shot by a police officer. The video has been circulating, persons have been commenting, and the general consensus is that this woman was murdered in cold blood. We don't know the conversation that was happening between the policeman and the woman, but based on the video evidence, I can't see what would have led him to fire to kill in that particular instance. And it's really heart-wrenching because people are supposed to feel safe when the police comes around. An incident like this causes the trust level between citizens and police to continue going down. It is already low. And for this to happen, it will continue going down. And there's a major issue we're having in Jamaica when, yes, murders are going down, but police killings are continuously going up. And it really begs to wonder why this is really happening. And it is clear that not everyone who is being killed are persons of interest, are persons who are involved in criminal activities. Innocent people are being involved in what is happening. And it brings back the conversation where people are talking about body-worn cameras, because if there is nothing to hide when you're going into a combat situation, for example, or whatever situation, why would you not want to wear the camera? And the security minister have stated quite a few times that he does not think it is necessary, they should not wear it. But evidence continues to appear to show why they should wear it in order to increase the level of fairness whenever we have issues like this. And the people of Granville must be upset, must be disappointed in the actions of the police officer. And persons in Granville and in Jamaica deserve justice. We deserve the truth. So we really want this situation to be thoroughly ventilated, where the process can take its course. They have already started the process, but we really want it to be done swiftly so justice can be served. And as I said, by looking at the video, it does not look good. I can't make a conclusion as to exactly what happened, but what we are seeing on the video, it really does not look good. It looks like a serious case of unprofessionalism, first of all, by the police officer, because I can't see what was there for him to shoot to kill, as was done in this particular instance. So persons in the police force, you have to understand that your duty is to serve and protect. And situations like this does not indicate that people can be comfortable with that motto that you are serving and protecting. So people, what do you think? What do you think should happen? What do you think actually happened? Because as I said, in my opinion, it really does not look good on the part of this police officer, on the part of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Thank you for tuning in to our program today, and see you again same time next week. One love, one heart.
And I said Nesta Morgan. I said Apcofits only, but it's Nesta Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. So Nesta Morgan with the Spark program. Desmond McKenzie with the shelters. All of them need to be held accountable. We are calling for the resignation of these people, you know. We're calling for the resignation of Andrew Holness. All of them. This level of incompetence has to stop. You understand? Ministry of Labour. It
is an absolute pleasure to be here standing in. It is time for the word on the streets. And today's program will take a different twist from our normal word on the street programs, because the word on the street today, the actual word on the street, is about the Solidarity program. The same program where persons were signing up to get that $20,000 one-off grant. But what have we been hearing in the news now? People are asking every day, how comes they have not received this $20,000? We have not been able to give them the answers until now. Now we are realizing what has really happened. The government was supposed to spend $1 billion, but yet $770 million has gone back in the coffers of government for debt reduction, going back to the consolidated fund. So this means many people out there who were anticipating getting this one-off payment will not get it. because the government has taken back this money, using lame excuses that they did not get the desired registration. 18,000 people, they said, registered. Only 11,000 would have gotten. But yet the program was designed to register 50,000 people. So how comes you're saying now only 18,000 applicants came in? That is because you gave us limits. MPs were given limits. When we started to register persons, we were told we can't register more than a certain amount of people. So that is why you would not get your full allocation. But that is obviously the strategy that the government was using to register less people so that less money would have been dispersed. People, you need to really look at what is happening with this government. Every single program we're looking into has certain questions that they must answer. And this solidarity program, as we speak right now, they must come out and explain to the people of Jamaica, why was it done like this? Why so many people would have registered to get the $20,000 and they did not get it? Why so many people would have wanted to get it but were not afforded the opportunity to register because we had limits? 50,000 people I said it was designed for. Only 18,000 were registered. Only 11,000 reached. $1 billion was allocated. Only 200+ million was dispersed. If this is not strange in our society, then I don't know what is strange. So this is the word on the street today. And thank you for tuning in. And remember, going forward, send us your pictures and videos of any infrastructural needs that you know deserves your attention. It is your word from your street. Welcome everyone to this edition of Power Talk Mondays. And today we'll be joining the conversation about those donations that the government received that they have not spent. And it's really disturbing because when I think about how many persons are here suffering months after Hurricane Melissa, a lot of them don't have any place to sleep, no decent shelter. But yet we are hearing that the majority of the nations that came into this country have still not been spent. What kind of government do we really have? What kind of uncaring and selfish government are we seeing right now in Jamaica? It is unacceptable for persons to move around quickly, gather their stuff, get the donations here in Jamaica, but still the government has held on to the majority of it. This cannot be anybody with a clear conscience and a clean heart, because people out there really need the assistance. What will happen again to persons who want to assist and know what is happening in Jamaica? This will definitely deter people from wanting to contribute if they think their contribution will not reach to the people that it is supposed to reach. So we're calling on the government again. The resources that you collected for the people of Jamaica, please let them have it. It must be able to reach them quickly and transparently. If the intention was to do this, I am sure it would have happened already. Jamaica, it is for you to decide what you think is happening with this money. Thank you for tuning in.
Boy, I'm glad to me I do the reaction because this brother and I get enough credit in the parliament. Good night. Vian, how you doing? This youth and I get enough credit for this thing and then Power Talk Mondays. Because all the people don't really follow the social media, right? For the MP them. And the point they make a while ago is a sound point and a logical one. Let's continue.
Dwayne Vazier, you're a member of Parliament for Central Westmoreland. I just listened keenly in Parliament to the Minister's presentation. That is Desmond McKenzie, the Minister of Local Government and Community Development. Because I was waiting to hear a date where the persons who are staying in the shelter would be moved to the location that was stipulated for them to move in the Shrewsbury area. Remember I did a video there on the 8th of May, the deadline day when persons were supposed to leave. And I was criticized by the minister for being mischievous. But yet today, in Parliament, he could not give a timeline. He said as soon as the bases are finished. And we have just moved on from 6 bases, I reported, to 10 bases now.
Jamaica, this is the Flintstone government. way back in idea ago, they cannot put a time on projects that they're supposed to do. Especially when people are in need of help, right a blouse and skirt wet. You're gonna tell the man about as soon as the bases are finished. You don't have no projection based off of how fast people are work and the allocations that you have put in place to let us know, yeah man, see there, I hate this. What kind of nonsense is that?
Even though the first phase should have been being mischievous. But yet today, in Parliament, he could not give a timeline. He said as soon as the bases are finished. And we have just moved on from 6 bases, I reported, to 10 bases now. Even though the first phase should have been 20 and the total is 50. So we're still not hearing when the persons will be able to live in these houses that were promised. And this is still unacceptable because the hurricane has passed over 7 months now and the persons in the shelters are still have nowhere to go. The new hurricane season has started. People are wondering what is happening. And also remember that it's not only about those in the shelter, it's about the total amount of persons that they are planning to move to this site. So as we stand today, 10 bases are there, no sewage still put in, no water put in, no light put in. When is the date where the persons will be able to live in the houses that were promised? You have set the whole not only about those in the shelter, it's about the total amount of persons that they are planning to move to this site. So as we stand today, 10 bases are there, no sewage still put in, no water put in, no light put in. When is the date where the persons will be able to live in the houses that were promised? You have said the houses are here. What is taking so long? Why the infrastructure is not yet put in place? The minister needs to answer these questions immediately and let people know what is happening.
All persons who came on
Jamaica. This is what they don't want Dwayne Vaz to do. So guess what? Because Dwayne Vaz is doing that and it bothers them, I am going to start highlighting more of his videos. Because Desmond Mackenzie cannot come and tell us a date. So for what? It was like 3 weeks ago, only 4 more bases too. We don't have the money, we don't have everything. What is taking so long? Oh, is it the intention of the government to continue suffering the people within these constituencies because they didn't vote for them? So they give up on life? Is the aim subtle genocide or for the people to actually just move from out of the area so they can have the lands them? What is it? I am going to ask that question. I'm going to continue to ask that question. Something is fundamentally wrong. We are in June. This is the hurricane season. As soon as the bases are finished, that's the best you can do. But come out talking about this government and puffing your chest. This government, this government. This government is garbage.
as sponsors, persons who came because they are benefiting from the free Wi-Fi. Good afternoon to you all. It is wonderful to be here today because the importance of this event, as the word states, is to connect everybody. And I think it was after Hurricane Melissa in this constituency and parish where people realized that they were taking connectivity for granted. Because when you're used to having something around you at home or on the street, you don't understand the importance of it. But when we lost connectivity the other day, and persons had to be scampering and wondering how to get some connection, we were running and finding places where we had some Starlink where we can get some connection to people around to just let them know what is happening. It showed how important it is to be connected. And what the Universal Service Fund is doing for communities across the parish is to give us free Wi-Fi where we can go in our communities and connect without having to pay any form of money. So when you used to have to pay for your phone bill and you don't have the credit on your phone, the free Wi-Fi is there to keep you connected, whether you're in school, whether you're at work, whether you're doing business in the community. You will have that level of connection to keep you going. So you have to understand how important it is. And I know the students enjoy it. I know the business people enjoy it. I know the workers enjoy it. And we just have to ensure we support the Universal Service Fund as they continue to build out in more communities and in more towns. Because we know Westmoreland will be getting a lot more than we have gotten so far. And I'm banking on the CEO, who is my brethren, Charlton, to ensure that every nook and cranny across the parish of Westmoreland becomes connected, because we understand the importance of keeping the connection with the residents across the constituency. So thank you again for having me, and we look forward to whatever we have to offer today, because we know that this is very important, and we know that we'll continue to build from strength to strength as we get back Westmoreland to where we know it should be. I thank you very much.
Brilliant. Man, I do an excellent job, man. Big up Mr. Dewey and Vaz, you know? So, yes, my side. So I found the Desmond McKenzie clip. The audacity of this man. 1 second. The audacity of this man. Alright, so let me share it to cap off this particular reaction, because we're 37 minutes already. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen, from Desmond McKenzie. The audacity.
Remember last week speaking about increasing the fines and doing all that is necessary. Yes, that is good. But the country needs to have a social call on the state of how we are disposing of garbage. And I'm using this presentation today to ask us to put aside our political differences and let us unite and campaign in making Jamaica a cleaner and a better country. Because if you understand eventually by 2040 become the government. 2040. And let me say this, I already remember last week presentation today to ask us to put aside our political differences and let us unite and campaign in making Jamaica a cleaner and a better country. Because if you understand eventually by 2040 become the government, 2040, you will still have the garbage problems. We need to unite on this one. And I call on members, not just in the political arena, but right across Jamaica, for this consciousness of mind for us to do.
So you heard that garbage, ladies and gentlemen. You heard that garbage. That eventually the People's National Party, when they come into power 2040, they will still have a garbage problem. The only garbage problem we have is what is coming out of his mouth. Outside of the more obvious garbage problem. 2040. So on the things say God I got alone for use on the systems on have in place for continue for thief election. And I mean saying that's a thus saith the Lord. You understand? So the secrets of heart has been exposed as to how you guys continue to stay into power. But that chain shall be broken. The shackles that you don't have Jamaica under. Because you, Desmond McKenzie, are the one who said, you will not surrender Jamaica to the People's National Party. Talking about 2040. Can you imagine? So him in a fee himself thinks say them have everything so locked, so confident that let me see, 2030, 2 more terms? Last in mind, the devil is a liar. Anyway, we just want to share that with you upon that reaction. Let me know what you think in the comment section. If you made it to the end of this reaction, you are the boss. Big up yourself, here. HOLNESS. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the platform. It's about BOLO V&R in this space again. Zuleika just highlighted something in her speech that I want you to want to hear, and then I'm going to show you the proof of what she's talking about. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
But Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work.
when the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs and instead start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head. That is not a success story. It is a total system failure.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what she's talking about. I'm going to go right to the article. I found it. Wow. There it is. The article is in the Observer. No wonder I missed it. I don't usually read the Observer a lot. Let me read it aloud for you.
From left, President of the Court of Appeal Marva McDonald Bishop and Chief Justice Brian Sykes. Justice system buckling under poor infrastructure, says Court of Appeal President. President of the Court of Appeal Marva McDonald Bishop has added her voice to those expressing concern about the state of Jamaica's courthouses and has declared that modern law practitioners require up-to-date and reformed facilities. Speaking at King's House during a swearing-in ceremony for 8 members appointed to serve in higher offices on Thursday, McDonald Bishop pointed to the Bible verse Matthew 9 verse 17, which states, "Neither do people pour new wine into old wineskins. If they do, the skins will burst, the wine will spill, and the wineskins will be ruined. No, they pour new wine into new wineskins, and both are preserved." Latest news. She argued that the Bible verse is a metaphor for Jamaica's outdated legal system and called for modernization to usher in a new generation of practitioners to interpret and apply the law. The image of the new wine being poured into old wineskins offers a useful reflection for the administration of justice in our time. The metaphor indicates that new realities or transformative ideas cannot be maintained within rigid or outdated structures without those structures being renewed. As I considered the metaphor, I thought of my newly appointed judges. In every respect, they carry the image and the features of that new wine. But have they been poured into new wineskins or old wineskins? Said McDonald Bishop. She charged that Jamaica's courts are lacking in several critical ways, which stifles the productivity of its professionals. Our courthouses reflect older architectural and operational designs that really are not suitable for dispensing justice. Inadequate facilities for victims and witnesses. And even though we think the powers that be for looking out for jurors in terms of a stipend, we do not even have the facilities to even house jurors to comfortably adjudicate or deliberate on cases. Limited technological infrastructure, although we talk about virtual hearings and meeting the people where they are, charged McDonald Bishop. She pointed to the Court of Appeal building in downtown Kingston and charged that while it appears pristine on the outside, it nevertheless carries many flaws, including several security risks and poor solid waste management. The Court of Appeal building may seem new on the outside, but it's crumbling on the inside. Not because of neglect, because, to be fair to the Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck, and the Permanent Secretary, Grace and Stuart McFarlane, and the Court Administration Division, they have given us everything we need, but now the sewage is seeping into the Court of Appeal, affecting us day by day. Homeless people pose a serious security risk for us. The taxi operators who park at the court steps pose a serious security risk for us, and so do the higglers who ply their wares along the courts, said McDonald Bishop. She argued that as the global space changes and becomes more technologically advanced, Jamaica's legal practitioners must also be given opportunity to evolve through the modernization of their work environment. When old wineskins become problematic, they cannot stretch, they burst under new pressure, or they prevent real transformation. I join with the Chief Justice, Brian Sykes, in calling upon the powers that be to pay greater attention to the needs of the justice system for better courthouses, added McDonald Bishop. In his address to the swearing-in ceremony, Chief Justice Brian Sykes also expressed concern about the state of the island's courthouses. Sykes pointed out that after Hurricane Melissa, which made landfall in Jamaica in October 2025, causing damage to several courthouses, the judiciary met with officials of the Ministry of Justice to get the main courts in Savannah-Lamar, Westmoreland, either renewed or replaced. He charged that 5 months after the Category 5 storm, there has been no correspondence from the government indicating its intention to restore the buildings. Would you believe that to date there has been no response in terms of getting the main courts in Savannah-Lamar either up and running or being replaced? Nothing has happened. And when we say that we need a larger budget, we are told that we are taking on things that are best left for the Ministry of Justice. But if a Category 5 hurricane cannot spur you into action after months, what good reason is there to believe that anything at all will spur you into action, said Sykes. He announced that through the judiciary's budget, it has been able to carry out repairs to several courts across Western Jamaica to ensure that members of the judiciary have appropriate spaces to work. According to Sykes, the judiciary has repaired and improved circuit and family courts in Westmoreland and Trelawney, respectively. And so, we repeat that the judiciary needs to have greater control over the resources, and it's a simple division of labor. Make the buildings, hand them over, and we will maintain them because, as the experience of Hurricane Melissa has shown, the ministries are an unreliable partner in this endeavor, charged Sykes.
Emotional damage. Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you I found the article, man. Speaker just told no lies. She told no lies, ladies and gentlemen. The Justice Sykes, they used their own budget to repair the household. The man said after several months, there has been no correspondence from them. So if a hurricane, and that's a good reasoning, if hurricane, a Category 5 storm, does not get the government moving into action to repair these places, what will, after so many months, what will? What they must do? Wait on the hurricane season that is coming now to damage some more, and then they do repairs the next. And you see, here comes Nara, and they go to, oh, Nara. Bro, you gotta come up with a faster response than that after a hurricane. You're not telling me that you don't have no power to move and do things? How did you give JPS 150 million US? We are going to go to it every single time to show you that you guys have emergency powers and you could have done something. It's what you guys prioritized. It is your strategy. Let's continue. Let me see if you said no more about it.
This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget. But Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work. When the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs and instead start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head, that is not a success story. It is a total system failure, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, there is no context in the world that would make the words unreliable partner sound good when they come from the head of the judiciary. Those words aren't opposition talking points. That is a direct, unprecedented indictment from Chief Justice Brian Sykes. When the highest judge in the land publicly states that the judiciary cannot be trusted to provide basic functional infrastructure, that is a vote of no confidence. Hurricane Melissa was an act of nature, but this delay in restoring our courts is an act of sheer incompetence. We are not blaming the minister for the hurricane. we are blaming the minister for the total absence of a recovery plan. It does not take 7 months to connect a water tank so that court workers can wash their hands. It doesn't take 7 months to post 1 or 2 police officers outside a courthouse to secure court files. Madam Speaker, if the Chief Justice of Jamaica can find the resources to fix the court infrastructure, what is the minister doing with his? And if he has none, is it that logistics has prevented the good Prime Minister from directing some of the barely touched disaster recovery funds to restore access to justice in these hurricane-affected parishes?
Emotional damage.
I put it to you, Madam Speaker, justice under this government is a disaster in need of recovery. I urge the minister to commission and fund an emergency infrastructural and security audit of all rural courthouses across Jamaica. We demand immediate police security deployment to the Santa Cruz courthouse. We demand clear timelines and urgent allocations for the construction of the St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parish courts so the people can access justice. Madam Speaker, I turn very quickly to an issue that I dub the legal aid injustice.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call the ether. If you know anything about rap, this was an ether moment. I never knew about that article, you know. Yes, the article that I just showed, I never knew about it. Thank God for Nikisha Birchall to point this out in her speech. That one went past my decks. As a matter of fact, I think somebody blocked it from me seeing it because I didn't look at it. But everything she said, man, I agree with her. And I hope that the government responds. Does it take embarrassing them in front of the world for them to respond? Maybe. But before I go, ladies and gentlemen, I want to share this with you. This is Mr. Omar Newell. Not before I go, in this reaction that I'm doing right now. Before I end this reaction. Mr. Omar Newell in Parliament, and he said, Desmond McKenzie, I have to put this in here. Desmond McKenzie had something to say about a market in Highgate. And this is the response of Omar Newell. I want you to listen carefully.
If you follow parliamentary affairs in this country, you would know, you would have heard that the local government minister just announced that the Highgate market is going to be built this year. If you're a watcher, you would also know that this was announced in 2022 and again in 2024. I'm just sharing that fact with you, but we're going to hold the minister accountable and we're going to fight for the Highgate market to be complete this year, as has just been announced.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Omar Newell in the middle of Desmond McKenzie's speech put out this video. I just saw it today, and I've added it to this particular reaction. Those that are live listening, hey, you the VIPs. But in 2022, they announced the build out. The PM announces plans to build 2-story market building in Highgate, St. Mary in 2024, and 2 years before that, renovation of the Highgate market to be done on a phased basis. So, what was the first phase? They're going to start building it on a 2026 now, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. 4 years. Let's see if they're going to start it this year, ladies and gentlemen. Or they're going to tell the people that, oh, you know, things came up, another hurricane came, and you know, we don't have the money, although we allocated it in this and we allocated it in that. we just don't have the money. All these excuses. But big up Mr. Omar Newland. Massive shout out to Jamaica, just ladies and gentlemen. Alright, the PMP ain't playing. The P's in the PMP got nothing to do with playing. You heard? They are power punching. They are power knocking punches at the Jamaica Labour Party. Alright? Power knocking punches, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Man. Shout out to Zalika J, shout out to Omar Newland. You know what y'all think about that comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, top of the morning, top of the night, top of the afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I want to highlight this recommendation by the Integrity Commission to the Ministry of National Security and Peace, MNS. The DI recommends that the MNS conduct a full independent audit of all FLA vaults with a view of determining the full extent of missing ammunition to ensure that all firearms on record are properly accounted for. The DI recommendation is based on the fact, FACT, that only 17% of the 4,103 entries on the electronic vault system were checked and significant anomalies were detected. Most noteworthy on which is ammunition being unaccounted for. The DI posits that considering the country's current climate in respect to the use of firearms to commit violent crimes, one missing round of ammunition is one too many. Consequently, the DI recommends that the reference audit be expedited. Ladies and gentlemen, when reading this recommendation, I am confused. I am befuddled. I am at a loss for words, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you why. Because of the statements that the article that came out right after this particular audit came out. Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Minister of Security Chang says efforts remain ongoing to strengthening the operation of the Firearms License Authority, including plans to improve firearm and ammunition storage facilities to tighten operational procedures. The comments comes following the tabling of the investigative report. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if that's the only one he came out with, but something he said in that article bothered me. And I'm going to go to it, you know. I'm going to go to it because I believe it's the same article. I believe it's the same article. This particular article right here, something he said in this article bothered me. And we're going to go back to the recommendation because of it. See? All right. Variation, revocation, among the findings, blah, blah, blah. Chang said that updates provided him indicated that there were no recommendations for criminal charges, no evidence supporting allegations that firearms had gone missing from the authority. He stated that representatives of the Ministry of Law Enforcement, Border Security, Forensics, Defense and Protective Division were dispatched to inspect the authority's facilities after findings emerged. Chang represents confirmed limitations to physical storage, blah, blah, blah. Being sensitive to this problem, blah, blah, blah. Accountability, blah, blah, blah. Chang says he has been advised that despite the space constraints, the authority maintains functioning inventory systems and has been able to account for, blah, blah, blah. Account for firearms and ammunition currently in custody. He stated that the ministry has already started work to overhaul storage facilities, introduce new disposal and destruction procedures for weapons, upgrades, hydro, blah blah blah. Ministry accounted ammunition, addressing governance. Chang said he has directed newly appointed board directors chaired by Justice to pursue process improvements while talking into account findings, recommendations. To be clear, adjustments made to the board and review panel are not connected in any way to the investigation connected to the commission or any loss of confidence in former members of the current staff. This part, the man said, the adjustments being made have nothing to do with the findings of the Integrity Commission and the confidence. There's no loss in any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority. Jesus. Jamaica, let me read that again. The Minister of National Security said he has not lost any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority of the FLA. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. And he goes on to say, I have full confidence that the board will take the required steps to give effect to any recommendation from the Integrity Commission that will further strengthen the operations of the authority. Jamaica, if we go back, it says right here, the minister said that the reforms introduced, the minister also pointed to reforms introduced since 2017, including the reintroduction of firearm application, examination reviews, and suspicious approvals, audit of gun ranges, improvements in vetting system, and efforts to improve customer service. So all the work that they're doing there, it has nothing to do with the Integrity Commission filing. This man have full confidence in the board, and him have full confidence in the old and new staff that is at the FLA. You can't make this up. Jamaica, let me go back to the recommendations. Only 17% of 4,103 entries on the electronic vote system were checked. Only 17% of them. Not even 1/5 of the amount of ammunition and guns that they have there was checked, ladies and gentlemen. And a significant anomaly was detected. Most noteworthy, which is the ammunition being unaccounted for. One bullet can end one life. Mighty God of Daniel. Jamaica, Orange Chang Sem have full confidence in the board, and him have full confidence in the previous staff. Him not lose confidence in them. And the current one, what the hell can go so?
What can go so? Fully done.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
Stop it. Get some help. Jamaica, you tell me one thing. I have nothing more to say. Absolutely nothing more to say about that.
Hey, people. The man come out, come admit it. Say, yes, I, Mr. Robinson, interfere with the database system. Yeah? The man admitted saying go up on the system, go falsify the information. However, the man say he acted on instructions. He was instructed by Shane Dallin to put in this information on the system and update somebody's record. Little did he know, Jamaica, of the Jamaica Labour Party through Shane Dallin. Huh? Jamaica. Mr. Robinson, the accused, said that he went in the system, but for him to get access to the system, he must get the authorization and the password from Shane Darling. Can you imagine? You are going to tell such vicious lies and cook up such vicious stories, and cause the man two business to be closed down, put him out of a bread. When the poor man knows say none of them are something where they accuse him of. The poor man couldn't prove it because only him can have the access to his data. But little did he know that it is somebody, the gatekeepers of a national database, to be protecting the man. The same person who is there to protect the individual is the same person that destroyed the man. And the man knows him going at the system go sell the 2,000 rounds them. So he would have never put it on his system saying sell 2,000 rounds. And what they did to Mr. Kent Brown, Jamaica, caused the man to take the matter to court. But because in court is evidence rule, the evidence showed that the system, Jamaica, was changed. But the court no say a fraudulent activity, then fraud. The man can't prove it. So that's why the poor man called the Integrity Commission to make them know say one fraud a galang down at the FLA. Come investigate because me know I know me do them as something to me own database. Somebody is meddling with the database. And that is what caused the investigation, Jamaica. And the Integrity Commission acted on such report and went down at FLA go dig it up. And that is why we are here. That is why we are here this afternoon. When the investigation busts Jamaica, it shows that Shane Darling instructed one of the staff down at the FLA to corrupt the nation's database and to add information to someone's record, which later caused them to lose their license and their businesses closed down. Now when the investigation wrap up, it shows Jamaica that somebody put false information under the man's name. It further proved Jamaica that for that information to be added to the database, somebody must grant the access to such information. The report shows Jamaica that Mr. Shane Darling instructed one of the staff at the FLA to go into the system through the use of his password and alter the man's record. One of the damning things that was put on the record about the man is that the man sell an individual 2,000 rounds in range. And any amount, any amount of, what you call it now? Any amount of ammunitions that you sold, you must write it down. But the man saying couldn't write down and sell these ammunition here. Because my rain.
I want to go on with the general. Yo, Jerry Bryan, I hold them, you know?
Yes, sorry about that. What happened, Jamaica, is that The individual reported that these claims that was put on a database, yeah, I am not entitled to do so because on that day my business never opened yet, or it didn't open any at all that day. In addition, one of the individual which are them put in the database went up there to purchase the 2,000 rounds. That individual don't have the license to purchase ammunition. The man only have in his possession, what you call it, before you get your driver's license, your learners. What that individual have is a learner permit. And a learner permit don't authorize you to purchase ammunition. So how them can put that on the system? It gets worse, Jamaica. Another third individual was placed on the man record. Yeah? Say that the man go up and range, go purchase 2,000 ammunition. But the record show that 25 days later, that individual who went up there had passed away 25 days ago. The Integrity Commission went to the Registrar General to prove if the man passed away. And the record shows that the man passed away 25 days before that claim was made. So how does Shane Darling go put information on the man database say me sell them 2,000 live rounds? Me, the dead go up, they go make such purchase. Something is wrong. Something is wrong, my people. And this report, Chin, big up yourself. This report shows us, Jamaica, that our nation is in a predicament. I have never seen these kind of accusations under the People's National Party. Me no know them are going to come back here and I don't know. But Jamaica people fed up of the Jamaica Labour Party and there is no coming back from all of this. Can you imagine? What a shame and disgrace in the Jamaica Labour Party. Well, Jamaica, it was my pleasure being here, and we will continue to speak on this FLA report as the week goes by. Don't forget that at 2 p.m., the Nation Parliament convene. We will be hearing from Peter Bunting and, of course, the member for North East St. Elizabeth, Miss Zulika Jess. So we will be supporting those two individuals at 2 p.m. when Parliament convenes. Jamaica, I want to thank you guys so much for the love and the support. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Let us continue to look out one for another. Let us continue to champion the message of the People's National Party. We are on a high, Jamaica, and I'm just encouraging you to stay focused. Don't be distracted by the distractors. The People's National Party is poised for leadership. Let us remain focused. So with that said, my people, the word is love. Stay safe and stay true, Jamaica. Blessings, and see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. We will do it all over again. The word is love, Jamaica. Big up on yourself.
One J. Brian, One J. Brian, I want to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, what a breakdown. But they have to catch that one there from J. Brian, yeah, man. Real, you know? Mommy, oh my goodness. Lord of mercy. Woo! Lord of mercy. Of course, you know, I am not going anywhere because this is where I will be covering the what do you call it? This is where I'll be covering the parliament today for those sectorial debates. This live stream will be continuing until the end of that particular situation. So don't go anywhere. Keep liking, keep sharing. All right, so we're active here now. How I go on the camera? Deactivate, activate. Oh, there we go. Yeah, man, we're active here now. See that? We're active here now. Yes, my people. Charmian Wagwan. Charmian says Shane Dallin, who acting like he is a paragon of virtue when he went to the FLA, mix up in a corruption. Now he is to go. Name soon start call Quincy. Then she Satan advocate there in the theme. Not easy, you know. Mighty God, not easy at all. Not easy at all. So, Dr. Dayton Campbell and ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Dr. Dayton Campbell and Zulika Jess was on All Angles. It's two small snippets from the show, right? But I want you guys to listen carefully to the question from Deanne Jackson Miller. And Deanne Jackson Miller has come under severe heat. And I believe she has exposed herself to be leaning towards the Jamaica Labour Party in her support based off her criticism of Nikisha Burchell. She's entitled to her opinion, but her opinion will also lay us to have an opinion as well. Something that she said in that particular, you know, I don't know what to call it, bashing, heavy criticism of Nikisha Burchell truly rubbed me the wrong way, because something about foot and mouth disease and she tried to broad brush the People's National Party in terms of, you know, her criticism, like something is wrong with the approach of the People's National Party altogether. And it really, really bothers me, what she said, ladies and gentlemen, right? Because I don't think it was fair. And I'm going to go to the clip. I'm going to hear it for myself. All right?
Also controlled because it's not a school mistress and a school marm in a basic school. All right, no. Just no. This is not it. Why would you say that? MP, you need to walk it back. You need to apologize. This was actually this.
And I asked the question, where was the demand for an apology from the Speaker of the House? When she said, move outside, where was the demand for apology from the Speaker of the House, Dr. Angela Brownberg? There's a myriad of things Juliet Holness is to apologize for, but I've never heard Deanne Jackson Miller say, no, you need to walk it back. I've never heard that. When has that happened? But listen.
Disappointing for a number of reasons. I've been watching MP Burchell since she came to Parliament. She's a first-time MP representing a rural constituency, the constituency of South St. James. And she's one of the younger MPs that the PNP, the opposition PNP, has been looking to help to revitalize her side of the House. I've been pretty impressed with her, right? I've been listening to her contributions in committee. I like how she handled herself. I think she's been doing her homework. And I'd earmarked her in a previous video as one of the MPs I thought did really well, you know, from the start of Parliament last year. But honestly, it looked like she got sit down on the PNP side of the House and she catch foot in mouth disease with some of them have, because on the, you know, from the start of Parliament last year. But honestly, it looked like she got sit down on the PNP side of the House and she catch foot in mouth disease, which some of them have. Because why would you say this?
Here is my point. the PMP, she catch foot in mouth disease upon the PMP where some of them have. So this is a criticism of the PMP. A justified one? I don't know. You tell me. So you're telling me that the Speaker of the House don't have foot in mouth disease? This is why I said she's leaning more towards the JLP, in my opinion, in her commentary. And she try her best, but she get exposed a little bit here. So this was very disappointing from Dion Jackson. Of course, my criticism of her is light compared to the other colleagues on the platform that is in support of the People's National Party. Mr. Wayne Lonesome dealt with her very, he dealt with her. But moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I've made my point in regards to Dion Jackson Miller. Now, I want you to listen to this actual question. Angel Green said she out of order. Listen to this, the way she framed this question to Dr. Dayton Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this.
Been expressed, Campbell, given the concern that you've been expressing, this though in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt at engaging government on the concerns? I mean, we've heard the opposition at press conferences, but has there been a behind the scenes, come make us sit down and talk and try sort this out because the people suffering?
I find the question very insulting. I find the question very leading towards, as if she hasn't seen that the People's National Party has made several attempts. It was quite clear. So her question suggests that the PMP is just playing politics and they go to these press conferences to embarrass the Jamaica Labour Party and they're not really advocating on behalf of the people. That is how the question frame suggests to me. I don't know what you guys think, but when I heard it, that's the first thing. I was like, wait a minute. Why? If you notice, let me go back. If you notice how she was buck shuffling, asking the question, ladies and gentlemen, you could see that, for me, in my opinion, it came from a place of clear bias towards the Jamaica Labour Party. I am questioning her as a journalist. This is on all angles. This is TVJ. This is not her own podcast where she have her own opinion. You have to at least pretend as if you're being objective. You're telling me that you watched this entire 7 months and you didn't see clearly coming out of even the Prime Minister's mouth saying that the opposition leader reached out to him. As a matter of fact, the opposition leader has had an issue with him responding to him. The message just go and disappear and no reply. So how can you ask a question like that? And then she also framed it in a way, she was singing the tune of the Jamaica Labour Party. Listen again. I want you guys to listen carefully, ladies. Listen again.
But given the concern that you've been expressing, this though in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt?
What should I say? A real attempt? And some people might have liked Dion Jackson Miller, right? So this might be hard for you to hear. But tell me that I am tripping. Tell me that I am just making a mountain out of a mole the way how she's framing this question. Tell me. Show me. Do a video and explain to me. Say, boy, no, you just read too much into it, man. Listen to her, ladies and gentlemen. She talked about infrastructure work. She talked about relief. all of these things, singing the tune of the Jamaica Labour Party. Let me take this person off my page. Thank you so much for exposing yourself. Right? Listen again.
Yeah, but given the concern that you've been expressing, this though in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt at engaging government on the concerns? I mean, we've heard the opposition at press conferences, but has there been a behind the scenes, come make us sit down and talk and try sort this out because the people are suffering?
A part of Jamaican politics is that when you're elected, you become the chief mendicant. So I have been begging, pretty much, advocating, pleading to persons for some assistance for the persons. It makes no sense for me to not do that because that's...
Jamaica, I want you to go back to the first few parliaments because I can't do it right now. I didn't plan to do it. If I did, I would lay it out on the table for you right now. I want you to go back to the first few parliaments when the People's National Party and listen to the tone mass control. Listen to the tone. Zane, Floyd Shaw, Vanessa, listen to the tone of the People's National Party. From the onset. As a matter of fact, you know I'm going to do it? I'll be back. So ladies, I'm back and I found the video, right? I found one of the videos. I want you guys to listen to Mark Jefferson Golden at the first press conference. Listen to this.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Jamaica. Good afternoon, members of the media and all listeners. I want to begin by expressing my profound, heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of those who have lost their lives in this tragic hurricane or its aftermath. Our sympathies also extend very profoundly to those thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans who are suffering at this time from the impact, the calamitous impact that this hurricane has had. And we are aware, of course, that there are levels of destruction. There's a large ground zero, as it's called, which is really the areas of Jamaica that were in the swathe of the hurricane when the eye hit in eastern Westmoreland, stretching into St. Elizabeth, stretching into the more westerly parts of Westmoreland as well, and then moving north into South St. James, parts of Hanover, and of course, Trelawney and even St. Anne. The rest of Jamaica has also suffered damage, some of it before the hit of the hurricane. And so we can't leave them out because there are communities all over the island where people are in a very difficult situation, whether it be due to no access with roads being blocked or breakaways, landslides, and so on. Our hearts go out to all who are in this dire predicament now. Now, I would say that this hurricane and its aftermath represent an existential threat to our society as we know it. People in life-threatening situations of isolation and deprivation mean that unless relief can reach them promptly and unless the necessary assistance can be found and distributed in an equitable and transparent manner to help them rebuild their lives, Jamaica is going to be facing very difficult times. And I think that point is not lost on anyone who is familiar with what is going on as I speak. In this context, we all need to pull together in unity to get Jamaica through this terrible disaster. This is a time to join hands and hearts, not just in words, but in deeds, so that the whole nation can feel part of responding actively to this devastating situation and the solutions that will help us to pull ourselves out of it. The opposition must not at this time be seeking to score political points as a political competitor of the government. This is not the time for the opposition to adopt that posture. And we are indeed trying our very best to operate in the spirit of that. On the other hand, we must point out where there are areas of need and what we see as the priorities in relation to those needs, where we see weaknesses in the response mechanisms that need strengthening or correcting, and we must provide, where we can, constructive, well-intentioned suggestions to help navigate the country through this disaster. We must also demand transparency and fairness in the distribution of all relief. The relief must get to those who need it, prioritizing those who need it most, whether they be of whatever political color or whatever demographic group they may belong to. They're all Jamaicans, and they are to be treated equally in this time without any form of discrimination or tribal politics coming into it. And we want to stand for that. There can be no place for partisanship or profiteering by political insiders or others connected to them at a time like this. It requires good governance, inclusive governance, authentic communication, and everyone working together. I now move to some of the things that I wish to propose in this regard. I have proposed to the Prime Minister from last week, Wednesday, that he should establish a broad-based task force to be given the responsibility of governance oversight over the relief effort, the relief coming in, how it is dealt with, how it is distributed, not to manage that process on a day-to-day basis, but to provide oversight to those who are managing it. So there's some accountability for how it's done, and that accountability is being held by a broad-based group that can enjoy the support and confidence of the whole society, especially those who are suffering terribly now and no doubt fear that they may not be treated fairly or they may be ignored or overlooked in the response of the state to the crisis.
Jamaica, you hear when Mark Golden said at the press conference saying reach out to Andrew Holness from last week, that are the week before the press conference. The man was in constant dialogue behind the scenes with Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness confirmed it in a parliament. Remember going to parliament now and show us what the hell is Dion Jackson Miller talking about? What kind of question that she asks? I'm going to go back to the question again for showing us that I am not tripping. When I listen to me, when I analyze the thing, Dion Jackson Miller has exposed herself, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot believe it. Listen to Dayton Campbell, so in a parliament. Listen to this. Tell me, he said, the man them not come with an authentic plea to the government, right? For help. Listen to this.
From Portland Eastern, you would now be at the back of the line. I didn't touch your mic other than to turn it on. Member from Westmoreland East, your questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few questions. At the outset, nothing that I say is politically motivated. I guess when a politician is saying something, people naturally think it's political because it's coming from a politician.
Member, just straight to the question.
From you see what you see? Look how humble. Look how humble Dayton Campbell came. The man is saying, listen, I want to make it clear that this is not being political. The situation in Westmoreland is a dire situation. This is ground zero. And listen to the virago in a parliament. This is why Nikisha Bertrand said what you said. Dion Jackson Miller.
No, Madam Speaker, please. I have a mother that is in St. Anne. I don't have one in here.
Member, question, please.
Don't do that.
Straight to the question, member.
You see what Dayton Campbell had to do? I have a mother in St. Anne. I don't have one here. You don't talk to me like that. I'm a big man. Where was Dion Jackson Miller to demand the Speaker of the House to actually apologize to that? Yeah, she have a lot of people to apologize to, you know. I haven't heard none of you said apologize. But that's not the point. Look at the humility and the restraint that Dr. Dayton Campbell showed. Because of these some people, hey, la, whoa. She's very disrespectful. You understand? So she had tried to control Parliament like how she control her yard. That's not what Nikisha Burchell said. But that's what it is. She have a controlling damn issue where you can control a man, so not Parliament. These are grown people, but I digress. Let's move on.
I am simply trying to set the context of what I'm saying by saying that nothing that I have to say here is politically motivated. It's a simple point.
No, but there's not a reason why I'm feeling me to say
My first question, because I think we have to learn from what we do. My first question. In the preparation for the hurricane, when the initial allocation was made of $200 million, we were told that some of us constituencies were not included in that allocation of $200 million. We raised concerns because the system was bigger than the country, several times bigger, and clearly would have affected every parish. Looking at what happened, where Westmoreland was told not a priority, and landfall was made in eastern Westmoreland, do we think that we have the appropriate mechanism in place to make the allocations for impending weather events like this?
Good question.
Let me play that question again. Because this question is going to come up. Felicia P, what's up? This question is going to come up again, 7 months after with a hurricane season right in front of us. Let me play that again.
We raised concerns because the system was bigger than the country, several times bigger, and clearly would have affected every parish. Looking at what happened, where Westmoreland was told that we're not a priority, and landfall was made in eastern Westmoreland, do we think that we have the appropriate mechanism in place to make the allocations for impending weather events like this?
Good question.
My second question. In the lead up again to the hurricane, we were told that the supplies would not get to the shelters until the system started and persons started going to the centers. Do you think that was the appropriate decision, seeing that we were preparing for a Category 5 hurricane, and naturally it would have caused disruption in access to get to the shelters? I could have made my points easier, but since I want to put them as questions, I just put them as questions. Do we have an idea, an accurate count of the number of deaths that have occurred in Jamaica? No. Because based on my count from my own constituency, in the Darliston division, there are 12. In the Leamington division, 4. Betheltown division, 2. And 7 in the White House division, which is giving me 25. So do we have an accurate count as to the number of deaths that have taken place in the country? Do we believe that the response to retrieve the bodies was appropriate? Because we've had funeral homes that had to come for some, and the community members had to bury others in eastern Westmoreland. So do we believe that the response has been adequate to pick up the bodies? In terms of the response of ministries, departments, and agencies, how do we go about making an assessment on how we deploy personnel from ministries, departments, and agencies to constituencies that are affected? Eastern Westmoreland is where landfall was made. A Category 5 hurricane, the eye of it, so that carries the eye wall, went across the constituency, starting in New Hope to Darliston to Betheltown, and then over into South St. James. Total devastation and destruction along the entire constituency. Do we believe that enough personnel from ministries, departments, and agencies have been mobilized for a constituency like this, which is in fact the actual ground zero of the hurricane? My next question. Do we think that the condition that obtains in the shelters currently is adequate? The Maud McLeod shelter in Darliston, the persons there are sleeping on the desk that are within the shelter. Not one mattress is at the facility. Females are there that are having their monthly cycles without any form of supplies being given to that center. 3-month-old baby in the center. Do we think that sufficient work is being done in the centers, in the shelters that currently obtain? There are over, by my estimation, at least 2,000 homes that are flat, not damaged. They are totally destroyed. The foundation is all that you see. Do we think enough is being done to provide shelter, food and water for those persons who have been displaced? I'm encouraged, Prime Minister, by some of what you have said. I'm encouraged by some of what you have said. Not being unreasonable, I'm encouraged by some of what you have said. The establishment of the points by the JDF is something that is long overdue, so that we can have access points across the constituency where you can airlift supplies to and then distribute from there, and that we can get medical personnel in place. The hurricane itself and the destruction that it has caused is a high-stress environment. To be hypertensive, have high blood pressure, and be out of your medication in a high-stress environment is a recipe for disaster. It's a ticking time bomb. So those persons that are within Eastern Westmoreland that needs medical care, the centers have to be set up urgently in a way that the army can mobilize persons to the different communities so they can attend to persons. There are at least 3 communities that are still maroon. And at Grand Gala, we see soldiers rappelling from the helicopters. It can't be just practice. Now is the real thing. Beast and Spring, which have Beast and Spring, the 3 areas that are maroon, Beast and Spring, and a community called Touch Valley, and there's another section there called Left Hall. And then you have Amity, up in close to the border with South St. James. PM, my own assessment, and I'm not a specialist in this, but my own assessment, looking at the damage to the housing stock, is that I believe that the only thing that I see that can quickly deal with it is the containerized housing solutions that come anywhere between 3,000 to 4,000 US landed and erected.
Member, do you have any more questions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do.
Okay, please,
yes,
member.
Yes, I do.
Please, member, questions.
What is the what?
So even in the humility of the People's National Party, in the most devastating period in Jamaican history, the Speaker of the House didn't have the emotional intelligence to allow the man to ask his questions. Interrupting the man. This is not a normal situation. Forget the standing orders and use emotional intelligence so the man, the representative of the People's National Party, can speak on behalf of the people that are suffering in Eastern Westmoreland in this case. Right? Look at her. This is what the PNP had to deal with there, Jackson Miller. Where was your criticism of how the government was operated in this sensitive time? Right? Where was your criticism of the House Speaker in the way she was behaving? Can you imagine in a public space how they are dealing with the People's National Party in Parliament? For the world to see, you can imagine the People's National Party humbly trying to reach out. and what that would look like. I'm going to show you after this what it would look like.
What is the possibility of us?
Please, member, questions.
What is the possibility?
Look at that face. Look at her face of disgust. Look at her face of disgust. And if for those who want to see, come over to BOLO TBV. Look at her face of disgust, ladies and gentlemen. She cannot even hide her true feelings towards her bias against the People's National Party members. Right? Her face looks like she's constipated and want to throw up at the same time. She have a constipated face, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Freeze frame. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. She cannot hide her bias and her disgust for the People's National Party. And she's supposed to be the Speaker of the House. And she's supposed to be balanced and fair. And you can see her face, her body language, everything. Yesterday in Parliament, you want to hear she almost went against, I think she went against the standing orders and called out Nikisha Burchell's name. And then correct herself. I'm sorry, say Nikisha Burchell never get up and say, you are out of order based on standing orders such and such and such. You understand? Let's continue.
The ability of us as a country putting a program together that will see us being able, and I'm sure the other members from Westmoreland will speak for themselves, but and surrounding areas, because Northwest St. Elizabeth is in the same category, you know. So it's not a political point that I am making, because the damage there is just as bad. What is the possibility of us being able to implement a program quickly where we can get some of those units erected, so at least we can get that mother from under the tarpaulin with her children? That is the current situation in Belmont and Bluefields and elsewhere across the constituency.
Dean Jackson Miller, 7 months later, where were you when the People's National Party were asking these questions? 7 months later, that question, the Jamaica Labour Party has still failed. 7 months later. Mighty God.
We also need, if you want me to ask it as a question, when will we be able to have some repair done to the gas station facilities so that when somebody says to me they're coming from Kingston, I don't have to ask them to bring me low sulfur so that I can drive? When
you know what is disgusting about the Jamaica Labour Party? Some of their supporters. Look at this person in the comment section talking about, you get enough time. That's not a question. No heart, no soul, just disgusting and evil. No compassion. I'm telling you, you know, God is not sleeping. You can't tell none of that. You better repent. Because if you don't repent, for boy, it's not a pretty pound. People like you in the comment section are saying these things. Mighty God.
Will we have some facility in place that persons can get access to fuel so that they can, even the elected officials, that they can actually go to the communities? Madam Speaker, I have nothing but concern for the people that I represent. I don't care who they voted for. Not my concern at this time. I'm talking about the people and how they are currently living. Anybody who doubts what I am saying, take a trip for yourself. And if it doesn't cause you to have tears, then you are not human. Anybody that doubts what I'm saying, take a trip for yourself. If you think that I am just here grandstanding, take a trip for yourself.
and have a look at the situation. It is a total and complete disaster in eastern Westmoreland, and this is a cry for help.
So Dean Jackson Miller, you never hear the cry for help. You never hear the cry for help, Dean Jackson Miller, talking about if there was a real effort from the People's National Party. Do you see what Dr. Dayton Campbell, did you see grandstanding? That was the most humility I saw from Dr. Dayton Campbell. Did you see him in the campaign? I was wondering if it was the same Dr. Dayton Campbell that came to Parliament. The man was shook. The man was absolutely shook from the events that happened with Hurricane Melissa and what he saw happen to the people and what happened to himself because he moved the gun to. You understand? He sustained damages. He was right there in the heart of it with the people. Dr. Dayton Campbell is an unsung hero among us. I'm going to tell you something. You see these persons in these constituency that got hit, if there was ever a time for them to prove their commitment to the people that they serve and who elected them, and even those who didn't elect them and didn't vote for them, you saw it post Hurricane Melissa from the People's National Party. But I want to cap this critique of Dean Jackson Miller's question with this particular video, ladies and gentlemen, from my own collection on TikTok. I want you to listen to Andrew Honest words out of his own mouth. Listen to this.
On the pandemic.
Hear this.
Management from
the
hear this side
TikTok,
of
hear this.
On the pandemic.
Hear this.
When the leader of the opposition and myself met,
yes,
he expressed to me that he would want to have a role
yes
in the recovery, and that was not something that I objected to.
Oh, yeah. Dean Jackson Miller, you hear that? The People's National Party, Mark Golding met behind the scenes. Met behind the scenes with Andrew Holness. So what do you think they're going to do when they met behind the scenes after post-Hurricane Melissa? You don't think that they were dialoguing about all these things that has come up now? All these failures that Mark Golding tried to give some sound advice for them to prevent, because at the end of the day, the people would be the ones who are suffering. Mark Golding reached out his hand and said, work with us. We are here. And what did Andrew Honest say? Listen to this.
Management from the side of
TikTok, hear this.
On the pandemic.
Hear this.
When the leader of the opposition and myself met,
yes,
he expressed to me that he would want to have a role
yes
in the recovery, and that was not something that I objected to.
Oh, you never object?
I still, however, have to figure out how does that work.
Andrew Honest just admitted that he can't figure out after all this time, how Mark Golding is going to have a role in the recovery process. Him still can't figure that out, I want to make that digest. More on that go down and wash and just, when you drink one nice cup of coffee and you feel it all the way down in your intestine, your belly feel a relief and you bust a gas. I want to know if you remember, say, Andrew Honest just said, him still a figure out how Mark Golding can be a part of the recovery process. A role in the recovery process. How Mark Golding can have a role in the recovery process. Ladies and gentlemen, I find it so hard. Oh, it's so hard for him to figure out a role for Mark Golding in the recovery process. What little he must think of Mark Golding? These are questions. What little he must think of Mark Golding that he can't figure out. Or a man that know business. A man as smart as Mark Golding. Right? The leader of the opposition. A successful businessman. He can't figure out how Mark Golding is going to have a role in the recovery process. Andrew Holness, you Hey, you're killing a brother. You're a dangerous guy. You man, we kill you. Yo, Andrew Holness too wicked, brother.
The framework of our system is we have a parliament.
Yes.
This is the ultimate forum in which we meet and debate. And I have said, hold on, I've said, listen, let us establish a special committee. It wouldn't be under the strictures of all the other routes of how...
So, Andrew, if you want to figure out how Mark Golding can be a part and have a role, why you don't ask Mark Golding, what do you suggest? How you can play a role? You never think about that? No, but you want to figure it out yourself. And then you not have the brains to figure it out according to you. You still can't figure it out now, so you don't have the brains, you don't have the IQ, so why you never ask Mark Golding? Mark Golding, you know, what do you suggest? You never think about that? That never occurred to you. You know why? Because you have no intention of Mark Golding playing any role or the opposition. That's my opinion and I'm entitled to it. Yeah? That is no longer an opinion. That has become a fact. It has manifested into a fact, ladies and gentlemen. The Jamaica Labour Party showed clear signs that they have no intention. None. No intention of having the People's National Party involved in any type of recovery. Now they are failing. You see Desmond McKenzie come out talking about, you know, we should work together, you know, cleaning up the garbage and this initiative. No, not fail pound on own, so not do it pound on own. Hug up that. Let's listen to the answer from Dr. Data. We'll play over this now for sure. I just proved how ridiculous the statement that she made was in the question. But let's go over again, ladies and gentlemen.
But given the concern that you've been expressing, this though in the context of the projects we've heard announced from government in terms of infrastructure work, in terms of housing, in terms of relief, has there been, what should I say, a real attempt at engaging government on the concerns? I mean, we've heard the opposition at press conferences, but has there been a behind the scenes, come make us sit down and talk and try sort this out because the people suffering?
A part of Jamaican politics is that when you're elected, you become the chief mendicant. So I have been begging, pretty much, advocating, pleading to persons for some assistance for the persons. It makes no sense for me to not do that because that's where you get the allocation from. What I think is that the coordination of it has just not happened to an acceptable level. And I think there's a lot of PR that is taking place around it that makes it appear as if the recovery is well, but it's really not going well on the ground. So, for example, a lot of roads would have suffered significant damage during the passage of the hurricane. And we have not had a road program that has given any allocation to the constituency of Eastern Westmoreland since the passage of the hurricane. So I heard the minister announce a program and he said that $500 million out of the 1.something billion would be spent in Kingston and St. Andrew. Now, Kingston and St. Andrew did not suffer majority of the damage from the passage of the hurricane. So that was just a routine program, but they just rebranded it to say that it is to deal with Hurricane Melissa. But it really wasn't, because the allocation to Western Jamaica was about $70 million for the entire parish of Westmoreland. Nothing significant has been done.
I think one of the concerns has to be to what extent does the parish feel like it knows what's happening? You know, is there a plan? Do people know what is going to be happening to deal with these problems across constituencies? And I know you're just one constituency, but you are in St. Elizabeth.
I don't know that there's any confidence in respect of there being a plan per se for the parish of St. Elizabeth. And I say this because I am bearing in mind what the mayor actually said just a few weeks ago when he said that he's having sleepless nights because the parish is not ready in the event that another hurricane or even just a tropical storm comes. From those utterances, one would realize that there really doesn't appear to be any concerted or targeted plan for the parish of St. Elizabeth, especially bearing in mind that the mayor himself has indicated that more than half of the shelters are not in a position to take in persons. So in other words, the shelters need shelter because many of them are still without roofs. Many of them are just not in a state where they can provide any useful purpose. In terms of a plan, we do hear in Parliament plans about a new city in Black River, but we have no idea as it relates to the concept or the actual design or the scope. We have no idea.
Which is a segue to NARA then, because we've been told that NARA, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, that a set of priority projects is being determined by cabinet. Presumably, St. Elizabeth is going to figure in there. Presumably, Westmoreland is going to figure in there as two of the worst hit areas.
So that was two of the clips, ladies and gentlemen. The shelter needs shelters. Mighty God. Zulika Jess. Big up Zulika Jess. The shelter needs shelter. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. As far as I'm concerned, Deanne Jackson Miller has truly it's truly disappointing for me. Never expected that, I thought she was a neutral and a professional in the media space. Leave that up to us vloggers. Let us pick a side and seem biased. But on TVJ doing an interview, to ask such a ridiculous question to Dr. Ethan Campbell and then coming off the cusp of criticizing Nikisha Burchell the way you did, and we have not heard you criticize the Speaker of the House and have that strong language against her. It just rubs me the wrong way. Let me know what you guys think, all right? Jamaica, we want to go back and we want to listen to the Speaker of the House and see if she explained clearly to Zulika just say, yo, say, me no want to break your time, so me already had the time. I want to go back and listen, You think, say, if that was clear to Zulika Jess in all that confusion, you think, say, Zulika Jess would not deal with her time better than that? Obviously, she would have deal with her time better than that. And look how much time they take from her and break her stride. They should have given her 10 minutes extra, right? And make it clear to the lady, say, yo, don't worry about when the beeper beep, actually have said to her, say, I already added your time. When the beeper beep, it means your time is up and you won't get any additional time. Did she say that? Did she say that, ladies and gentlemen? No. I want to go back and listen for yourself. I'm not go back and listen. I want to go back and listen for yourself. Zulika just want to shoot them with beer. Me I talk about beer sniper rifle bullet. I left out a chamber. Everything a headshot. Everything what you say in our speech, ladies and gentlemen, was on point. 100% on point. Justice to the people of Jamaica. And it is political victimization that they are going with. And they have no shame. You can imagine people, judge and them people if you ball out under this administration, but a dirty administration. But guess what? There's consequences to want to vote for. Only people take money and don't vote. Only people sit around the yard and say, we're not going to vote in not either side because both sides are the same. The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. I want to feel it. I want to continue to feel it. All I want to go, I want to budget for politics. I want to pick a side. I want to go feel it. I want to go and feel it. I want to better get up and damn vote in a voting time and stop come tell me, I go form a political party for myself and stop come tell me about, it doesn't matter who you vote for, it's the same and the system. Go change the system. Be an activist and change the system. There's more of you out there that don't believe in either government than there is that who believe in the government. So here what? Make you own a party and unite together. Do it. Show us. Show us how it is done. Yes? And stop damn complaining, talking. Both parties are not the same. That is a bold-faced lie. There's clear differences. Do you think that this speech from Zulika just in the House of Parliament was a show? You think that she doesn't care about the people that she's actually talking about? You must be outside of your mind. This lady is very passionate. The People's National Party is passionate about helping the people. You understand? So, you better put on the boots, strap them up, lace them tightly, and get in the damn game and stop complaining. I rest my case. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with a reaction to this particular interview on JIS. Let's listen to the CEO of NARA that has no chance of going to prison if anything wrong is done in NARA because he is indemnified. So I want you guys to pay attention to his tone. I want you to pay attention to his body language and all of these things. All right? Let's continue. Let's get into it. And like and share the video, ladies and gentlemen.
The 2026 hurricane season officially started on June 1, and so did the new CEO of NARA, that's the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, which will be managing Jamaica's post-Hurricane Melissa recovery. He's Major General Anthony Anderson here with us for this special JIS interview. General Anderson, the start of your appointment coinciding with the start of the hurricane season feels very symbolic. Do you see it that way?
I think it is, and I believe that there's probably a good reason why it's on the 1st of June. Obviously, we've been looking at that period, June to November, as the hurricane season. Traditionally, hurricanes came in the middle of that, August, September. So we have a real full season now. And that's it's concerning because it's now much more expanded than it was, even though we've always said that's the hurricane season. Yeah. But as I say, my appointment this day, although I'm not going to be doing ODPM's work, I'll be doing pretty much large reconstruction and resilience projects for the government. And of course, in that process, build in a lot of knowledge transfer and capacity building in it.
Hurricane Melissa had a devastating impact on Jamaica, even if people weren't directly affected. Seeing how so many people were impacted, does that affect how you do your job?
Not really. I mean, I just focus and get things done. Perhaps it's my background that causes that. It's crisis, operating in a crisis has been my bread and butter for a very long time. And so once it happens, you can't get too emotionally involved with it because you need to be very functionally involved with it to ensure the best outcomes.
Yeah, you spoke about your background just now. You've been head of the JDF, head of the police force. You've been national security advisor, most recently Jamaica's ambassador to the US. Anyone would agree you have served your country with distinction. You could easily go off to go and play pickleball or golf, something like that. Hang up your socks. Why take on this huge job now?
Well, when you do service, there's never enough that you can do for your country. If there was no Melissa, then there'd be no NARA, and then I wouldn't be doing this. I'd still be the ambassador. I'd still be doing that and seeking an advantage for Jamaica over there. But since you had Melissa, with the level of damage and devastation that it caused, and you have NARA, you now have opportunity. And that's an opportunity all of us, none of us can afford to waste. And I believe that my own background and experience will assist in getting that done.
Expound on opportunity. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's given an opportunity to rebuild. It's given an opportunity to get money, to invest in infrastructure that was probably necessary, but we didn't have the money to do, and things that are now damaged, which are broken, that previously were okay, so people would get by with it. Now we have an opportunity to rebuild. We have an opportunity to get a construction industry that can build faster and bigger things. We have an opportunity to get young engineers looking at how you build at scale. And we have an opportunity to create leadership through our ministry structures to ensure that we have leaders who can lead in a crisis. Yeah. So there are lots of opportunities there.
And for you, what will success in this job look like?
Well, at the core of it is that we actually deliver at scale, with speed, transparently, efficiently. The projects that are given by
Transparently. Transparently. No, you gotta be kidding, bro. Use my next word. Transparently is not it, sir. There's no transparency in NARA. Let's continue.
At the core of it is that we actually deliver at scale, with speed, transparently, efficiently, the projects that are given by the cabinet. Beyond that is the level of integration and communication we get going with our public-private partnerships and also with what the private sector is doing. All of that needs to, at least there needs to be awareness with all of it so that we can create some synergies from all of the efforts that are going to be taking place simultaneously, what we do, but what everybody else is doing as well. Is to bring all that together.
And speaking about the synergies and the efforts, if we were to put some timelines on that, what realistically are you hoping to achieve in your first 90 days?
Well, usually it's 100 days. Yeah, usually we talk about now 100 days. I mean, the first part of it is really setting up the organization. So NARA is an act that has a CEO, and that's it at the moment. So very rapidly, we're going to have to build out the organization. And also get the systems in place that can properly manage in a automated and effective way, manage the program of projects and the projects themselves with the necessary tools to be able to report on things so that the discussions around transparency, discussions around what's going on, ideally those will disappear because it will be automated and it's a part of your systems.
And so what do you hope to achieve by the end of this year?
Right, so by the end of this year, we should have, well, NARA will be up and running. We will have a sense or a register of our projects that are NARA projects, but the other projects that are taking place.
So Jamaica, according to him, the NARA is going to be our system where everything will be transparent. I want to listen and I want to write them something down. You know. So you see when the ultimate moment come, I'm going to say certain things, I'm going to go back, I'm going to say, want to remember. Listen again.
Right, so by the end of this year, we should have, well, NARA will be up and running. We will have a sense or a register of our projects that are NARA projects, but the other projects that are taking place that may impact or the ones that we may be able to get synergy from by coordinating the efforts, whether it's a public-private partnership type project, an existing project in a ministry that's not under NARA, or a private sector project. And the more we know about the collective picture of what's being done, is the better we can get some synergies. We should also, by the end of the year, have had engagements with all the MDAs that have a piece to play in that puzzle, but also affected parish councils and so on. We need to know each other because, I mean, the truth is that I'm here as CEO of NARA, but ultimately the outcome is a better Jamaica for everyone. So everyone who has a hand in it should want to accelerate it, get things going faster, more efficiently, because that's what our people expect of us.
Yeah. You mentioned transparency earlier, and there has been a lot of discussion around NARA itself and their appointment, and we do want to touch on some of those issues on the other side of this break. We're speaking with Major General Anthony Anderson, the CEO of the newly established NARA. More on the other side of this break. Know you mainly from your of NARA Major. Welcome back to this special GIS interview. We're speaking with the CEO of NARA, Major General Anthony Anderson. General Anderson, Jamaicans know you mainly from your jobs heading the JDF and the police force, so we know you have a strong background in national security. What qualifies you, many Jamaicans are asking, for this job?
Right, so one is that, the job of CEO is a CEO job. That's the first thing. That if you're going to run something large and complex.
No, I know why Mr. Wayne some calling Google Gaga. Did he just say The first of all, a CEO job is a CEO. Man, you gotta be kidding, bro. Hold up, wait a minute. What?
Qualifies you when Jamaicans are asking for this job?
Right. So one is that the job of CEO is a CEO job. That's the first thing. That if you're going to run something large and complex, it suits you to have done that before. Beyond that, of course, I mean, I was during the 2000s. For a portion of that, I ran the engineer regiment of the JDF and responded to 2 hurricanes, Gustav and Ivan, as the head of the engineering part of the force. I also worked with, as in that job. As a matter of fact, between small and large projects, I had like 250 of them running at the same time, construction projects of different scales. I worked with NHT on the inner city housing projects, built bases, and did many things like that. So I have a relatively strong background in construction, from working on a site as a teenager
Tell us about that.
Well, back in the day, when I was at UTech, I did electrical engineering, but I also needed to make some money, so I worked construction supervision, initially construction supervision in like the summers and so on. I do that to make money so that you can fund yourself through school.
Yeah. You mentioned managing over 250 construction projects.
Well, of different size. You have little ones, like small ones to large projects.
How would you describe your leadership style, managing all of that, then coming straight up through the ranks?
Well, you have systems. You have to put systems in place once you're doing large things or anything that's complex, or many things at the same time. You have to have systems. You have to select and get good people, and then empower them and guide them. So you empower them, you build them, and you're almost building your own redundancy. So you make sure that you have people around you who know what you know and can do what you do. So that's always part of it. If you're in a crisis, I become very directive about what needs to happen and just get it done. Outside of that, I'm collaborative.
Speaking about getting very directive, leading the JDF and the police force may be very different from leading a public-facing entity, a public sector agency like the NARA. Will you have to change how you lead to accommodate that?
No, I've never had to use a lot of force to lead. People, I generally share what I'm thinking, share my vision for whatever I'm doing, but share also why it's important, why it matters, and why your work matters.
Yeah. Nobody no need to share nothing. Nara have stepping powers. So nobody come with this, oh, we don't have to use force. That's exactly what Nara was built for. Force. Cut the crap, cut the malarkey.
Share my vision for whatever I'm doing, but share also why it's important, why it matters, and why your work matters. And when you're leading organizations or anything, really, you sink or swim together. I mean, you rising tide raises all boats. And it's important that I found it beneficial where the person who's considered at the lowest levels understand what's going on. I don't think there's anyone in a process who needs to be removed or doesn't need to know. So I default towards getting people to know, except for the things that need to be unknown, if you see what I'm saying.
I do.
Yes.
There have been questions about whether you applied for this job and went through the process like everyone else, or whether you were handpicked for this position. Can you respond to that?
Well, I applied based on the requirements that was published in the newspaper, I believe it was, and online. And then I was interviewed, probably maybe an hour and three-quarter interview, so it was quite interesting thing. But of course, it wasn't that problematic for me because it's really talking about things I know. It wasn't that.
Yeah. The agency has been controversial even before it came into being, with various interest groups raising varying concerns. Does that concern you?
So it's new. New things tend to have that. We're aware that, and we have a society where you have a lot of interested parties around any new thing. There is also sometimes challenges with trust, we're not sure. And sometimes we default, unfortunately, to the negative rather than the positive. And that's why even things like, was there a special arrangement for me? But why would there be? You understand? That's.
What do you mean, why would there be? Because you are the Prime Minister friend, a.k.a. allegedly cousin. What do you mean, why would there be? So, people actually asking the question if there was a special. Look on your face. I'm going to screenshot this. Box cover. Why would there be? You cannot make this up, Jamaica. You cannot make this up. No, this man is definitely an anti-honest friend. Then people are taking for you that, What do you mean, why would there be? Who is your wife, sir? Are you married? Is your wife a friend of Andrew Holness? Well, if you're your wife, you must be a friend of Andrew Holness. Because you are a friend of Andrew Holness. Weren't you his personal security advisor at one point? You're the only man that failed in the office and went to another office where you get more money and more prestige. You moved from when you, I can't show the numbers them. I just don't want to do it right now. You were a failure as a commissioner. And after as a commissioner, you went to where? What them name as an ambassador? Brother, I want your job security. I want your job security. Where did you go to school? It is alleged that you went to school in England. Is that true? I'm just asking questions. Because there's a lot of dots that need to be connected, And I don't want to presume anything. So I'm asking the question. Who is your wife? Right? Who is your wife's father? Is your wife's father a businessman in Jamaica? And is that businessman a friend of Andrew Holness and an associate? Does that businessman have any interest in pulling contracts from this NARA organization? And if these things are true, the questions I'm asking, if all of the answers are yes, don't you see that as a conflict of interest? Wouldn't that tie into corruption, nepotism, cronyism? These are questions. Why would it be? That's crazy.
And that's why even things like, was there a special arrangement for me? But why would there be? You understand? That's the question. Why would there be? And why would that be necessary? It wouldn't be necessary. So we get into that mode. The only way we get out of it, to tell you the truth, is when we deliver. How we engage people. How we let them know, what we're thinking. Too much is riding on this for it to not succeed. It's a no-fail mission.
And I do want to come to that momentarily, but did the noise make the job less appealing for you?
I think so. Also, sometimes challenges with trust, we're not sure. And sometimes we default, unfortunately, to the negative rather than the positive. And that's why even things like, was there a special arrangement for me? But why would there be? You understand? That's the question. Why would there be? And why would that be necessary? It wouldn't be necessary. So we get into...
Sir, so you're telling me that all the persons, that these 80 plus people that came to do an interview, you were the most qualified? You were the most qualified with the most experience. All the other international people, you were the most qualified. Until I see a listing of persons and credentials, I don't believe that. I just don't believe it.
To that mode, the only way we get out of it, to tell you the truth, is when we deliver. How we engage people. How we let them know, what we're thinking. Too much is riding on this for it to not succeed. It's a no-fail mission.
And I do want to come to that momentarily, but did the noise make the job less appealing for you?
I've dealt with noise a lot over my time in public service, especially once you're in a job that is relatively high profile. There's going to be.
The mainstream media is so condescending, and these people that think that they are what I would say is above the fold, and they cannot be held accountable. For them, ladies and gentlemen, you see, when people criticize and ask critical questions, they call it noise. That in itself is a dismissive tone, and it tells you where they are at, in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? Well, let's continue.
Noise. In order to do the job, you have to be able to clear the noise. You have to be laser focused on what you're trying to get done. Because it's always trying to distract you. It's always trying to take you down a rabbit hole to prove this or disprove that. That's not why you're there. You're there to deliver something specific. Whatever the job is, there's a very specific set of things that you're there to deliver. That's what you need to focus on. And if you can't take the noise, then you're probably not suited for that.
Yeah. Some of the concerns have been the amount of power that the CEO, you, will have. How do you plan to operate so that public interest groups and the public feel heard?
Well, I've always operated that way. I mean, most of the positions I've have had extensive power in law, very extensive power. So I've always tried to communicate as best as I can with the public, let people know what's going on. Depending on what we're doing, you can do that to a lesser or greater extent. But I believe that each organization that I've been in, the way they have communicated with the public has increased manyfold and has developed in those organizations. From behind the wall to, okay, this is what we do. And the truth of the matter is now just technology, the way we communicate, AI, all of these things that are part of our world now, it really doesn't allow for anything but a certain degree of openness.
Yeah. And speaking about that, there have been questions about the level of internal accountability NARA will have. Do you have any ideas how you plan to address those issues?
Well, we have to base NARA initially on what is considered international best practice around this type of thing. And there are a few models that are out there that we've been looking at, how we do that. There are trusted softwares, processes, planned programs, and so on. These things are known already and are acceptable to donors, funding institutions, financing institutions, and so on. So I don't see us going far from that. Obviously, we have to have credibility with what we're doing. So the key is to set up credible systems up front as we develop the organization.
You spoke about knowing the local government and connecting with all the other MDAs and agencies. Will NARA be duplicating the work of other agencies?
No, because there's lots of work to go around, especially if we're going to try and do things in a short period of time. Hopefully, by collaboration, we'll probably allow them to unstick some blocks they may have or whatever, or have the discussion. In the end, we want a better system, not just for NARA, because NARA is time-bound, but for the government, for the system, the civil service, public service.
Yeah, you may have just answered my final question, but at the end of the day, when your job is done, what do you want Jamaicans to be saying about NARA?
That it made a significant and lasting and legacy difference to how we do business in Jamaica and to our landscape, our development trajectory, and our growth.
Yeah. A lasting difference. That's the word from the incoming CEO of NARA, Major General Anthony Anderson, who just spoke to us here for this special JIS interview. Major General Anthony Anderson, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Yeah. And thank you for tuning in.
Well, we have it on record, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that's all I will say. We have it on record. There's some key things in that particular interview that he said that, his assurances and stuff like that. One of the main things for me personally, I took from that is that there's going to be some type of real-time accountability system for the operations of NARA. That's not in the act. That's not in the bill. Basically, something like JAMP is what I am reading from it. It's going to be something like JAMP. That's what I'm reading from it. I might be mistaken, but this NARA bill is so vague, and this building out idea, I don't know why you can't construct something that actually, is acceptable. And then when you look at, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at civil society groups, there are several things that they wanted to get amended. And let me tell you, this NARA bill, there was no real urgency, in my opinion, by this government for the NARA bill in terms of helping the citizens that are most vulnerable, because when you look at the other things that they have in place in terms of their response to all the stuff that's going on and people needing help, you have to say, but hold on, I don't really see this NARA bill and the rush to pass it in the way it is, even in the language of the NARA bill. It doesn't really have anything to do with helping citizens directly. It just has to do with big projects. That's all. It has to do with big projects. Ladies and gentlemen, this picture let me know why Mr. Waylon call this man Google Gaga. Yeah, man. That picture right there, so you make me know. This is the moment he said, why would I get special? Why would I get special treatment to get this job? I said, that is the dumbest question I ever heard. That, you know how much reasons you would get the job, sir? The connection that you have with the Prime Minister, duh. Who was a part of the process. All of these accolades he's talking about. But like I said, I'm very interested in what this system is of accountability that he speaks of. That everything will be registered. It will be there for all to see. Really? You're telling me that there's not going to be anything that's going to be redacted? We're going to see everything. Real accountability. I'm going to hold you to that, sir. I'm going to hold you to that. Trust me. I hold him to that. But let me know what you think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out.
Emotional damage.
All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
Yeah, man. So let me know when to think about that in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, listen, man. Y'all gotta listen to this.
They don't. Jamaica's one of those places I'm not going back to. And I've been to events with actual government members in Jamaica, and it filled me with rage, right? Because the event was beautiful. It was great. I had so much fun. And then I'm like, wait, most of the people here can't enjoy anything. And this is how you guys are living? Like, no, like what? Jamaica's a really sad situation. And I've been like 2 or 3 times. There will not be a 4th until they get it together. The way the Jamaican government treats people is like, It's almost like they don't care about infrastructure. They don't care about like crime. They don't care about Jamaican people. And Jamaican people are really suffering. And then they have these amazing resorts in Montego Bay that are beautiful. And then you go walk around Kingston. You see Spanish Town. You see all these areas. And you're like, God damn, you niggas live like this? Like, Jamaica's one of those places, bro, that you really got to check your ethics when you go. Like, it's really shocking. I would say in the Caribbean, it's up there in terms of like how just bad it is relative to the tourism industry in the country. Jamaica's one of the
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
filled me with rage, right? Jamaica's one of those places I'm not going back to. And I've been to events with actual government members in Jamaica. And it filled me with rage, right? Because Jamaica is one of those places I'm not going back to. And I've been to events with actual government members in Jamaica, and it filled me with rage, right? Because the event was beautiful. It was great. I had so much fun. And then I'm like, wait, most of the people here can't enjoy anything. And this is how you guys are living? Like, no, like what? Jamaica.
But Andrew Holness, I'm going to tell the world, thank God for independent leader. Thank God for the phone. Thank God for persons having the right to, express themselves and tell their truth. Somebody that has rubbed shoulders with, politicians in Jamaica at certain events, observed the landscape, and has come to their own conclusion, not what somebody told them. But the conclusion aligns with what we are saying on the app. So this is why I'm highlighting this. Shout out to Perry in Christ. Shout out to Perry Cummings Jr. for sharing this video. And then I looked up the video and went to see, wait a minute. The context of this conversation is even deeper than I thought. Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting. Let's continue.
Jamaica's a really sad situation, and I've been like 2 or 3 times. There will not be a 4th until they get it together. The way the Jamaican government treats
Andrew, you hear that? Because of how you and your nasty government that treat the people in Jamaica, this gentleman has said, listen, I ain't coming back until you start treating the people better than this. I'm not supporting no government using my money to come and support your government through tourism if you don't start treating the people better. You know what? I would love for all the Americans, all the people that come here and visit us, to take the same stance as this person. Yes. Until these big hotels start paying the people them better, start treating Jamaican people them better, do not come here. And I don't listen to nobody want to say. I don't care what Jamaica from Jamaica. Shut up. Jamaica cannot be put up if the people them is not taken care of. When you take care of the people, Jamaica elevates. When everybody start to feel the good prosperity and can touch it, Jamaica will elevate. Pay the people better. Treat them better. The police treat them with respect. Better hospital care. Better roads. All of it. Better. And we want it now. We need to get it now. We don't want no more promises and no more PR. Enough is enough. I want to thank Lord Kamar, for this video. Let's continue.
Treats people is like the way the Jamaican government treats people is like it's almost like they don't care about infrastructure. They don't care about like crime. They don't care about Jamaican people, and Jamaican people are really suffering. And then they have
Andrew, it's almost as if you don't care about infrastructure. You don't care about crime. What is infrastructure? The roads. Can you imagine when the young man was driving on the roads, ladies and gentlemen? Can you imagine when you looked at the sidewalk and you saw all the garbage just plastered all over the country? I'm giving you an idea as to why I would have come up to these conclusions. It's a nasty affair in too many areas of Jamaica. And if this is why they don't want the tourists to leave the resorts, because they don't want to see the realities of what is happening on the ground. Yes, that's why. But thankfully, he saw it and he is speaking on it. And hopefully, this will bring some change. Hopefully.
These amazing resorts in Montego Bay that are beautiful. And then you go walk around Kingston, you see Spanish Town, you see all these areas, and you're like, God damn, you niggas live like this? Like,
embarrassing. He needs some milk.
And let me be clear, it's embarrassing for the government. They need some milk. It's embarrassing for them. The Jamaican people, yes, we need to be we need to first come to the realization that the issues that are being raised there are very, very serious issues. Our quality of life needs to change and we need to demand it. of those that we elected leadership. Don't suffer in silence. Don't be a loyal supporter that gets no benefits. All right? That is it.
Jamaica is one of those places, bro, that you really got to check your ethics when you go. Like, it's really shocking. I would say in the Caribbean, it's up there in terms of like how just bad it is relative to the tourism industry in the country.
Emotional damage.
How bad it is relative to the tourism in the country. Man, salute to Lord Jamar. Hey, man. Salute to the brother, man. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. That's real talk. See, right there. I think it's Lord Kamar. So I said Lord Jamar. Lord Kamar, he got a YouTube page too. Hold up. Yeah, he gotta have a YouTube page. Reform, Revolutions, and what? Oh, he ain't got a lot of subs? His TikTok be doing well. Reform, Revolts, Revolution. Okay, this dude be out. Yeah, alright. Shout out to you, sir. Reforms, Revolution, and Revolts. Shout out to you. This dude is about change. Yeah. Yep. Now I see why he got this diverse. Topics. Oh, for the persons that are watching me, you see how it has this YouTube link right here? I got it on my TikTok as well. I'm following it. I'm gonna save this. Definitely gonna save this. Shout out to Lord Kamar. Let me know what y'all think in the comment section. Oh. Jamaican People's National Party is not playing around. And we know, Shane Darling, if you have any honor in you, sir, any honor, any integrity, don't make tomorrow pass. Don't make 24-hour pass. And you don't follow the instructions of the People's National Party. If you have any good sense. Let's continue. Let's hear this.
Welcome back to Primetime News.
And a special welcome once again to our viewers on TVJ International in the Cayman Islands and online at onespotmedia.com.
We begin this evening with a Primetime News follow-up. The People's National Party is demanding the immediate resignation of the Chief Executive Officer of the Firearm Licensing Authority, Shane Darling.
The opposition is also calling for an independent investigation into all matters identified in the Integrity Commission report, which was tabled in Parliament yesterday.
We have the details in this report.
The Integrity Commission's report into the operations of the Firearm Licensing Authority highlighted serious weaknesses in inventory management and several discrepancies, including poor record keeping. It is for this reason the opposition People's National Party believes FLA CEO Shane Darling must go.
The investigation confirms a fundamental breakdown of law, of order, and public trust at the very agency responsible for regulating deadly weapons in Jamaica. No head of entity, in this case the CEO, who presides over falsified records, missing ammunition, and conveniently destroyed evidence.
Missing ammunition and conveniently falsified evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, when we read the report, did you guys watch my video? Part 1 of the FLA report? What do you need to go watch it, you know? Yeah, man, me a plug in this right now, man. Me say, you need to go watch part 1 of the FLA report reaction, ladies and gentlemen. I put it out today. Right? June 3rd. Alright? I put it out today. You guys need to go and check that out if you haven't already. I kid you not. Alright? Listen that again.
in Jamaica. No head of entity, in this case the CEO, who presides over falsified records,
falsified records. It was confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, that records was falsified in an entity like the FLA that deals with gun licensing and ammunition. Falsified records is a cardinal sin. Not only falsified records, missing ammunition, mighty God, unaccounted for. That word. Who remembers the Auditor General's report? Something about the labor rights, man, unaccounted. You know, they have a lot of accountability, unaccounted for. They have this problem with accounting. You know, money, items, you know, unaccounted for. When them say them have sticky fingers, adhesive fingers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue.
missing ammunition and conveniently destroyed evidence.
Conveniently destroyed evidence. That is the reason why no charge was laid. Because of conveniently falsified evidence. So you see when Orisham run out in a newspaper and talk about him have confidence in the FLA and he wants to point out that when it's a nationwide run out and talk about they want to point out that no charges were filed, they conveniently. Because they know some people now are reading it. They just put that for the title, they said, "Child, I saw a nationwide when them said. I saw when Orisham said. I saw when the Prime Minister said. And then they know say they dumb, blind and deaf are going to they must have left it right this. They're not going to read. They're not going to take up a report for themselves and peruse it and go through it. I'm not going to say me have only time for me, but I will go through it. And eventually I will be finished. You understand? This one, I am going to go through it. We go through part 1 already. Me I make part 1 Sima Jamaica. The FLA report will not be a 9-day wonder upon this platform. Let me tell you that. The FLA report will not be a 9-day wonder on this platform. Shane Darling must resign. This is untenable. Cannot work. It cannot work, Jamaica. We can't have them think they're happening at the FLA. Anybody that is the manager, my thing is the entire team needs to be fired. First and foremost. Or clean sweep. People are pointing finger and say they never know this. Clean sweep. Clean sweep. Reputational damage done. Clean sweep. If it was me. That's like me running a business that I sell goods and I find out that people are stealing. But, you know, the evidence of who is stealing is on the camera. But somehow the camera evidence was destroyed. What? Can't go so? I don't trust you anymore. Uno gots to go. Uno gots to. I don't trust you. I don't.
Can remain in place.
Point.
No head of entity, in this case the CEO, who presides over falsified records, missing ammunition, and conveniently destroyed evidence can remain in place.
Pointing to the announcement by National Security Minister Dr. Horace Chang that the FLA is tightening its firearm and ammunition storage and operational procedures, the PNP argues that this response is wholly insufficient.
Any attempt by this government to protect and preserve the CEO in his post will only serve to signal their own complicity in these confirmed failures that impacts the security of every single Jamaican.
The PNP is also demanding a comprehensive and fully independent investigation into all matters identified in the Integrity Commission report with findings made public. MAGNITSKY Robinson, TVJ News.
Stop lying! 100% agree with Mr.
Stop lying.
Mr. Fitzjackson, Shadow Minister for National Security. 100%. These are the moments when I go back to September 3rd. These are the moments, I'm telling you. Hey, election of consequences here. Election of consequences. Trust and believe that. Let's go to the next clip, ladies and gentlemen, regarding Shane Dallin again. You remember good?
In the meantime, opposition spokesperson on justice, Zulika Jess, also used a section of her sectorial presentation to Parliament to highlight the Integrity Commission's report on the FLA.
That report tabled yesterday found that the Firearm Licensing Authority, under the watch of its Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Shane Dallin, presided over a vault where ammunition belonging to private citizens went missing. A computer system that was deliberately manipulated to destroy the livelihood of a licensed dealer using the identity of a man who was already dead. Using the identity of a man who was already dead. A computer system that was deliberately manipulated to destroy the livelihood of a licensed dealer using the identity of a man who was already dead. And the server whose catastrophic failure conveniently erased the very evidence that would have identified who gave the order.
Jamaica, Zulika Jess was on fire in the Parliament today. If you guys watch my live stream, yo, I'm telling you, Zulika Jess was on fire. But Jamaica, the convenience of the evidence being destroyed to tell us who gave the order. That in itself is an indictment on the CEO. He cannot be trusted, Jamaica. He cannot be trusted. If I was him, just the optics of this, I would have resigned. The very optics of it, I would have resigned. Leave me alone, Jamaica. I am not staying. I will do the honorable thing, Mr. Shane Dallin, if there's any honor in you, sir. I don't know you from Adams, but this don't look good. This don't look good, Mr. Shane Dallin. In any normal organization, if I am the boss and you're running my organization and this happened under your watch, whether you're guilty or not of anything, you have to leave. I am firing you because it happened under your watch. Period. Let's continue.
Madam Speaker, a man who runs an authority where the dead are used to falsify records, where vault doors cannot account for what is inside them, and where evidence disappears without consequence, has no business holding public office. The people's...
Tell about them.
No, Jamaica. Just take a look at the Minister of Justice. Just take a look at the Minister of Justice. They are out here seriously trying to defend this position. I don't know why I'm surprised. It's one thing when people say the Jamaica Labour Party are a bunch of criminals. It's a next thing when they actually do the things that let you believe that they are all criminals. Let me say that again. It's one thing when people say the Jamaica Labour Party is a bunch of is a criminal organization. Right? Because remember, we know the history, right? Not in full because I never live. We can come here and see documentary about shower passing and all of these things. to come here about show up us and all of these things, ladies and gentlemen. Right? I wasn't there. Right? I don't know. I hear a lot of things. Nothing positive about that era. Jody, how you doing? But this is my thing. If you as an organization has transformed and moved away from the dark ages of your antecedents, why would you want to associate yourself with anything like this? Why would you want to give somebody enough evidence to believe, not even to prove, to believe that you are corrupt? The way how the Jamaican Labour Party has reacted to this particular report, in not tabling it for 8 weeks, right? And then when it's tabled, the response from Horace Chang, saying him have full confidence in, what kind of rock Horace Chang live under? You must want crap for you. Like what Mr. Wayne said, because you have to be living on the rock to not see how this looks, how bad this looks on the organization. The organization ain't even shake up, brother. Them not even try, brother. Somebody needs to replace every single member. If not, Shane Dallin alone needs to resign. Me personally would want to see every single member removed. After a proper investigation, of course. First off, Shane Dallin needs to go automatically. After a proper investigation, independent investigation, then we can talk about who else in that organization need to be fired or potentially charged. But the evidence, get up and walk. The evidence just disappear. It reminds me of SSL, The evidence. The computer. Remember the computer with the IC? And the man them come for the little briefcase. Mighty God. What is going on under the Jamaica Labour Party regime? It appears as if these people are a mafia government. We have a justice minister. Look at his face. So irate. With the things that are being said by Zulika Jess. You would think that being a justice minister, you would want to see justice to be served. But he's there, visibly upset, ladies and gentlemen, because she's talking about the FLA. What a bangara. This is absolutely terrible. Dead right, Chuck. Mr. I don't want to release the sex offender registry. It's like nothing about this man is good, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive me. What's going on? Whoa. Oh my God, what is this? Forgot to say that something. Let's continue.
Holding public office. The People's National Party therefore calls unequivocally and without reservation for Mr. Shane Dallin to resign immediately.
I am in total agreement. Tell me what you guys think in the comment section. Immediately. Resign now. We say no, make tomorrow. Let me wake up tomorrow or later in the afternoon and say, you resign for you. Let me get a pleasant surprise tomorrow, Mr. Shane Dallin. Before me even post that video with me on record right now, make me wake up and before the video post, you resign. Please, we're asking on a serious level, this country needs to be cleaned up. And the FLA is a microcosm of the macrocosm of the situation of how Jamaica needs to be cleaned up. If you agree, type agree. And make sure you check out the other videos that are there, ladies and gentlemen. Video uploads. Don't miss them enough. You know, be a bang out put out. That is it.
Thank you. Thank you for staying with us. I appreciate the love and the support. Jamaica, I saw several reports that the United States Nimitz warship is in our port of Kingston. And it is such an eyesore downtown to see this hell and all of a thing. And the labor rights are rejoicing. The big old Trojan horse, them roll coming to Jamaica, you know. And she say, this can never be something good. Oh, then I realize for those of us who would have read this story in the Alibaba book, grade 5, I never forgot that book, the Alibaba and the 40 Thieves book in a grade 5 when me read. One story in it named The Wooden Horse of Troy. Oh, then I remember how they devour and run in the people them country. Nobody has said them are running in a Jamaica, you know, don't get me twisted, because I know the labor rights them done. So. Yes? But we all know the relationship with the United States and Cuba at this time. Persons are saying it has nothing to do with Cuba because Cuba already has a base for the Americans in their own country at Guantanamo Bay. But I personally find Jamaica that what the intimidate Cuba. Nobody is saying that the United States is invading Cuba, you know. But their actions suggest intimidation. And what the United States is doing, thanks to Kamala Persad-Bissessar and Andrew Holness, has now joined the fold. What the United States is doing is trying to destabilize the Caribbean and the region on a whole by attaching itself to these independent countries, yeah, so that it can send shockwaves right across the region and further impact Cuba to make it seem as though Cuba has no friends. That is what I'm getting, you know, because then go down at Trinidad the other day and say, oh, it's just a Trinidad-America relationship. And now we are seeing them in Jamaica, two of the largest English-speaking islands in the region, Trinidad and what make they never go up a Mia Motley, go back. Eh? What make this ship never go anchor out of Barbados in a Mia Moore Motley? Remember they asked Grenada Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister, that they want to come anchor in a Grenada. Remember they set out to anchor in Barbados. They weren't successful. And what America do? Start to implicate Barbados' passport. Yes. They wanted to go in at the OECS, go tore it up. Eh? And because the OECS shut them down, what them do? They start to say Antigua passport have problem, Dominica passport, Barbados, they find a problem now, you know. All because they never get what they want. So they find the Kunumunu now down at Trinidad, Kamala Persad. Whatever she done, they go sell out for our people them. She get it. And so Jamaica, the excuse is that we need the protection from the United States because Venezuela is poised to invade and take the oil and whatever the case. Anyway, that is their excuse. What is the excuse of Jamaica to harbor this big everlasting warship in our waters? What is the significance of it coming here? Huh? And what was strange in Jamaica? Based on what the news is reporting, we heard about the coming of this ship, that it will anchor at Kingston Port on the 1st of June to the 5th of June. So for the whole week it a go there in our waters. But when I look on social media, I saw persons like Daryl Vaz and Dana Morris Dixon already on the ship before it was in Jamaican waters. I wonder if the people them are focused on what I'm saying. Why is it that the Jamaican government could not wait to welcome this ship in its harbor? Why they have to take up themselves and go meet this ship days before it was called to our port? Huh? Something is not right here, Jamaica. Something not right. Yes, so I saw a photograph of Dana Morris Dixon and a video. And when I watched that video and Dana Morris Dixon a chat, and I observed the body language of Daryl Vaz, I said to myself, the coming of this ship is nothing good. Dana and Daryl were already on board that ship days before it is scheduled to anchor here in our port. Because me read it say to come here the 1st of June. But the video that I saw, Dana Dixon, yeah, I get grand tour, was about Friday or Saturday. So what could have propelled the Jamaican government, yeah? What was so urgent for them to go and meet this ship ahead of time? Eh? And why is it that the Minister of National Security, Horace Chang, didn't get the opportunity to be on that ship? Something is wrong. How Daryl get the authority to be first and fourth runner with Dana Dixon? We don't see the Foreign Affairs Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. These are foreign issues, you know. Foreign minister supposed to be there to engage. So too national security. This is a warship. How Chang and Kamina wasn't in attendance, but we see Daryl Vaz and Dana Dixon. Something is not right. Something is not right, Jamaica. And so, Jamaica, individuals within the Caribbean are beginning to speak out. Individuals are beginning to speak out, Jamaica. Right? Because when I look at how things are playing out under this government, CARICOM is not with Jamaica. CARICOM is not with Jamaica on some of these decisions that they make. Huh? I saw where one Caribbean CARICOM former Secretary General states that they see this warship in Jamaica's port as a tactic by the Donald Trump administration to intimidate Cuba. The Jamaica Labour Party on Monday welcomed its arrival in Kingston's port, calling it a symbol of the long-standing relationship between Jamaica and the United States. But this is nothing but a show of force, Jamaica. The CARICOM official rejects the goodwill tour explanation for the United States warship. CARICOM sees it as a warning shot for Cuba. You hear them as something, yeah? Huh? Kimaya say, look how Cuba are going to send a missile over here like what Iran do to the EU. That's wishful thinking, Kemoy. But what I'm saying, Jamaica, CARICOM is saying that they have seen a list of activities that the Jamaica Labour Party plan to put on to entertain this big eyesore in our waters. And what CARICOM describe the visit of this ship, they are seeing these activities as pedestrian activities. They are saying which high-level soldier that is on a warship would come to Jamaica to paint school. I would call it a pedestrian activity, painting schools. Which high-level soldier does that? General Shipagwan Stardal. The coming of this ship to our port and nothing so. So when the government of Jamaica go come tell the people about, oh, it's because of the long-standing relationship between Jamaica and the United States. No go so. It is all a cover-up. And the people them blinded by what is happening in our country. Totally blinded by what is happening in the country. But the question you need to ask yourself, where is Dr. Horace Chang? A warship, you know, and like it is a medical ship. If you come here, say if I were a medical ship, tough than out a long time. This is a warship that have to do with national security, and the national security minister Horace Chang is not there. Where is the nasty mouth woman from West Rural St. Andrew, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn? Now she had the state minister in the national security. Oh, she never opened the ship. What makes you not come use her athletic body and the Olympic experience and jump on board this ship here? Where the nasty mouth woman will say she is the state minister in the national security, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. Where she there? They should have jumped up on this ship a long time. Remember, she's very athletic, you know. In blue, Fendi fine one. Where the woman from West Rural St. Andrew? She should have depended the ship long time, because if Chang as the national security minister not available, why is it that she as the state minister not available? In Janelle laugh. Where them they tell them to come out, come antagonize Nikisha Burchell, then take pride in doing that. But things of national concern. But I am not surprised, you know, because I see him. So when we did go at the United Nations for our voice to be heard, we had shut off we mouth every day. And when the time come for us to take a stance and vote, Kamina Johnson was a no-show at the United Nations meeting. Oh, no, remember. So all the chat we are chatting and shut off we mouth. When the time come for we open up we mouth and chat like a Cuthbert Flynn, look all of the bad word them and the dirty things them she chat out of her mouth. And now she if it chat and make her presence felt in the ministry, she's a no-show. Where them they? Simone James, where them they? Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, tell her if you come out, come talk about Nikisha Burchell. Then take precedence in that. But when it comes on to matters of national importance, their level of education take the back seat. We're talking about the Jamaica Labour Party. When it is time for them to come out, and show what they achieve at university, for them and those who went, the education level take the back seat. But when it is time to curse and lift them frack over them head, the education come to the forefront. Come here, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. You know, I'm going to leave Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, you know, because the people them had a field time with her. I want to ask Horace Chang, How is it that he is not a part of the photo op? Were you invited to be on board the USS Nimitz? Are you the National Security Minister, you know, Chang? I mean, I think this a big old dirty warship you're coming a few waters. And you as National Security, you know, take the approach. Oh, I beg your pardon. I forget, say they have 1 week. So if you not go today, we go tomorrow. And if you not go tomorrow, we go the next day. Okay. I should have thumped myself in my back. In Island Reds. Yes, man. Uncle George, remember we have it wrong, me Fred. Uncle George, we have it wrong. A 5-day then ship there for. So if you not go yesterday or today, and we go tomorrow and the another day and then I beg your pardon. Yes. A 5-day at the ship though there for. So Horace Chang. Horace Chang have so more time to make his voice be heard. My Jamaican people, I want to hear from you, Jamaica. Want to think about this matter? Yeah.
To over 800,000 in 2024. The short-term rental sector has democratized participation in the ownership of the accommodation sector. It has enabled thousands of Jamaicans all over, in Arnett Gardens, in Rockfort, in different parts of Jamaica, in Manchester, in Hanover, to become tourism entrepreneurs. Unlike the dominant enclave tourism model, a greater share of that dollar remains within the local communities. Property owners, maintenance providers, transportation operators, restaurants and local suppliers all benefit from stronger linkages to the domestic economy. Yet instead of encouraging this emerging growth sector, the GLP administration has chosen in Nicodemus fashion to respond with additional taxation in the depths of the night. Any justification that the move is a necessary measure to level the playing field in the accommodation sector is just plain poppycock. Large hotel investments in Jamaica qualify for substantial benefits under the Omnibus Incentives Act and the Tourism Sector Framework. These huge multinationals enjoy significantly reduced corporate income taxes, productive input reliefs on equipment and construction materials, employment tax credits, and favorable capital write-offs for building expenditures. They also benefit from the Tourist Board's cooperative marketing and advertising frameworks that help large hotel investments scale their occupancy and reach. None of these incentives are available to the short-term rental sector that is still liable for income tax and earnings in their standard rate. This is the type of behavior that has prompted progressive leaders in the Caribbean and elsewhere to recently warn, and I quote, not to replace sugar plantations with hotel plantations. End of quote. A rebranded plantation economy built around leisure instead of sugar is still a plantation economy. We don't want an economy where the average Jamaican can only aspire to be a worker, not an owner in his own country. So this is not a debate about taxation alone. It is a debate about ownership. Jamaica's objective should not be an economy in which our citizens can only aspire to serve in the tourism sector. It should be an economy in which we can own a part of the tourism sector. Another example of bad tax policy comes from a point I made in the 2018 sectoral debate. It's worth repeating at this time when geopolitical tensions have sent fuel prices skyrocketing and the pass-through inflation now threatens our country. Still struggling to recover from Hurricane Melissa, with the prospect of increased interest rates to battle this pass-through inflation. These high fuel prices will provide a tax windfall for the government because of the ad valorem SCT on fuel. I say now is the time to give both businesses and consumers some badly needed relief. I support calls to cap the ad valorem SCT on fuel, but I go further and call on government to eliminate SCT on fuels altogether and instead include fuels in the base of GCT. This would reduce the burden of cumulative taxation on registered taxpayers and thus improve economic efficiency. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the matter to a section that I call institutions and bureaucracy matter. One of the most damaging taxes in Jamaica is one that never appears on an invoice. It is a tax imposed by bureaucracy. Every entrepreneur experiences it. It is paid in delays, uncertainty, duplicated paperwork, and lost opportunities. Economists describe these burdens as transaction costs. In successful economies, institutions are designed to minimize them. In Jamaica, too many institutions continue to generate them. The result is lower investment, slower business formation, and weaker productivity growth. But productivity, and I want you to listen to me carefully, productivity is not solely an economic issue. It is also a governance issue. The most productive economies in the world are characterized by strong institutions, predictable rules, and high levels of public trust. Investors do not simply evaluate tax rates or labor costs. They assess whether contracts are enforceable, regulations are predictable, and institutions operate fairly. Recent controversies involving the treatment of independent oversight institutions should concern anyone interested in Jamaica's competitiveness. These controversies include the NARA Act, which many see as a naked power grab by the Prime Minister, giving the agency and the PM sweeping executive powers with a lack of institutional guardrails and the ability to bypass traditional regulatory oversight. A few years ago, the PM overruled NEPA and granted a permit to mine in the ecologically sensitive Dry Harbor Mountains. The Constitutional Court, in a recent landmark ruling, declared the permit and the PM's decision, I quote, unconstitutional, void, and of no effect, end quote. The Prime Minister, and I go on to a third example of these controversies. The Prime Minister, in an unprecedented move for a sitting Prime Minister, took his own state oversight body, the Integrity Commission, to the Supreme Court. He filed over 20 applications seeking to nullify the IC's investigative report and challenge the constitutionality of the core provisions within the Integrity Commission Act that his government passed. The fourth example is Parliament's own oversight of the executive, which is being systematically undermined. The presiding officer Parliament's own oversight of the executive, which is being systematically undermined. The fourth example is Parliament's own oversight of the executive, which is being systematically undermined. Yes. And any pretense of impartiality. The presiding officers have abandoned any pretense of impartiality. Yes. And the 3-month delay in tabling the recent IC investigative report on the FLA is one example. Ministers sitting on parliamentary oversight committees, such as the PAC, are examining AG's reports for periods covering their own stewardship, which is crazy. Even where there are allegations of improper ministerial interference. Government members on the PAC and PAC appear to do everything to obstruct the work of the committees. Even yesterday, with the email system not working, there was a sheet that went around asking who had received the email from the committee clerk of the PAC's annual report. Every opposition member confirmed receipt of the email, and every government member denied receiving it. This is from your own parliament. Independent media is also plays a critical oversight role in democracies. In Jamaica, our remaining independent media houses and investigative journalists are barely surviving. They're in the intensive care unit. There is an acute viability crisis for legacy print and broadcast organizations worldwide, and Jamaica is no different. Many close or merge, while others survive only as propaganda outlets for wealthy oligarchs or authoritarian governments. Yes. Given what is happening with our oversight institutions, and I draw your attention to the chart, given what is happening with our oversight institutions, it should not be surprising that net foreign direct investment inflows as a percent of GDP have declined to between 1.5% and 2% since 2020. This is less than a third of what we received as recently as 2015 and 2016, when net FDI exceeded 6% of GDP. Investors value certainty. Entrepreneurs value predictability. Businesses make long-term commitments when they believe that rules will be applied consistently and institutions will operate independently. Yes. Strong institutions encourage investment because they reduce uncertainty. Weak institutions discourage investment because individuals and businesses must devote additional resources to navigating risk and unpredictability. Productivity, therefore, depends not only on economic policy, but also on governance quality. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the story of the last 14 years was stability. The story of the next decade must be transformation. Jamaica does not suffer from a shortage of talent, nor does it suffer from a shortage of ambition. Jamaica doesn't suffer from a shortage of entrepreneurial spirit. What Jamaica suffers from is a shortage of systems that allow our people to realize their full potential. The Jamaican worker is not the problem. The Jamaican entrepreneur is not the problem. The Jamaican student is not the problem. The problem is that too often we ask our people to compete globally while forcing to operate inside systems that belong in the past. Stability was the foundation. Transformation must now be the mission. Productivity must be the pathway if we are to reach that elusive destination of prosperity. And that is the Jamaica our people deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So we dey all listen to this man Mackenzie for 1 hour. But Mr. Peter Bunting only get 33 minutes. Mighty God. But we know what time it is. You know what I mean? Big up Mr. Peter Bunting. No matter how they come with PR and all of this, always get exposed, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section. Like, share, and subscribe, alright? That is it.
Good day, I'm Lisa Rowe, and this is your JIS News for Wednesday, June 3, 2026. A proposal will be presented to Cabinet for the establishment of the National Cybersecurity Coordination and Assurance Council, which will be instrumental in the drafting of the new Cybersecurity Act. The Council has a 2-year time frame and will be the central coordinating and delivery authority for Jamaica's national cybersecurity posture. This is one of the announcements made by Minister with Responsibility for Science, Technology and Special Projects, Dr. Andrew Wheatley. He was delivering his 2026-2027 sectoral debate presentation on Tuesday. According to Dr. Wheatley, deliverables set out for the Council are that it will provide a uniformed cybersecurity portal, complete the legislative gap assessment, and draft instructions for a new National Cybersecurity Act. It will also coordinate a systematic deployment of backed funding to enforce standardized rules across the public sector.
The question is, what will this law do? It will establish the National Cybersecurity Directorate in statute, giving Jamaica's permanent cybersecurity authority a legal foundation that no future change in administration can quietly dismantle. It will create a formal framework for designating and protecting critical information infrastructure.
Dr. Wheatley says the new National Cybersecurity Act will also mandate minimum cybersecurity standards across regulated sectors to enforce compliance. And it will create clear obligations for incident reporting, disclosure of vulnerabilities, and the regulation of cybersecurity service providers in Jamaica. Cabinet has approved a 16% fare increase for public passenger vehicle PPV operators, with the adjustment set to take effect in 2 phases beginning this week. The first phase of the increase, which has been pending since 2024, took effect on June 2, with fares rising by 8%. A further 8% increase takes effect on July 1. Transport Minister Darrell Vaz announced the decision during a press conference with the transport stakeholders on Tuesday. He says the phased approach was the most economical decision.
It is simply to manage the inflationary impact. 16% in any 1 month will be a big spiral for that particular month. So it really is only trying to balance and manage the situation as best as possible.
The Transport Authority is reminding operators they are required to charge only the approved fares and warns that any unauthorized increases or overcharging will not be tolerated. The authority says operators who fail to comply with the approved fare structure could face enforcement action, including the suspension or revocation of their road licenses. To support the implementation of the new rates, the Transport Authority will intensify monitoring activities across the island and is encouraging the public to report breaches. Persons may call 876-926-8912 or send messages via WhatsApp at 876-551-8196 or 876-279-8515. With a background in engineer and construction, the new head of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA, says this is a critical skill set that has contributed to him being selected as the man to lead the agency. Ambassador, retired Major General Anthony Anderson, shared his thoughts on his appointment during an exclusive interview with the CEO of the JIS, Giovanni Dennis.
During the 2000s, for a portion of that, I ran the engineer regiment of the JDF and responded to 2 hurricanes, Gustav and Ivan, as the head of the engineering part of the force. I also worked with, as in that job. As a matter of fact, between small and large projects, I had like 250 of them running at the same time, construction projects of different scales. I worked with NHT on the inner city housing projects, built bases, and did many things like that. So I have a relatively strong background in construction.
At the core of NARA is the coordination of post-Hurricane Melissa reconstruction. Ambassador Anderson says as a new agency with a huge task ahead, fast and transparent deliverables will reinforce the necessity of NARA and silence the controversies.
You know there's going to be noise. In order to do the job, You have to be able to clear the noise. You have to be laser focused on what you're trying to get done. Does it? So because it's always trying to distract you. It's always trying to take you down a rabbit hole to prove this or disprove that. That's not why you're there. You're there to deliver something specific. Whatever the job is, there's a very specific set of things that you're there to deliver. That's what you need to focus on.
Looking ahead, CEO Anderson says the immediate task is to tackle low-hanging projects such as shelter for persons who are still without proper housing condition. The early phase of NARA's development is about building structure, strengthening human capital, and establishing the standards that will guide its long-term impact in national reconstruction and resilience efforts. The Office of Utilities Regulation, OUR, is stepping up hurricane preparations by requiring major utility providers to submit their annual business continuity plans. The plans outline how utility companies will prepare for, respond to, and recover from natural disasters. The OUR says it has also asked companies to provide details of their insurance arrangements for hazardous events, while encouraging them to strengthen communication plans for customers and other stakeholders. Director General of the OUR, Ansford Hewitt, says the regulator has reviewed its emergency preparation matrix, which guides its response to disasters and was successfully used following Hurricane Melissa last year.
I'm mindful that the 2026 hurricane season will see a utility sector that has not yet fully recovered from Hurricane Melissa. We ask for your patience as we work not only to oversee the rebuilding of the utility infrastructure, but also to create a more resilient framework to better serve you.
The OUR says it will continue to play a key coordination role during any major weather event by maintaining contact with utility providers and monitoring infrastructure damage, customer impact, and restoration efforts. The 2026 Atlantic hurricane season officially began on June 1 and runs through November 30. Another bold step taken by the OUR is the approval of a new insurance framework for the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS. This is aimed at strengthening the electricity sector's ability to recover from major storms during the 2026 Atlantic hurricane season. The OUR says the plan provides a combined $106.6 million in hurricane insurance coverage through a multi-layered arrangement involving the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, CRIF, and Descartes Insurance. The coverage is designed to support the restoration of electricity services following severe weather events and complements the Electricity Disaster Fund, which helps finance disaster recovery efforts. The regulator says the insurance arrangement will improve the availability of emergency funds following a major hurricane and help strengthen the resilience of Jamaica's electricity network. And finally, the National Solid Waste Management Authority, NSWMA, has launched Operation Calm in Rocky Point, Clarendon. The initiative, which stands for Clearing, Advising, Leveraging, and Maintaining, will be rolled out in 94 flood-prone communities across the island. It is aimed at strengthening preparedness through the removal of bulky waste and public education activities. Speaking at the launch, Minister of Local Government and Community Development, Desmond McKenzie, urged Jamaicans to remain prepared as the country enters the 2026 Atlantic hurricane season, which began on June 1.
Despite the predictions of a less active hurricane season, all it takes is one, and everything turn upside down. So today, as we prepare ourselves, let us do so without fear. The government is putting in place a structured, organized mitigation system to help you.
The minister also pointed to the importance of community involvement. And that's it for GIS News today. I'm Lisa Rowe. Thanks for watching.
From the capital city of the United States of America, Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The FLA report has been tabled. And I want to say this is a win for democracy. Let us see why they wanted to hide this Integrity Commission report from us. Let us look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Let us look at the allegation. All right, this is page 6, all right, of the report. By way of an anonymous electronic email received by the Director of Information and Complaints on May 31st, 2021. It was alleged, ladies and gentlemen, a firearm dealer, John Elliott, gun shop, was shut down for numerous months, but miraculously reopened after John paid a hefty $500,000 sum under the table to have it reopened. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read that and carry that by you again. And these are allegations. Let me be clear. Let me be pellucid. Right? Mr. Ferguson, how you doing? Good morning. Share this live. This is the first allegation that is significant, ladies and gentlemen. By way of an anonymous electrical email received by the Director of Information and Complaints on May 31st, 2020, it was alleged, ladies and gentlemen, that a firearm dealer, John Elliott Gun Shop, was shut down for numerous months, but miraculously reopened after John paid a hefty $500,000 sum under the table to have it reopened. So, ladies and gentlemen, if indeed this occurred, this is very serious. Under the table, meaning skullduggery, corruption, back of the class, back of the bench, dangerous situation here, potential for breeding up of criminals. You understand? And criminal behavior. When you know that allegedly you can just pay a nice sum of money and for whatever reason your firearm dealership was locked down, John Elliott, allegedly, you'd be okay with this hefty sum under the table. I'm saying, if the allegations are true, ladies and gentlemen, this is a big issue. Let's continue. As long as you, Carter, get your monetary kickback, you don't care who Shane screw over. What is going on here, sir? Is this a statement from somebody that was given to the Integrity Commission? As long as you, Carter, right, get your monetary kickback, you don't care who Shane screw over. You are targeting Mr. Kent Brown because he didn't give, I don't know what that is, Ellsworth Column the $2 million that he tried to shake him down. I wouldn't know Sanskrit going in a judge. I really want to say.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Hold on there. Nats, good night, Nats. You reach your right time. Thank you for the gift. Nats, more I see your membership badge for you tonight. You know. Do the right thing. Do the right thing, my baby. Nats, you come the right time. Let me read over that part back for you again. Firearms dealer John Elliott gun shop was shut down for numerous months, but miraculous. And this is allegations, by the way. It was locked down for numerous months and miraculously reopened after John paid a hefty $500,000 sum under the table to have it reopened. As long as you cater, get your monetary kickback, you not care who Shane screws over. You are targeting Mr. Kent, look like a Superman, that Mr. Kent Brown, because he didn't give, I don't know what this SIC Ellsworth Column, the $2 million that he tried to shake him down, that he tried to shake him down. Any dealer who doesn't come out of his pocket, your harassment is non-stop. You and Letine Allen, auditor Mr. Brown, and can never find anything. And the public notice put out by the FLA on April 26, saying that guns at the FLA for 5 years plus will be destroyed, is a grand ploy to cover up the fact that numerous guns are missing. Jesus have mercy. Ashala. Wait. Boy! This is the FLA report, ladies and gentlemen. Ballot. No, sir, it's not normal. Fire sound shot over there. I want to shot them there. No, man. Something, right?
Take his microphone. Just a minute. Take his microphone. Usher him out.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Where's the man? What? My master's degree. Hey, listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. What the hell is going on here? These are quotes, you know. See that? Any dealer who doesn't come out of your pocket, or come out of them pocket, the harassment is non-stop. You and Letine Allen audit Mr. Brown can never find SIC anything. And the public notice put out by the FLA on April 26, 2021. This was 1 month after this, you know, because if you go person, look, see them May 31st, 2021. But no, hold on. January, February, March, April. Oh, it was before the investigation began. So April 26, 1 month before, a whistleblower, somebody called in the email the Integrity Commission. 1 month before, look over 1 month before, the person here so is saying that this April 26 notice that if guns at the FLA for 5+ years will be destroyed, it's a grand ploy to cover up the fact that numerous guns are missing. How would the backside of one in Jamaica? No. This is page 6. This is page 6, nuts. Page 6, me. See? Hold on it. We have numerous guns and thousands of bullets missing. How would the backside of one in Jamaica? Jesus, Father God, no.
Yo. Hold security now.
Jamaica, listen to me. It says during the course of the investigation, the DI received further allegations germane to the investigation by way of statements dated April 19, 2021. It was further alleged that while checking the electronic system at the range, I realized there were 4 entries made on the system where 3 persons purchased a SIC, total of 6,000 rounds of bird hunting ammunition. I sent my response to FLA highlighting and showing a lot of flaws of the mediocrity in the audit report. Also, numerous fabrications of serial numbers that do not exist.
Yo. Hold security now.
No. What you say? Various numbers of... Hold on, go back and read that again. I don't want to lie for nobody, you know. And numerous fabrication of serial numbers that do not exist. Jesus. makes and models of weapons that do not exist. Shalamala, na 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 na. Oshole, oshole. What the hell is going on? In April 2018, I wrote a letter to the editor of the Observer. My letter made the letter of the day, and I heard through the grapevine that the CEO of FLA, Mr. Shane Dallin, was not happy with the letter and that he was going to cut me down to size. What you saying to me? Na na na. These are dangerous allegations. These are dangerous. They're telling me that allegedly the CEO, Mr. Shane Dallin, aka a labor right, allegedly was not happy with the letter, that he was going to cut the person down to size. Allegedly. Let me say allegedly again. All of this is allegation. Allegation. Because I have too much title and chat too much backside. Woyo, woyo, yo, yo. Woyo, yo, yo. Woyo, yo, yo.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Help. We hear the
We need your divine intervention. We're tired of the labor rights. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need this. We need it. Help. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength. Is a liberator.
Jamaica, according to the individual, allegedly, the CEO, Mr. Shane Dallin, was not happy with the letter and that he was going to cut me down to size. That's individual speaking. And I quote, because I have too much title and chat too much. I understand this to mean that Mr. Dallin is not going to stop until he shuts down my business and destroys my reputation. Alas. Alas. In May 2019, I went into the FLA to renew my dealers and gunsmith license for both Maxfield Avenue and Temple Hall locations. After receiving the certificate, so hold on, Jamaica. This is somebody that is a dealer, you know? This is somebody that is a dealer that is accounting their, this is pretty much their testimony, right? So they went to license both Maxfield Avenue and Temple Hall locations. After receiving the certification, I saw where half of my dealer license at the Temple Hall was revoked. The firearm aspect was removed, leaving only license to sell ammunition. Mighty God, sabotage, Jamaica, sabotage. That's what the man is saying, sabotage. I called back the FLA and I was told, name redacted, that this is how it will be. This is the way forward. Jesus. Then cut him down to size, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on, individuals pertinent to the investigation. The following persons were considered pertinent to the investigation. Mr. Kent Brown, business owner of KBA Dealers, Jamaica Limited, KBTTC. Mr. Shane Dallin, Chief Executive Officer, CEO of FLA. Mr. Letine Allen, Director Compliance and Enforcement of FLA. Miss DJ Mullins, Director Applicant and Certification of FLA. Mr. Christopher Christie, Director Information Systems and Technology, FLA, former. Other names in the investigation, Miss Camille Lennox, Human Resource Manager, FLA. Miss Natalie Jones, Amago, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Manager Examination and Certification of FLA. Miss Shatari English, Ballistics Manager of FLA. Miss Candice Simmons, former senior auditor at the FLA. Miss David Shady, programmer, Firearms License Authority FLA. Mr. Hansel Ramdon, Systems Engineer FLA. Mr. Chevon Robinson, Database Administrator FLA former. Mr. Akeem Meredith, Quality Control Officer FLA. Mr. Rashawn Brown, Quality Control Officer FLA. Mr. Tevin White, Technical Support Officer FLA. And Major Wayne Barrett, Officer Commanding Logistics Company, Jamaica Defense Force, JDF. Mighty God. Ladies and gentlemen, that alone is a mouthful. That alone is a mouthful, my people. Let me scroll up to where is the summary of this particular conclusion, chapter 6, page 62. Let's go to the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen. All right. This chapter outlines the conclusion drawn by the DI. Allegations of missing firearms and ammunition from the vault of the FLA. The DI concludes that the FLA actively stores firearms and ammunition belonging to license holder. The DI further concludes that the firearms stored by the FLA for safekeeping, disposal, surrender, seizure, license, not renewed, revocation, FLA inquiry, and firearms for deceased persons. The DI concludes that up to June 23rd, the FLA had 1,224 firearms at the firearms parts stored for destruction. The DI further concludes there is no evidence to support the allegation that any of the firearm and our firearm parts stored for destruction by the FLA are unaccounted for. The DI concludes that 191 0.22 rounds of ammunition belonging to the private arms holder are unaccounted for. Whoa. Go back. They conclude that 191 0.22 rounds of ammunition belonging to a private firearm holder are unaccounted for at the FLA's main vault up to June 13, 2023. The DI conclusion is premised on the fact that the respective storage bag labels as containing 519 5.90.22 rounds of ammunition was found to contain 219 0.22 rounds of ammunition. Hold on. 219, 519, 0.22 rounds. It was found to contain 219 ammunition. A further 109 0.22 rounds of ammunition were found amongst an assortment of ammunition. It is important to note that the three was clear indication that the FLA, from the FLA, that 109 of the 0.22 rounds of ammunition that were found amongst the assortment of the ammunition belonged to the private firearm holder. Notwithstanding, 191 of the total amount of 519 0.22 rounds of ammunition remain unaccounted for. Mercy, Father God, take a case, I don't know. So Jamaica, them can't find 100 How much you say they can find? 119 rounds of ammunition is unaccounted for. What if a damage that in a nuts? Mighty God, that's a lot of damage. How much does 100 and I don't know not about gun and selling, you know. How much does 119 rounds of ammunition worth? How much you can get that for? I'm just asking. Because, hey, the DI further concludes that the FLA failed to adequately maintain the inventory stored in their main vault, and that there ought to be greater accountability in the storage of firearms and ammunition by the FLA. The DI's conclusion is premised on the fact that only 17% of the 4,103 entries of electronic vault management system were checked and significant anomalies were detected, most noteworthy of which is ammunition being unaccounted for. Jesus of mercy. Hold on there. As well as deteriorating storage bags found. What do you mean by deteriorating storage bags found? The bags, them start to deteriorate. Where would I store the ammunition in? Very interesting. Could it be that the ammunitions were removed and left with the bags deteriorating? I'm just asking. I don't know about these things, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to move on. So there's an unaccounted for issue where the bullets and ammunition is concerned, ladies and gentlemen. Not so much the guns, according to the conclusion so far. Admission, the administration of the FLA license management system. The DI concludes that the FLA's license management system, LMS, was manipulated by the FLA. Jesus, Father God, all this work. What do they mean by manipulated by the FLA? And it appears that inaccurate information was inputted in Mr. Kent Brown LMS account. The DI conclusion is premised on the fact that Siobhan Robinson, former database administrator at the FLA, made 4 entries to the LMS of Mr. Brown of 3 individuals purchasing a total of 6,000 12-gauge bird hunting ammunition without the request or consent of Mr. Brown, with the blouse and skirt about it. This sound like Anky Panky. Oh, you fi sell the people them 6,000 12-gauge rounds, allegedly, and don't consult Mr. Brown, and just go so Babson. Mr. Kent, it don't look good. It don't look good. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. This one is spicy. 2 of the alleged purchasers did not possess the requisite permit from NEPA in order to make the alleged purchases. So who from NEPA never have the permit? NEPA? You mean NEPA where they not officer Prime Minister? What a bangarang. What a bangarang. Whoa.
Emotional damage. Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Let me read that again. 2 of the alleged purchasers did not possess the requisite permits from NEPA in order to make the alleged purchases. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the persons are not from NEPA. I stand corrected. They did not get the permit from NEPA. Oh, so if you're going to shoot birds and you need those ammunition, you would need to get a permit from NEPA to purchase said ammunition. So if you don't get the permit and you're found with those ammunition, you can go to prison. I would think. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, for clarity. All right, I stand corrected. I got a little bit excited there. Anyway, one of the alleged purchases stated that he had never done bird hunting and had never purchased bird hunting ammunition. The second alleged purchaser admitted to participating in bird hunting but had not done since 2015. The confirmed death of the third alleged purchaser, who died approximately 3 weeks before he allegedly purchased 2,000 rounds. Let me read that again. Wait a second, Jamaica. I don't think I read right. Let me slow down. The confirmed death of the third alleged purchaser, who died approximately 3 weeks before he allegedly purchased 2,000 rounds, 1,000 in 2 instances, coupled with the fact that the material time he was in possession of a temporary license which would not permit him to purchase ammunition, further supports Mr. Brown's account that the LMS was manipulated to reflect the incorrect data to his detriment. Jesus have mercy, Father God.
Emotional damage.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
What can go so? Hey, boy, ain't no fucking way, boy. Boy, ain't no 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 way, boy.
Jamaica. What she tell me for you? Stop read. Oh, me stop. Me soon done. I conclusion me I read and done. When me done so, me done. Me have to do this in the morning, tomorrow, when me wake up. This too much. This too much, Jamaica. Listen to me, man. This man died 3 weeks before the alleged purchase. That are the first red flag. And then he tell me, he said, the temporary license would not permit him to purchase the ammunition. And basically the director said, this supports Mr. Brown's account that the thing was manipulated. God. The DI further concludes that the instruction, if any, to input and the fact of inputting, which appears to be fabricated information, prima facie constitute a breach of Section 5 of the Cybercrimes Act. Ordinarily, this matter would have been referred for prosecution consideration, but given certain evidentiary gaps occasioned by the reported failure of the FLA server, no such referrals is being made. Jamaica, let me tell you something. You see this article this post from Oceanwide is very deceptive. When you just read that a while ago, you see why the IC never recommended no criminal charges is not because they did not think any crime was not committed, ladies and gentlemen. It's because there wasn't substantial evidence to charge nobody. That is a big context matters to blows and skirt. Anybody that watch this right now, on in for a treat. If you not watch it live or not watch it replay. This is the breakdown. If you not appreciate it, hit the like button and share this with somebody in a Jesus name. Mighty God. Revocation of license. The DI that Mr. Kent Bent, gunsmith and dealership license were revoked by the FLA. The DI concludes is premised upon the revocation order issued by the FLA pursuant to Section 84 of the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022. The DI further concludes that the FLA did not act ultra-virus to their statutory authority in revoking the reference license. So they're saying they were not in breach of any law by doing that. They were in the right. The DI is unable to resolve the allegation that Mr. John Elliott corruptly paid $500,000 to anyone at the FLA to have his business reopened because Mr. John Elliott died shortly after the commencement of this investigation. Jamaica dead man tells no tale. We're moving right along. This prevented the DI from exploring the reference allegations with him. The DI concluded, what hold on them? Let me go back. Didn't that man allege that Mr. Dallin said he would? No, sir. You know, I was page me there, 64. Me I go back up at page 6. Cause me sure so me this is something up here, so we're very, very ominous. Very ominous. It says here, Mr. Kent, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Where is it? There was a reference to something about cutting down, man. And one bag of something long, so man. Yes, see it here. See it here, ladies and gentlemen. In April 2018, I wrote a letter to the editor and the observer. My letter made the letter of the day, and I heard from the grapevine. This is an allegation, ladies and gentlemen, from Mr. John, that died. So he heard from the grapevine that the CEO of FLA, Mr. Shane Dallin, was not happy with the letter and that he was going to cut me down to size because I have too much title and chat too much. He says, I understand this to mean that Mr. Dallin is not going to stop until he shuts down my business and destroys my reputation. Sir, you have no business and you have no reputation. Unfortunately, you're no longer in the land of the living. I leave him that one alone. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on. God. Where were we? I was at 64, yes? The DI was unable to resolve the allegation that Mr. John Elliott corruptly paid $500,000 to anyone at the FLA to have his business reopened because Mr. John Elliott died shortly after the commencement of this investigation. This prevented the DI. He died, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know how he died, but he died. This prevented the DI from exploring the referenced allegation with him. The DI concludes that the act of manipulation and manipulating the LMS and the inputting of what appears to be inaccurate information on the system by an employee of the FLA to the detriment of Mr. Browning is sufficient basis for a reasonable and detached observer to form the view that Mr. Kent was targeted by the FLA. Jesus. So it's reasonable to believe, based off the evidence, that Mr. Kent Brown was targeted by the FLA. What a bangarang. The DI concludes its premise on the fact that without any reasonable justification or Mr. Brown's request or consent, Mr. Siobhan Robinson made what appears to be inaccurate entries to Mr. Brown's LMS. These entries had the potential to cause adverse consequences for Mr. Brown's business operation. Further, and as has been established above, one of the three individuals who is alleged to have purchased 2,000 rounds was seized at the material time. The other two individuals have denied purchasing said rounds. This is consistent with Mr. Brown's accounts that the sale of the referenced rounds to the individuals identified did not occur. The DI is, however, unable to conclude whether Mr. Kent Brown was targeted because he did not pay $2 million to Mr. Ellsworth Callum, former senior compliance officer at the FLA, as was alleged. Jesus have mercy. Boy, ladies and gentlemen, should I go to recommendations? Recommendations is a lot. I am going to stop right there. Yes, I'm going to stop right there. We're going to go to part 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is part 1 of the FLA breakdown. My good people, this is part 1 of the FLA breakdown. Let me know what you think in the comment section. This is mighty interesting. Indeed, my people. Wow. Like, share, and subscribe.
Madam Speaker, it is with humility, gratitude, and a deep sense of responsibility that I rise to make my contribution to this sectoral debate on agriculture and fisheries. I give thanks to Almighty God for his guidance and strength. Public service is a sacred trust that demands wisdom, integrity, courage, and humility. As members of this honorable house, we are entrusted with the hopes, struggles, and aspirations of the Jamaican people, and we must remain faithful stewards of that responsibility. I express sincere gratitude to my family for their unwavering love, sacrifice, and support. Their encouragement has been a constant source of strength throughout the demands of public life. I also thank the leader of the opposition, the member from South St. Andrew, for his leadership and the confidence that he has placed in me. And I want to specially commend him for his love and commitment to the Jamaican people. To my team members, chief among them are my councillors, the mayor, the councillor for Betheltown, Danry Delancey, the councillor for the Darlington Division, Jerome Bacchus, the councillor for the Leamington Division, Amarcard Brown, and the councillor for the White House Division, Michael Jackson. I also want to recognize my deputy or junior spokesperson, Reverend Dr. Paul Blake, who is also here with us. To the volunteers, researchers, and constituency workers whose dedication helped connect our work to the realities faced by our people every day, I say thank you. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, I thank the people of Eastern Westmoreland for the trust they have placed in me. I carried their voices into this chamber. The farmer worried about drought, the fisherman praying for calm seas, the mother struggling with rising food costs, the young person seeking opportunity, and the elderly citizen hoping not to be forgotten. That is why the theme of my contribution is a harvest the people can eat. Success in agriculture and fisheries must not be measured by speeches, announcements, or consultations. It must be measured by results. It must reflect in farmers who have reliable access to water, markets, and protection from disasters. Fishers who have the equipment and support they need. Affordable food for consumers. Thriving rural communities. Meaningful opportunities for young people, and a Jamaica that is less dependent on imported food. When Jamaicans still struggle to afford basic food, when farmers continue to face repeated disaster without timely recovery support, when fishers wait too long for assistance, and when young people remain locked out of agriculture because they cannot access land, financing, training, or markets, we must be honest with ourselves. The system is not delivering as it should. I say this not only as a member of parliament, but as a farmer myself. You're not keeping up if you don't know that I'm a farmer. You're not keeping up, you know. You're not keeping up. You're not keeping up. Madam Speaker, I know the anxiety of waiting on rainfall. I know the disappointment of seeing crops fail after months of labor. In communities like those across Eastern Westmoreland, agriculture is more than abstract policy issues. It is survival, dignity, opportunity, and hope. This debate, therefore, is not merely about statistics or policy documents. It is about whether the people of Jamaica, especially those in rural communities, feel protected, respected, and empowered by the policies of their government. Madam Speaker, I wish to place on the record a biblical principle directly to the issues before us today. Galatians 6:7 reminds us, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Whilst the Apostle Paul was speaking about moral responsibility, he used language every farmer understands. The principle is simple. There is a relationship between what is planted and what is harvested. between choices and consequences, between policy and outcomes. That principle applies equally to public policy. A country that sows weak planning cannot expect strong agricultural sector. A country that underinvests in irrigation, farm roads, agricultural resilience, fisheries infrastructure, and youth participation cannot expect to reap food security and rural prosperity. The scripture also warns us, be not deceived. In policy terms, we must not confuse activity with achievement, announcements with results, or public relations with progress. Consultations, launches, and press releases have their place, but they cannot substitute for practical support that reaches farmers, fishers, and consumers. Therefore, when I speak of a harvest the people can eat, I speak not only of crops and fish, but of the harvest of governance itself. Ultimately, leadership is judged not by what it announced, but by what the people are able to reap from our stewardship. Madam Speaker, agriculture and fisheries are not secondary sectors to be discussed only in times of crisis. They are fundamental to Jamaica's survival, stability, and economic independence. I acknowledge that some work has been done and some progress has been made. I acknowledge also the dedication of farmers, fishers, extension officers, technical staff, and rural communities. However, the real question is whether government policy has produced sufficient improvement in the lives of the people who depend on those sectors. Far too many Jamaicans answer that as no. Madam Speaker, if we wish to assess the true state of agriculture, we must look beyond announcement and examine the results. The figures are sobering. In 2025, Jamaica's food import bill rose to approximately US $1.46 billion. I don't know if the member speaking before has some updated information, because he said the food import bill is at $2 billion. That's US dollars. When the government came to office in 2016, that food import bill was at $834 million US dollars. Approximately 50% of what it is now. At the same time, agricultural exports declined from approximately US $288 million in 2024 to US $278 million in 2025. As a result, Jamaica now imports roughly $5 worth of food for every dollar earned from agricultural exports. These figures should concern every policymaker. Jamaica is blessed with fertile land, a strong agricultural tradition, and thousands of hard-working farmers. Yet we remain heavily dependent on imported food. Madam Speaker, praise for agriculture carries little weight if the food import bill continues to rise while agricultural export continues to decline. Ultimately, the measure of success is not what is announced, but what is achieved for the Jamaican people. Jamaica remains heavily dependent on imported food and agricultural inputs. As a result, we are exposed to global price increases, supply chain disruption, exchange rate pressure, and international events beyond our control, as the war in Iran, between Iran and Israel, is now affecting us. Madam Speaker, the government should identify those products that can be produced or substituted locally and develop targeted strategies to expand domestic production. This includes strengthening local feed production, supporting crops such as cassava, sweet potato, breadfruit, onions, Irish potato, sorghum, and providing incentives for farmers producing priority commodities. In the debate that we had on the Jamaica Dairy Board, I spoke about the opportunity that is there for milk and beef trimmings. But Irish potato, Madam Speaker, Jamaica imports between 19.5 million and 21 million tons of French fries annually, at a cost to the country of more than US $30 million each year. These figures, drawn from the last 5 years, highlight a significant opportunity for import substitution, value-added production, and rural economic growth. When the National Development Plan speaks of agribusinesses and value chain development, farmers and the wider agricultural sector expect to see practical strategies that can transform these imports into local production. Specifically, the country should be pursuing a plan to replace those imported French fries with the domestic production of approximately 34 to 36 million kilograms of Irish potatoes, based on a conversion ratio of 1.75 kilograms of Irish potatoes for every kilogram of French fries produced. Madam Speaker, The opportunities arising from such an initiative would extend across several agricultural regions of Jamaica. We have already demonstrated the capacity to successfully cultivate Irish potato in Manchester, Trelawney, St. Elizabeth, St. James, and the Guysville Belt, spanning St. Catherine, St. Mary, and St. Anne. Many farming communities, including those in my own constituency, stand ready to participate and benefit from such an expansion. Based on the current yield that we get in Jamaica of approximately 15 metric tons per hectare, if we were to take on that full demand, we would put 2,000 hectares of Irish potato under production. Madam Speaker, this is precisely the type of strategic thinking, detailed planning, and measurable economic opportunity that our farmers expect when government speaks about national development. Agribusiness and value chain development cannot remain abstract concepts in policy documents. They must be translated into clear production targets. Madam Speaker, I welcome the National Agricultural Development Plan and the efforts to establish a long-term vision for the sector. Jamaica needs a serious agricultural strategy, and on that principle there should be broad agreement in this House. However, our greatest challenge is not a lack of diagnosis. We already know the problems. We know that irrigation remains inadequate, access to financing and technology is limited, storage capacity is insufficient, production planning is inconsistent, export system can be burdensome, and too many farmers and fishers remain disconnected from the benefits of national policy. The danger is that the National Agricultural Development Plan becomes another document that accurately identifies problems but fails to meaningfully deliver change. Plans by themselves do not transform a country. Execution does. Execution requires clear priorities, measurable targets, transparent budget, defined responsibilities, regular reporting, and the political will to follow through. That is why I call for a public implementation framework to be attached to the plan, one that identifies priority projects, timelines, funding sources, implementing agencies, and measurable outcomes. The Jamaican people deserve to know not only what is proposed, but how success will be measured and when results can be expected. Madam Speaker, Hurricane Melissa exposed serious weaknesses in the way we protect and support the people who feed this country. I witnessed the devastation firsthand in eastern Westmoreland. I met farmers who saw months of labor destroyed overnight. I spoke to fishers who lost boats, engine, traps, and equipment. I saw families wondering how they would recover and whether they could afford to start again. Behind every damaged farm is a family. Behind every destroyed boat is a livelihood. And behind every statistic is a human story. The damage revealed not only the impact of a hurricane, but the vulnerability of the systems on which farmers and fishers depend. No government can prevent a hurricane. The true test of leadership, however, is whether recovery systems are strong enough to respond quickly and help people rebuild with dignity. On that test, many farmers and fishers believe the system fell short. The issue is not the storm itself. Jamaicans understand that hurricanes are part of our reality. The issue is what happened after the storm passed. Too many people waited too long for assistance, too many remained uncertain about available support, and too many felt forgotten once public attention moved on. Recovery cannot depend on hope. It requires funding, clear timelines, transparent criteria, and public accountability. I therefore call on the government to table a comprehensive recovery report to Parliament detailing the assistance delivered, beneficiaries reached, funds allocated and disbursed, outstanding needs, and measures being implemented to strengthen resilience against future disaster. Most importantly, disaster recovery must be built around the realities of production. Farmers cannot wait indefinitely to replant crops. Livestock require daily feed, and fishers must return to sea quickly to support their families. Madam Speaker, the first recommendation I place before the House in this is the establishment of a permanent agriculture and fisheries disaster recovery fund. Such a fund should not be created after every hurricane, flood, or drought. It should not depend on emergency appeals or delayed budget allocations after livelihoods have been destroyed. It should be a standing national fund, financed annually and ready to be activated immediately when disaster strikes. Jamaica is vulnerable to hurricanes, floods, droughts, and other climate-related events. These risks are predictable. Our response system should therefore be proactive, not reactive. A permanent fund would allow government to move from crisis management to preparedness. It would provide farmers and fishers with confidence that support will be available through a clear, transparent mechanism whenever disaster causes significant losses. The fund should serve 5 core purposes: providing emergency assistance to affected producers, replacing critical productive assets, supporting temporary livelihoods where incomes have been disrupted, accelerating replanting and restocking, and helping producers rebuild in ways that are more resilient to future disasters. Importantly, recovery must be linked to production. The objective is not simply to compensate losses, but to help farmers return to their fields and fishers return to the sea as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, every disaster teaches the same lesson. Delayed recovery increases hardship, weakens food security, and slows economic growth. A permanent recovery fund would help ensure that assistance is timely, predictable, and focused on restoring livelihoods. If we know the disaster will come, then preparedness is not an option, it is a responsibility. Madam Speaker, for the fund to succeed, it must be transparent, efficient, and trusted by the people it is designed to serve. It cannot become another program defined by delay, uncertainty, or discretion. It must operate according to clear rules, clear timelines, and clear accountability. Farmers and fishers should know who qualifies, what losses are covered, what support is available, and how assistance can be accessed. Once a disaster is declared and the fund is activated, application should be processed through a simple and accessible system supported by RADA, Fisheries Authority, and parish-level recovery teams. Most importantly, recovery must be timely. Damage assessment should begin immediately. Emergency assistance should reach affected producers within weeks, and regular public reports should provide transparency on beneficiaries, funding, and progress. The fund should also be supported by parish-level agricultural and fisheries recovery teams established before disaster occurs. Their role would be to assess damage, verify losses, coordinate assistance, and ensure that support reaches those most in need quickly and fairly. Madam Speaker, preparedness is not simply about forecasting storms. It is about having systems in place to protect livelihoods, restore production, and help people recover with dignity when disaster strikes. The obvious question is how such a fund would be financed. The answer is that it should not depend on a single source of funding. A permanent agriculture and fishery disaster recovery fund should be supported through a blended model that combines annual government allocations, climate finance, insurance mechanism, development partner support, and private sector partnership. Madam Speaker, a responsible nation does not wait until livelihoods are destroyed before searching for funding. It prepares in advance. Equally important, Madam Speaker, is accountability. The fund should be independently audited, report annually to Parliament, and publish recovery reports after major disasters, detailing how funds were allocated, who benefited, and what outcomes were achieved. The Jamaican people should not have to guess how disaster funds are being spent. Transparency must be built into the system from the beginning. I propose the establishment of an oversight body as well, comprising of representatives of government, opposition, farmers and fishers organizations, and other relevant stakeholders to strengthen public confidence and ensure fair administration. Madam Speaker, the issue before us is not whether resources can be found. The issue is whether we are prepared to build permanent systems that ensure those resources reach the people who need them the most, when they need them the most. This is not simply an agricultural priority. It is a national responsibility and one that should unite us across party lines. Madam Speaker, disaster recovery is essential, but recovery alone cannot be our strategy. We must place equal emphasis on reducing vulnerability before disaster strikes. Climate change is no longer a future concern. It is a present reality. Farmers are facing longer droughts, more intense hurricanes, irregular rainfall, flooding, heat stress, and increased pest pressures. Fishers are confronting changing marine conditions and increasingly dangerous seas. The question is whether we are doing enough to help them adopt. Serious resilience program must include expanded irrigation, water harvesting system, protected agriculture, drought-resistant crops, improved drainage, hurricane-resistant infrastructure, coastal protection, and modern early warning systems. It must be reflected in the investment we make and the systems we build. Madam Speaker, one of the fastest and most practical ways to strengthen food security is to reduce post-harvest loss. Too much of what our farmers produce never reaches to the consumers. Valuable produce is lost because of inadequate storage, limited cold chain infrastructure, insufficient processing capacity, and weaknesses in moving goods efficiently from farm to market. At a time when farmers are working hard to increase production, consumers are facing high food prices. Such losses are simply unacceptable. The government should therefore prioritize parish-level aggregation and distribution centers where produce can be sorted, graded, stored, processed, and connected to reliable markets. These facilities should be linked to schools, hospitals, hotels, supermarkets, exporters, and agro-processors to strengthen the journey from farm to table. We must also improve access to market intelligence. Farmers need timely information on demand, prices, and market opportunities so that production decisions can be guided by data rather than guesswork. Madam Speaker, reducing post-harvest loss is about more than preventing waste. It is about increasing farmers' incomes, improving food affordability, strengthening supply chains, and making better use of what Jamaica already produces. In relation to youth in agriculture, Madam Speaker, if Jamaica is serious about the future of agriculture, then we must be equally serious about investing in young people who will shape that future. The Minister spoke about youth engagement and developing the next generation of agricultural leaders, an objective that deserves broad support. However, the cancellation of the National 4-H Achievement Day 2026 has raised legitimate concerns among students, parents, teachers, and stakeholders across the sector. National Achievement Day is more than an event. It is a platform that recognizes excellence, encourages innovation, builds confidence, and exposes young people to opportunities in agriculture, agribusiness, science, and entrepreneurship. For many students, particularly those in rural communities, it is their opportunity to showcase their talent on a national stage. Against that background, the cancellation is disappointing and warrants a clear explanation. At a time when we are encouraging young people to enter agriculture, opportunities for recognition and participation should be expanding and not shrinking. I therefore call on the government to provide a full explanation for the cancellation, commit to restoring National Achievement Day in 2027, and consider hosting an alternative National Youth Agricultural Showcase this year so that students who have worked hard are not deprived of an opportunity to display their achievements. The 4-H movement also needs to be properly funded. Madam Speaker, Jamaica needs a clear and structured pathway for young people to enter and succeed in agriculture. That pathway should begin in our schools, extend through training, land access, financing, business development, and marketing opportunities. Madam Speaker, I also wish to recognize the indispensable contribution of women to the agricultural sector. Women are farmers, agro-processors, entrepreneurs, vendors, and community leaders. They play a critical role in food production, value-added processing, household food security, and rural development. Yet many continue to face barriers in accessing land, financing, equipment, irrigation, transportation, and farmer markets. If we are serious about agricultural development, then we must be equally serious about removing those barriers. I therefore support targeted programs that expand access to financing, training, processing, packaging, branding, and market opportunities for women-led agricultural enterprise and cooperatives. Particular attention should be given to rural women involved in value-added production, where agriculture creates not only income, but employment and economic activity within communities. Madam Speaker, investing in women is not simply a social objective. It is a sound economic strategy. When women in agriculture succeed, families are strengthened, communities become more resilient, and the nation moves closer to achieving food security and inclusive growth. If Jamaica is serious about developing its blue economy, then we must invest in the foundations of a modern fisheries industry. Fisheries need reliable landing sites, cold storage facilities, ice-making plants, market access, timely weather information, and stronger cooperative structure that improves efficiency and strengthens their position within the ecosystem. Madam Speaker, on the issue of predial larceny, no serious agricultural policy can ignore predial larceny. Farmers cannot be expected to invest, expand production, or encourage the next generation to enter agriculture if criminals can steal livestock and crops with little fear of consequences. Predial larceny is more than theft. It is an attack on rural livelihoods, food security, and economic growth. It undermines confidence, discourages investment, and weakens the agricultural sector. The government must strengthen its response through better coordination among law enforcement, RADA, farmers' organizations, local communities. Improve farm registration, stronger livestock identification system. And if you speak to most cattle farmers currently, Madam Speaker, they will tell you that they can't get any tags for their animals. So in essence, what we are doing is turning the hard-working farmers of the country into criminals when they are caught with these animals that they cannot properly identify. We need continued investment in farm roads. And Madam Speaker, on the issue of farm roads, the minister often stands up to talk about how many farm roads have been done. And oftentimes, it is about 300 or 400 meters of farm road when the road leading to the farm is 5 kilometers. And they've only repaired a section of 300 or 400 meters to say that we do 200 roads. That is not efficient, Madam Speaker, and that is not transformative. Madam Speaker, Jamaica must do more to capture the full value of what our farmers produce. Too often, the greatest economic value is created after harvest through processing, packaging and branding, and marketing. Agro-processing therefore represents one of the clearest opportunities to increase incomes, reduce post-harvest losses, create jobs, and expand exports. Whether it is fruits being transformed into juices, cassava processed into flour, or spices converted into value-added products, every stage of processing allows Jamaica to retain more wealth within the local economy. Madam Speaker, one of the greatest tests of government is whether promises are translated into measurable results. Too often, programs are announced and resources are allocated without sufficient public reporting on outcomes and impact. The Jamaican people deserve to know not only what was promised, but what was delivered. I therefore propose that the Ministry publish an annual agriculture and fisheries sector scorecard reporting on key indicators such as farmers and fishers support, youth and women participation, agricultural expansion, farm road improvement, disaster recovery assistance, fisheries development, post-harvest loss reduction, and efforts to strengthen food security. Prime Minister, transparency is not a burden. It is a pillar of good governance. Clear reporting strengthens accountability, improves decision-making, and builds public confidence. If we are serious about transforming agriculture and fisheries, then performance must be measured, not by announcements made, but by the results delivered. Madam Speaker, the opposition offers a practical agenda focused on implementation, accountability, and results. Our priorities are clear: a permanent agriculture and fisheries disaster recovery fund, a national food import reduction plan, stronger support.
Traveling the world, don't know how to get around or how to do it on a budget? 1-2-Go will get you to your destination at the touch of a button on your smartphone, offering you airport.
Greater investment in farm roads, irrigation, storage, and agro-processing, expanded opportunity for women in agriculture, increased access to financing, insurance, and risk management tools, and greater transparency through annual sector scorecard and public reporting. Madam Speaker, Jamaica just does not need more promises without delivery or plans without implementation. What our farmers and fishers need are policies that increase production, strengthen food security, expand opportunity, and improve livelihoods. This is the agenda we are proposing. That is the standard we should demand, and that is the future our agriculture and fisheries sector deserves. Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Eastern Westmoreland, I have witnessed the resilience, determination, and hard work of our farmers, fishers, and rural communities. They're not asking for favors. They're asking for opportunity. They're asking for partnership. They're asking for leadership that matches words with action. The opposition stands ready to support every measure that genuinely advances those goals. But we will continue to demand accountability, transparency, and results, because the Jamaican people deserve nothing less. And so, I return to the central theme of this debate. The true measure of success is not what is announced, but what is achieved. It is measured in the farmer who can earn a fair return from the land. It is measured in the fisher who can return safely to sea. It is measured in the young person who sees a future in agriculture. It is measured in families who can afford the food they need, and in rural communities that can thrive with dignity and hope. That is the harvest Jamaica needs. That is the harvest our people deserve. And that is the harvest that we must all work together to achieve. Thank you very much.
Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
We want to thank the member from Westmoreland Eastern, a new convert to the farming sector, for his presentation. And we will now invite the member from Southeastern St. Mary, Mr. Christopher Brown, for his presentation.
Madam Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted. Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker will be taking over as well.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I rise today to make my contribution. I rise knowing that the confidence that has been reposed in me by the people of Southeastern St. Mary is strong. It is firmly rooted and grounded in a shared vision of wanting better for our communities, better for our people, and better for our country. I therefore remain grateful to the people for this opportunity to serve. I want to acknowledge from the outset the members of my constituency executive, Mr. Speaker, and advisory team, long-standing Councillor Levan Freeman, who are seated in the gallery. I thank you for your loyalty, your support, your service, and your hard work as we continue to work towards building better for Southeastern St. Mary. Madam Speaker, I want to also acknowledge the students and teachers of St. Mary Technical High, Marymount High, and Anota Bay High, the three main high schools in Southeast St. Mary. I thank them for being here today. Let me also express sincere thanks to the leader for the confidence he has reposed in me in appointing me to serve as a member of his shadow cabinet. I want to also, Mr. Speaker, take the opportunity to thank members on both sides of this honorable house for their support, their guidance, and their quiet words of encouragement to me as a first-term member of Parliament. And, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my family. My wife, Sandra, my son, William, who is in the gallery, my mother, who has been ailing for some time. Mommy, I know you are watching, and all will be well. Mr. Speaker, last week I listened to Minister Marks. Just now we heard from Minister Wheatley. I extend to both the respect they deserve, and I want to say clearly on the record that real things are happening. the Data Protection Act, the ICT Authority, the JDXP, the AI Task Force, JCERT's decade of work, credit must be given where credit is due. I wish to also put on record the government in its own mission statements, both at the level of government generally and within the respective ministries, have recognized that the world has entered a digital revolution. This digital revolution, if properly embraced and adopted with urgency, can deliver the efficiencies and growth that have eluded us for many decades. Mr. Speaker, we are already seeing the benefits of this transformation in many other countries and regions. The efficiencies it brings, the productivity gains it enables, and the opportunities it creates for new entrants into the business space, particularly small and emerging entrepreneurs. We also recognize that one of the key economic indicators of a country moving toward higher growth and higher income status is its capacity to innovate. Yes. Yes. Innovation is central to competitiveness in the modern global economy. Madam Speaker, this digital revolution, therefore, presents us with clear opportunities, Mr. Speaker. Opportunities for growth, for higher incomes, for better salaries, and for improved productivity across all sectors. It offers a pathway for greater inclusion of small and medium-sized enterprises into the formal business economy without prohibitive costs, thereby leveling the playing field and broadening participation in economic activity. In short, Mr. Speaker, what we are witnessing is a transformation that, if properly harnessed, can accelerate economic growth, expand economic livelihoods, and reshape opportunity for our people. Within all of this, what has struck me, and not just from last week, and not just today, but from the outset of this administration as it relates to the areas of science, technology, and matters relating to digital transformation, is a remarkable, unbroken consistency in how these portfolios have been managed and prioritized. There is, Mr. Speaker, a consistency to confuse announcement with accomplishment, yes, to celebrate speeches as action, yes, and now in recent time to position assessment as transformation. We have been talking a lot, making loads of announcements. The minister, in his own words earlier, said that the sector has been sleeping. What an admission. But the modern infrastructure, complete with the required funding and the required legislation, has been consistently missing. And so it is therefore understandable, Mr. Speaker, that the Jamaican people and key industry stakeholders and practitioners are now entitled to shift the question to not what is the vision, but what has been delivered. Yes. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me ground this in evidence, as I don't come here to just chat, yes, or to be partisan, yes, or to criticize. Yes. Jamaica does not have the time for that in this rapidly changing and unfolding digital revolution. Correct. You know, one of the clearest examples of the impact of efficiency, innovation, and the utilization of digital tools, and of tapping into the broader digital revolution, is reflected in how we are ranked and rated in relation to the ease of doing business. Yes. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in the 2015-2016 period, Jamaica was ranked 60s, in the 60s globally, out of approximately 190 economies in the World Bank's Doing Business assessment. However, in the last available report published by the World Bank, the final report before the series was discontinued, just before COVID, Jamaica was ranked 71st. We are going in the wrong direction. The World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, Global Innovation Index, ranks 139 countries on whether they are genuinely building the systems that drive modern economies. In 2020, Jamaica ranked 72nd. In 2025, 83rd. What? Taken closer, it represents 5 years of consecutive decline. Year after year after year after year of decline. Again, going in the wrong direction. From the same WIPO, Knowledge and technology outputs ranks Jamaica 117th out of 139. Network readiness, 94th out of 127. These are not opposition statistics, Mr. Speaker. These are independent international scorecards. And the WIPO Director General was just here last week in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, one number I want every Jamaican listening to hold in their mind. In all of 2023, the entire year, Jamaican inventors filed 2 patents. 2. Ranked 121 out of 139 globally. Down 75% from the year before. No tech unicorn. There is not one Jamaican university in the international rankings. And this is not because we lack talent. Madam Speaker, our culture is extraordinary. Indeed, Jamaica is one of the great cultural powers of the world. Our music, our language, our rhythms, our creativity shape global culture every single day. Sports. But in the age of artificial intelligence and digital transformation, we must now ask, who owns Jamaican culture in the digital century? Artificial intelligence systems are now being trained on Jamaican music, Jamaican accents, Jamaican slang and Jamaican creative expression, often without compensation or protection for the Jamaican people. Our culture is being mined as data while others monetize what Jamaica created. Mr. Speaker, innovation without sovereignty can become extraction. And so as we pursue digital transformation, Jamaica must also develop a serious national strategy around cultural intellectual property, around AI governance and digital rights, and become a leading voice through bodies such as WIPO in protecting cultural sovereignty in the age of artificial intelligence. So creativity without investment, as the WIPO Secretary General told the Prime Minister, told Minister Wheatley, told Arbin Hill last week, and creativity without research funding, without a system behind it, does not become patents. Let us look a little closer home. The Minister of Science, Energy and Technology Strategic Business Plan 2022 to 2026, which was published in February 2022, and this is the government's document, states in strategic objective number 8, and I quote, facilitate an increase in investments in R&D, science, technology, and investment to 1% of GDP by March 2026. I heard the minister said earlier that it is 0.7% now. But if you check the WIPO records, there is no R&D expenditure figure for Jamaica at all. The Global Innovation Index ranks Jamaica 124th out of 133 on the scale as it relates to research and development. Sadly, Jamaica ranks 3rd in the entire world on the Human Flight and Brain Drain Index. More than 40% of every Jamaican who earns a university degree is living and working abroad. The nurse from UWI is in Canada. The engineer from UTech is in London. The IT professional who could be building Jamaica's digital systems is in Florida. They did not leave because they didn't love Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, they left because Jamaica has not built the environment where their talent can be valued with dignity. No retention strategy. No tax incentive for the STEM professional who stays. No innovation district where returning diaspora can build something meaningful. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about a young lady who is from a community called IB, IT Boreal, on the outskirts of Anata Bay in my constituency. She's in her late 20s. She has 2 children. And she lives with her mother while she stays in Kingston Sundays to Fridays each week. She has 3 other siblings. None works. 2 are still in school. Her mom also doesn't work. She is the breadwinner. She handles hundreds of calls a day, works hard, sends what she can home to help with the household, trying with everything she has to build something for herself and her family. She works in one of Jamaica's call centers. She represents thousands of Jamaicans, especially in the Montego Bay, St. Andrew, and Kingston area, whose livelihood depends on this sector. Yes. And right now, not in the future, but right now, Mr. Speaker, companies running these call centers globally are testing AI systems that do exactly what she does. Faster, cheaper. This government formed an AI task force in August 2023. Recommendations were published in 2025. UNESCO assessment completed in April of this year. And they are now, as of this sitting, beginning to draft a national AI policy. 3 years and Jamaica still has not enacted a plan.
Shame.
She needs a specific funded named program. Here is where you go. Here is what you learn. Here is who pays. Here is what job is waiting on the other side. Many other countries are doing this. Why can't Jamaica do this as well? There are thousands who are like this young lady, who want an end to the glossy symposiums, who want an end to the nice speeches, who want an end to the dilly-dallying. Madam Speaker, every Jamaican remembers Hurricane Melissa, October 2025. Cell towers down across entire parishes. Emergency service operating blind. Melissa was a natural disaster. We could not stop her. But what Melissa revealed clearly and painfully is what happens when Jamaica's infrastructure fails. When things go down. When services stop. And Madam Speaker, that collapse can happen because deliberately. The Caribbean, as the Minister acknowledged earlier on, is the fastest growing region in the world for cyber attacks, growing at 25% every year. We have had some major breaches, and I heard him said 49 million earlier, over the past 5 years, some public, some not disclosed. Both within the public and private sector, there have been breaches. The port of Kingston, if that goes down, nothing moves. There is no institutional or legislative framework that gives the government of Jamaica legal authority to compel the public sector, to compel customs, to compel a hospital, a port, or a utility to meet minimum security standards. We hear the minister announcing that is to start now. We need that long time and we need it now. Only a cyber security act can do that. Madam Speaker.
Hear me, sir. We know say you're a big driver. But no matter how skilled you be, the faster you drive or the less time you have to react to something unexpected.
Work is progressing. We hear the minister. Madam Speaker, that gap was identified in 2015. The government told the OAS, in their own words, the work is progressing with an anticipated completion in 2027. Madam Speaker, 2027. On the overarching national security strategy, cybersecurity strategy, the government told the OAS the updated strategy had an implementation target of December 31st, 2025. That deadline has passed. Has it been formally adopted? Has it been completed? Singapore passed its Cybersecurity Act in 2018. Jamaica's own target is 2027. 9 years behind Singapore. Madam Speaker, when I speak and stand here today, I not only speak as a legislator. I have been in the senior leadership of private sector companies in this country, across the table from the government institutions in these areas. I work directly with NIDS and experienced the lengthy delays, lethargy, and missed deadlines. I worked with eGov Jamaica, and saw the downgrade, scaling down, underfunded activities which demoralized the professionals therein. I navigated JAMDEX with the Bank of Jamaica. So I've experienced the versions which are behind the conference and the glossy speeches. The pattern is real and always the same. Grand announcement, grand attention, and then timeline stretch, costs raise, confusion sets in, and eventually a new name, maybe a new minister, a new speech, a new acronym, and then it starts again. JAMDEX from the private sector side, confusion, a complete legal tender framework, but no operational plumbing, no merchant adoption plan. Right now, no published roadmap. eGov became the ICT authority, a 6-year-old act, finally operationalized in April of 2025. Budget reduced, Minister, in the recent budget exercise. The JDXP now presented as a flagship achievement. The JDXP is the right tool, we acknowledge that. But where is the mandate requiring every ministry to use it by a specific date? The Data Protection Act, of which the Minister spoke earlier, passed 2020, enforced 2023, a 3-year gap, and then widespread confusion in the private sector. Regulations still being written after enforcement had already begun. Scrappy execution. In fact, the Act says that the law is to be reviewed every 5 years, and that timeline has already passed. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I say to both ministers, sincerely, and I say to the Honourable Prime Minister in his absence, we want Jamaica to succeed, but let us get it right. Less announcements, less global workshops, more execution, more legislation, more funding and more delivery. But what is it that Jamaica needs now? Jamaica needs these things. A Cyber Security Act. The government says 2027, we need it now. Jamaica needs an updated national cybersecurity strategy. The government told the OAS December 31st, 2025. That deadline has passed. We need it now. Jamaica needs an enacted AI policy with a binding deadline and within it a specific funded reskilling program for workers displaced by automation. A pathway the young woman in my constituency can actually access it. We need it now. Jamaica needs one national digital skill plan, not 10 separate programs in 10 separate corners of the administration. One plan, one binding target. Jamaica needs it now. Jamaica needs a university commercialization framework so that research at UWI and UTEC generates patents, licenses and companies that create jobs in Jamaica rather than careers abroad. We need it now. Jamaica needs a new R&D investment target. We heard the minister say 1.5. We don't even know if the 1% he indicated a few years back has been met. We need a new target. Fund it, report it, let WIPO find Jamaica's number on its platform. We need that now. Mr. Speaker, I want to now quickly reflect as a citizen who has the honor to sit in this parliament as an elected representative. Because what I want to speak about now is bigger than any one administration, bigger than any one side of this chamber. It is about government as an institution. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that we are facing a challenge in the truest sense of being a participatory democracy. We are already seeing it. Voter turnout failing. Figures of 37% in the 2020 COVID election. But then 39% last year with no COVID. Engagement is declining. A growing number of Jamaicans, especially young Jamaicans, who have concluded that it does not matter who is in power because the system does not work for them regardless. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is a verdict delivered not at the ballot, but by staying away from it. And it is a verdict that every single person in this chamber, on both sides, should find deeply troubling. Because when people disengage from government, the feedback loop that holds government accountable breaks. And when that breaks down, the incentive to deliver rather than merely announce weakens further. It is a cycle, it is dangerous. Mr. Speaker, and beyond the politics and partisan contention, the people simply want government to work. I get calls every day from the people of my constituency about garbage not collected. About street light bulbs not working. MP, the area is in darkness. About water pipes that are burst. About roads. And sadly, they don't really care whether it's MP road or parish council road. They want the road fixed. They want to go to hospital. They want the drains to be cleaned. They want to go to hospital and to be treated with respect and dignity. and they want to send their children to school to receive quality education and come back home safe to them. These are not extravagant demands. These are basic expectations of the social contract between the government and citizens. And when that contract is broken, Mr. Speaker, repeatedly and consistently, people do not just complain, they leave. They disengage. They conclude that government is for someone else. Technology alone cannot restore that. A digital twin cannot. A GovCloud cannot. An AI readiness assessment cannot. Only delivery can. Consistent, visible, measurable delivery that reaches ordinary people in their ordinary lives. Mr. Speaker, movements across the globe indicates that the final element in the system of globalization, that is the free movement of people, is facing rejection, particularly in the West. And more developed economies with a growing anti-immigration wave is emerging. We see it in the UK. We see it in the North. We see it in France. We are even seeing it in Africa, in South Africa. Jamaica has to get it right. Though we are a migratory people, the world is closing in that area, but expanding in the sphere of digital economy and AI innovation. Jamaica has to get it right. For the students from Annata Bay, for the students from Marymount, for the students from St. Mary Technical in this gallery today, watching and listening, and the thousands who will be graduating shortly, Jamaica needs to get it right. For the thousands of BPO workers, Jamaica has to get it right. For the thousands of young professionals and tertiary graduates, Jamaica has to get it right. For the mass of the working class who are increasingly finding it difficult to make ends meet even in the context of reported low inflation and low unemployment, Jamaica has to get it right. For the many Jamaicans across all walks of life who are finding that Jamaica is increasingly becoming unaffordable, Jamaica has to get it right. For the small and micro-sized business and individuals who want to set up their businesses or make their businesses grow and become efficient and productive, Jamaica has to get it right. Enough of the reviews. We heard more reviews announced today. Enough of what is to come. Enough of the announcements. Enough of the death by acronyms. We do not have the time. Jamaica has to get it now. Jamaica has to get it right. And we must lead that process from inside here. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members of the gallery. Members within the gallery. Though you may get excited, you are not supposed to show it by clapping
please
or
remember to
cheering.
hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
She's very tired, man. Pumps up on this. Them all for war with and kill off. Can't remember, you know, people are dead in a Cuba. Not to worry about it. People dying in Cuba right now. Because when you're black kid and you not have no aisle to run the country. You talk about the hospital. You talk about the school. You talk about all these things. And them are do it. Hear the little nasty one, you know. Hear this. Hear this.
United States of America, unshakable, unbreakable, and long, long legacy of cooperation. So we look forward to welcoming the vessel into Jamaican waters. And
we look forward in the vessel already in a Kingston Harbor, and you're there on the vessel.
Yo, you already know. You guys already know how I am. I always give credit where credit is due. I didn't catch that, you know. I didn't catch that until I listened to Mr. Wayne Lonesome. The man is the GOAT, bro. Mr. Wayne Lonesome is the GOAT at this. I'm telling you right now, this brother is sharp. No, listen. Daryl Voss says he's looking forward in to welcome in. Daryl Voss, you should have defended Nikisha Burchell. You should have come out publicly and defended Nikisha Burchell to speak patois in Parliament. You are one of them that should have defended her. And let the speaker know, say, listen, me chat bad patois, me a white man. You have a low Nikisha Burchell. We're supposed to can chat patois in this blouse and skirt. Yes, him nervous. Him nervous.
That me tell you, same nervous and attack. You know, you're right, but the peace and harshness to say, we look forward in welcoming the vessel in the Kingston, in a Jamaica waters. That means it not in the water yet, you know. You have to, at this call, right? Remember play it back. Remember that up already, you know. We look forward in, you know, when I look forward for you, for the plane landing in Jamaica, the vessel coming out of the water. It never water. So if you look forward in for it to come back in our water and it not already. It not Jamaica already. Eh? You might tell like it never. I'm not telling you that this. Look and look covered. Eh? And you and them scary brother, man. You and them scary brother. Them people that carry them kind of and brother. You don't look right, man. Come on now, man. Eh? You can't say what's a governor and look on your hand. They they're not weird, them kind of way they pan people and they boom van, man. Add something to your hand, man. Come on.
Want to welcoming the vessel into Jamaican waters and to dock. So again, for me, personally, unbelievable, unforgettable day. And as I said before, I just want to thank Scott and look forward to welcoming the vessel and the Admiral into Kingston.
Yo, whose man's is this, bro?
Hey, whose man's is this?
Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support. The like button is free, heard?
Something all right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
We look forward for welcome the best in Kingston Harbour, you know, when the match you know. We look forward for it coming to Jamaican water. And Scott, I look forward I miss them send out.
So we look forward to welcoming the vessel into Jamaican waters and to dock. So again,
to dock? Brother, the ship dock already, bro. What you mean you look forward in the vessel there already? Oh, brother. Someone got nervous gone to hell.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Yo, listen, Mr. Voss. Yeah, you gotta get yourself together. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, share this live with 5 people right now. Promise you. Share this live with 5 people right now. Oh my days. Woo.
For me, we look forward in for welcome the vessel and it back, you know. Welcome into Jamaican water and dock. A Jamaica there. The embassy make them can go on it. Eh? Yeah.
Personally, unbelievable, unforgettable day. And as I said before, I just want to thank Scott and look forward to welcoming the vessel and the Admiral.
We look forward to welcoming the vessel get confused. If the pan investor will look forward in for welcoming the vessel. And Scott, look here.
Into Kingston Harbour, grab some good coffee, no rum, and reggae music.
Yeah.
Good coffee, no rum, and reggae music. It's a piece of raw shit, yeah. Eh? I know. Yes, brother, what I want, sir? If you knock them boy, because boy, the man go with neighbor bad. And the government, Andrew Willis, will come out, Byron. Yes, you see this too. Eh? And the art said, we don't want to chat. One bag of bullshit. Eh?
But let me tell you something. Right? Evil only can prosper for a time, you know.
Yes.
Evil only can prosper for a time. And I'm just calling as it relates to the statement that Darryl has just made, is to show you that you understand he's scared.
Yeah.
No, Wayne, I am telling you, you know.
Yeah, man.
I am telling you that the Andrew HOLNESS administration, right, is scared. And what people need to understand is that they cannot stop United States in terms of, wanting to dock in Jamaica or do anything as a matter of fact. Because what the world needs to know is that United States have all the evidence as it relates to Andrew HOLNESS administration, right? All the evidence as it relates to drugs, money laundering, and right then and there, right in front of us in terms of the panic of Darryl Vaz. Because if you look at that statement, you look forwarding to.
Yes.
The word to. The word
in the reach it, brother.
Infinite. Hold on a way. The word to. Infinite. All statement. The word to. Because that is futuristically speaking.
Yes.
And here he is. Right? Standing on. Standing on the carrier.
Yes.
Talking to the people.
Yes.
Exhibiting his nervousness. Exhibiting his nervousness to make a statement like that. He did not articulate the few little sentence.
Yes.
In saying, it's a pleasure
to have you.
Welcoming you all.
Yes. We look forward to seeing the Jamaica water.
And this is, this is quite serious, And this is who we have that represent us, the political representation that we are getting, and what we were getting from both his wife, you understand, and this, you understand, piece of, I don't know what to call it. These are crony capitalists.
Yes.
You understand? That is now on pursuit, right?
Yes.
To bring warfare in the Caribbean that we try to build as an hemisphere of peace. And as a result of their corruption, as a result of their destruction, they are now placed as a puppet on a string for the United States to use.
Yes.
It is sad. But me just, I'm not taking up any more program. I'm just shocked to
you can't believe it.
Breaking down the statement.
Yes.
You understand? But we need to emphasize it. You understand that this one is panicking.
And you come look and talk about reggae music and about rum. I be a garbage in talk. But why Andrew only step better? I mean, I ask again. Andrew, you're the Prime Minister. You know why? Let me just preempt him and tell him.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people are dead at Cuba. A lot right now. Because when you put an embargo and you stop the eye, remember, hospital and people depend, dialysis and people are dead. Yes.
You're in.
Yes. All right, my brother. Yes. All right, cool. Yeah, man. Dialysis and all kind of things. So people are dead right now. And the man want to go for a run. Where in a few weeks, I'm 95. Nearly 100. Right? And try to build something around him. The balloon fly over there, and whatever, them not go for no Chinese. Them shoot it down and them have a right to. Right?
Yes. You know, drop pamphlet in a people place, some anti-government one, you know. And then you have to come up with something to find something to go in there. And that them do. And when they carry a move, it take them millions per day. Nearly $10 million for around 9 per day. Yeah, US. That could have feed a lot of poor people in third world countries. See? Yes. If you just go for one man, a 90-year-old man, maybe have a next year in his life, God bless him, about 5 years, but him soon gone home. You want to spend so much money to prove a point because, you know, that the administration know because we're on there so it's not so easy. We're on Iran. So it want to move that and as them say, he want to score something because Iran shake up. It shake up. Right? And they want to score something. Remember play before my time knock up. Remember play Fidel Castro data where she has said about this. Couple days ago.
No, this is gonna be very interesting. Island girl, big up yourself. I know you're late, man, but you better you're late, dad. I like how you're late, just go and share it with a bunch of people and make them know, say, you're doing a space and I need to come out for yourself. All of my ambassador them for BOLO V&R. Yeah, man, I know share up the light, man. Constantly share up the light, yeah? Trust me, we need it. We need to get the rooms them pack up all the night time. Only for people out there right now in the world, but I love for, you know, them even know them I miss out on that program right now. You understand? So do the right thing, like and share the video.
Should be this around 5. Look on this.
Heat on Cuba's communist regime, especially after the indictment of Raul Castro under Trump's Don Road doctrine. Is the new Cuba on the horizon? Let's bring in Alina Fernandez, the daughter of Fidel Castro.
See that 5 days ago, people. She just said this. Look on this.
A niece of Raul Castro. She's also an anti-communist activist. Great to see you, Alina. Thank you so much.
She did gone over in the state and then she had talked about her uncle now. And let me just strike back. Her uncle she had talked about now. Hear this.
Trump in White House turns up the heat on Cuba's communist regime, especially after the indictment of Raul Castro under Trump's Don Road doctrine. Is the new Cuba on the horizon? Let's bring in Alina Fernandez, the daughter of Fidel Castro and niece of Raul Castro. She's also an anti-communist activist. Great to see you, Alina. Thank you so much for being here. So you had a front row seat to the early days of the regime run by your father, Fidel Castro, and of course your uncle, Raul Castro, before you fled Cuba. Can you explain what made you change or realize rather that the regime was punishing people for speaking out, and how did you become such a bold anti-communist voice?
Yes, front row seat, as you say, until I was almost 40 years old, and it caused me to be able to escape from there. I mean, it's too much of a long story. First, when you're a child, you have the feeling that you're uncomfortable, that something is wrong, and you start to grow from there.
So you just get a feeling say you're uncomfortable and something wrong. That's what I'm feeling. And based off of that feeling that you go against your father and you go against your uncle. Just want to get context, you know. She got a feeling. She never see something wrong, you know. She said she got a feeling that something is wrong. So this is to the first thing that come out of her mouth. Let's continue.
From that feeling, that emotion, that what's going around is not right.
So, God never tell us say what going in a Cuba never right. You just get a feeling. That's an emotion. And you go against your family. And you say this in a miss. And you say this, and not me. When you come on the internet, careful what you say. Probably need to clarify this because that make more sense to me. You just had a feeling that something was wrong. So you tell me, say, as an elder right now, you can't truly articulate why, more than outside of a feeling, at the inception, why you don't support the regime. That's what they are trying to tell me. All right.
And Do you still have family in Cuba today that you speak to? Do you know what's happening there at this moment with the regime?
My family, since I became what they call a traitor of a worm, if you think differently, had me become the enemy. And that's one of the tragedies of the Cubans, that if you don't think alike, you are treated like the enemy.
That is not something that is synonymous to Cubans. That has to do with every single where in the world politically. Look at Israel. The people them that don't think like Israel, them see them as enemy. And they go to lengths to destroy their enemies. So, you have anything to say about Israel? You see, when I start to really peel back the layers and ask the right questions, people start to sound real crazy on the internet. Why aren't you anti-Israel, miss? And I'm not even talking about the people, I'm talking about the government. If you have that particular frame of, emotion and what is wrong with the Cuban people is because if you go against the regime, you are now the enemy. Who goes against the Israel order of things politically and does not become the enemy? To the point where their lives are lost, nations are attacked, places are bombed. Tell me, explain to me. Let's continue.
By your own government, yeah. And since the communist takeover of Cuba, President Trump has talked about ending the regime there. There have been a number of American presidents who've tried a mix of sanctions, military operations, normalization towards the regime. None of this has worked to bring freedom to the Cuban people.
They try to help them.
Right.
Too.
What do you think will achieve real change, and what do you think needs to happen?
I'm convinced that a dictatorship, a regime like this, gets established with a little help from the outside, and it's the same when it's going to implode. It needs a little push. The circumstance is so delicate. But what do you think at this point? Because you were speaking about negotiating with the regime before in the before segment, and it's very difficult. They are very well established. They've been there for years. They've been playing around. This is the number 14 American president dealing with Cuba. And nothing is changing in there. What is the sense of defending such a state of things? It's amazing. Lives are so miserable.
Miss, who want to make people in life miserable? It's not the Cuban government. It's not the regime. It's outside entities. You sound like a traitor for real. Real talk. Who is making the Cubans' life difficult? If we're being honest.
5 coders, ready to build more? Meet Base 44. Prompt it. Foundation set. Structure's good to go. Now, build it up from there. Plug in your integrations. Get exactly what you need the moment you need it. Want to write your own code? Push and pull from GitHub as you go. Own your workflows and environment. When you want that visual impact, drop in any NPM library and watch it come alive. With security built in, keep your data safe every step of the way. Ready? Deploy in one click with full control and zero compromise. Base 44. Build it your way.
How many times a week were you at the gym getting ready for this trip?
I wasn't. Tai Chi walking 7 minutes a day at home.
At home?
At home. 5 exercises, 3 minutes each. That's it.
If you have belly fat after 50, stop doing crunches. Do these 5 Tai Chi walking exercises instead. 3 minutes each, every morning, and watch what happens in 28 days. What are you waiting for?
What happens if my dad starts Tai Chi walking tomorrow?
How old is your father?
He's 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of the month, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
Even better. Tai Chi walking was built for men 50 plus.
Isn't the gym better?
After 50, the gym can be tough on your body. Tai Chi walking builds balance, control, and steady energy without stressing the joints.
Does he need any equipment?
Nothing at all, just 7 minutes a day, and he'll notice things changing in the better way.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
If we are being honest, ladies and gentlemen, who is making the Cubans' life difficult? Is who shut off fuel from them? It's all applied to remove the regime. You know? The regime is working quite fine. Persons are educated. You understand? Their literacy rate is far better than Jamaica and America put together. I mean, the best doctors in the world, they came up with their own self-sustaining vaccine in the pandemic. Right? They do a lot of humanitarian work all around the world. They can defend themselves well enough. I don't get it. You have proud Cubans. They are very disciplined people. I really admire them. So I don't understand. You being the daughter of Castro. Right? Did somebody pay you to come up here and say this? I'm just asking. Yo, this lady credibility shattered, and I am just listening to her for the first time or the second time. Yeah, me soon forward, Mr. Cool. Hold on, me do a reaction. So me a record. Just give me a second.
When she do, she go on about say escape. Castro not doing that, and people going away. So she go over there, get all the little things them, and she just attack no life so miserable. And where you have defend. Remember, you know, and the Cuban people make them life miserable, you know, black here. And they turn it and say them. But why punish some people? You know, if you want people to change, you know, punish the whole country and kill out too much people die for starvation and everything. And say, oh, them cause it. The world can run like this. So me did that.
I mean, I agree with Mr. Lonesome because at the end of the day, if you leave the Cubans alone, they're going to prosper. Because they have all the ingredients to prosper as a nation. Them have discipline, them have good work ethic, and they are nation-centered in terms of, I'm not thinking about myself. What I do is for my entire nation. Period. So it was quite disappointing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna say go ahead and go over to Mr. Wayne Lonesome and check out the full video and let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Daryl Voss looked like, you know, he was talking gibberish in terms of, you know, he's happy to welcome the ship when it's docked, and it's already docked. Welcoming the ship when it's docked, but the ship docked already, but him still welcoming him, ready to welcome in the ship when it's docked. So you know him did nervous. He thinks they're gonna take him off of the boat and put him in our hole or something. I don't know, maybe. He was very nervous, ladies and gentlemen. But let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section. Alright? Mr. Cool vibes with the person.
Hear me no logics.
A security officer was speaking about, because they're from the other side. So if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, man.
And certain things that they were saying, and she was a part of the conversation. And what they were saying was the time when Mr. Malava was speaking about, remember that thing when with Mr. Malava and what's her name, the minister, when she said that when Mr. Malava came out and talked about the children who were being
yes, the situation with the school and the shelter. And children was allegedly walking into sexual situations with shelterees, yes.
Right. So they were having a conversation. They were talking about he came out and he was talking and he not respond to the letter that the lady sent to him. And she was there speaking of it, and when I went into the kitchen and she was there and the other persons were there were several other persons were there. And when I went in there and I said, listen, you people say you should know better because you're formal training, you're a learned person. And you are here speaking about and the information is there. I said, did you know that when she wrote to him on March, I don't remember the date.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I said, did you know that he responded to her after that? I said, so I think March 27th, there was a date about March 27th or whatever, something about a third or something like that. I think she responded to him February 27th or something like that. Don't quote me on the
Yeah, man, I understand, right? Sorry.
And then he responded to her, I think March 3, but there was a 3 and a 27, somewhere thereabout. And I said, did you see the letter that he responded to her on that date? And the other person who was the initiator, she was saying that no, she was not aware of that. I said, well, I know of it and I'm gonna go for it and I'm gonna show it to you. And I did go for it and I showed it to her. And I said, but when I went in there, the teacher came out because she was in support of what was happening. So she is a learned person. She did not tell him because she was from this side that the person was saying. Right? And I went into her class and I said, how could you do that? I said, you have the information and you know. Why did you tell her that? And I'm saying I'm not speaking about politics, no. But facts is fact. Just speak the truth now.
Yeah, man. For real. For real.
Just speak the truth. Because I'm not defending any particular party or any side. But the facts is there. Just speak the truth. Just tell her the truth now because of your side. Talk the truth and she never answer, she never respond. But I'm like that, I'm gonna tell you. So all of what was happening with the persons they're discussing or whatever, everything just smash up when we go in and I tell them.
Yeah.
Just smash up right there. You know, smash up right there. But say no. As of now, I'm not gonna end any conversation. Even if me and them didn't talk anything, we're not gonna say anything.
Listen, as a teacher, that would be the best approach, and I'm at that place. You know, I just feel like a lot of the people that support the Jamaica Labour Party, they are actually a lost cause. So I'm like, yo, listen, I've engaged with some of them and I realize that it's counterproductive. Them really,
it's very bad because it is from that time coming right down, bull. And I'm saying, is it so innate for them to have that's just the part they don't just dumb. They just dumb coming right down when you're telling me that things we are so advanced technologically in this world. Information is there at your fingertips, and I'm telling you, even some ministers of government are making some trivial mistakes, and I'm saying, come on, you don't read? You don't read?
I mean, an educator is supposed to be just that. person at advanced education. So, you know, it's kind of crazy that they could be swindled because of political ties.
Jesus Christ. So before you make certain utterances, sometimes, tell you, I don't know if I'm a perfectionist or what, but I know that sometimes even persons make grammatical errors. But for me, Boris, if I'm going to post some things or whatever, we make sure that if I don't know how to spell word, I should go on Google and correct myself before
Listen, man, the phones and the devices are too smart for you to be acting stupid. Honestly.
But make sure I go fact check myself and make sure, and if I am not sure about something, I am not going to talk about it. I am not going to talk about something that I'm not aware of. I'm not sure. If I'm not sure, I'm going to shut my mouth.
I mean, if you're going to talk about it, reference it in the right context, you know. Listen, I don't really know much about that. So, you know, I just don't know. I just heard this and this and this, and I can't corroborate anything or say definitely that this is what it is. You know what I mean? And once you do that, you still uphold the integrity in the conversation, or the dialogue. So, you know, it's okay to not know, but don't act like you do know. And it's okay to not understand the meaning of a word. Acting like you do while not understanding, that's lame. Because now you're making yourself out to be something that you're not and setting yourself up for disgrace. A lot of the times I'm here reading, if you watch my YouTube, and for those who watch my TikTok as well, I'll hear a word like eyes of a cannon of a style. But every day I'm drop one new word every time I listen to him. I'm going to go in a dictionary, I'm going to look up the word, and then I see the word, I'm like, oh, context matters, that's what he meant. At the same time, I am learning, the person that are listening to me is learning at the same time. You get what I'm saying? So you shouldn't be so prideful that you think that, yo, you cannot actually go and look at the thing. Now, Virgin, the worst thing to do is act like you know and then not know and embarrass yourself and then say the wrong things. It's okay. We don't know everything. You get me? You're not supposed to know everything. God is all knowing. You're going to not know some things. But when you don't know, find out if you can. And get the understanding so you can learn. And for me personally, when I learn, others learn because I'm showing them while I'm doing it. So we're learning at the same time.
The worst thing I think, you see, is to, and for me, I don't have anything behind my name more than the fact that I have a master's. That's it. And I don't speak about it because really, Nigel Clark said teachers don't need masters to be in the classroom. So we're not getting paid for the masters. That's a fact. That's a fact. We're not getting paid for it. So I don't know where I'm going to be in the next whatever years. But I'm just holding on. But the thing is, you see, every person, it's not everybody stay like me and everybody won't stay like me. But especially for the persons who are in higher society, and they have acronyms behind their names and so on. For me, if I tell any of my colleagues, I work at 2 schools because my job is kind of different. I'm not going to tell you exactly what I am, but
please don't.
Any of my colleagues, when I tell them anything, they know that when I speak, I am speaking the truth. You understand?
Yeah, you build that credibility and reputation.
Yes, because you're not gonna speak something that you don't know about. And if I say to you, I am not sure about this, best believe I am not sure about this.
So let me ask you. In terms of how Dana Morris Dixon is operating as Minister of Education, as a teacher, or educator, are you pleased with how she's doing her job, or are you concerned about some things?
Alright, I'm going to say something that is might be stunning to you, but it was shared by some of my colleagues, and I'm going to share what they have said and what I believe. In their mind, based on favor as a former minister and Miss Dixon, The sentiments is that Favor was a better person as a minister.
Damn.
But Miss Dixon is a better communicator because she can articulate her words.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay.
That makes
So
a
best
lot of
believe
sense.
that.
That makes a
Best
lot of
believe
sense.
that.
That makes a lot of
Okay,
sense.
best believe that. So you will look at that. But they said that Favor with there was something I don't remember
But
what
what
it
about?
was.
I understand communication. I understand better person. But what about the performance in terms of getting it done for the job that they have to do?
I'm in the class, I'm still waiting. Argument done.
Damn. So both of them is a failure. That's crazy.
You want me to say something to you from we're in 2026, right? I submitted my traveling from 2024 and I spot check some schools for PEP and I've not yet been paid.
Yeah, I mean that has been a real stain on the entire government in terms of just like paying people the money that they haven't you guys been in a negotiation for the last 4 years or something like that? Or 2 years?
As I said, I'm still waiting. I'm being hopeful.
Wow.
But I'm still waiting.
No, but you're waiting. You're waiting. You're working.
It is very disappointing. It is very frustrating. Listen,
as a teacher, let me ask you. As a teacher, people are listening. A lot of people are listening right now, and some people will be listening to the replay, right? As a teacher in Jamaica, what are some of the main challenges in the classroom or in the educational environment? What would you like to? What kind of things you would like to see fixed that is not fixed? And then based off your salary, how challenging is it when it comes on to how, the war and, prices of things going up? How challenging was it before Hurricane Melissa and then post Hurricane Melissa and then now added the war into that? How challenging has it been?
Alright, that's a mouthful. Let me tell you first.
Since I got you here, I would love to hear first-hand experience of what that feels like from a teacher or educator.
Alright, the first thing, infrastructure. I've been at my school from 2017, this school, because I was at another school before. And the fencing has been a problem, and we have tried, and no, it has not been fixed. On any given day you come to my school, you can count up to 10 dogs on the compound.
Whoa.
Any given day. Sometimes yesterday, well, there's a particular classroom that the dog like a particular teacher, and he's there in the classroom. Sometimes lying down. Sometimes you see goats come on the compound. I'm from a country school, so sometimes you see goats coming on. Infrastructure is a problem, and even when persons come from the ministry and they check, they say they're coming back and whatever. Nothing like that. Termite infestation is problematic. For my office in particular, I asked them to take out a desk that was there. The termite has eaten down that, so they took it out. I brought in another one. I got it sprayed, got inside sprayed. I call again and I show them some documents that was somewhere there again. Right now I have charts on my wall. And I don't know how documents reach up there, but I saw documents on one of the charts I just sprayed the other day. So a part of it, I know that's not good. I have a box of books and some things that I have, some brochures and whatever from my department. And I moved them from the box. It destroyed the box and destroyed some of the books. I put them in a rubbish bag because I don't have the furniture to keep them in.
Wow.
And water keep anytime we have heavy rains, we have water from a particular section. It just goes through one side, so all the chairs from that section, you see water settling the chairs and the floor and so on. And then that bag is a garbage bag full of books. I had to throw them in the garbage bin. And it's not like we don't ask for the help. We do. And it's not my school alone. I'm telling you, it's very bad. I don't know what they're doing, but it's not working out.
But those things are like basic.
Well, it's not working out.
So you mean, so the basic...
Teachers are seen. We're expected to be parents at school, teachers at school, especially for my job. I have to be doctor, I have to be everything else. I have to be ambulance, I have to be everything else. And the expectations, it is so high, and then you're not getting the reward for it. But I'm telling you, a lot of persons that you see in the classroom, it's not because of the pay where we are here, it's the love of the job.
So it's like the state exploits that.
Right. So we will stay because you will make a difference in a child's life. And then, you know, sometimes you're walking on the street and they say, Miss, and you say, oh my God, that was a child that you have like years ago. You see them grow to something else and so on. You feel good. It's a gratification that you're getting, you know? But, I mean, apart from that, and you mentioned, there's another question that you asked
about it, like in terms of your pay. Like, you know, before Hurricane Melissa, what was that like post-Hurricane Melissa, and then added to that the war and inflation, rising of gas prices. What is going on with a teacher right now in that space? You know, what is happening with you?
Look here, the pay has not changed, but because of the rising price and so on, we have to cut back. We have to cut back on a lot of things. For me, grocery-wise, I have to cut back, and we have to, even for the canteen, we have to be changing the menu and adding things differently and so on to the menu to make it work. It's hard, you know, it's hard. And then you find that the students don't really care much to in terms of lunch money and so on. Because I'm from a rural area, but it's kind of hard for me.
It can be honest. Be honest. Wasn't it hard before Hurricane Melissa?
It was hard, but it's harder now because with the war and the oil and all that.
If you was to put it on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of comparing it to before Hurricane Melissa, what would the number be?
In terms of harder?
Hardship, yeah.
10 being the hardest?
Yes.
Before Melissa, I would say probably 5, 6, but after now it may be a 9. Maybe not got 10 yet, but like 8, 9.
That is terrible.
But yeah, because it, in terms of gas, oh Jesus, alright. I drive a SUV, right? And for me, I would for gas. When I put in like the $8,000 gas on a Monday morning, don't really fill the tank. When I put it in on a Monday morning, it will take me up to, when I say Thursday, I have to put in maybe top up a little more to carry to Friday or whatever. No, the other day we were going on a teacher's thing, and I asked them to. I went to the gas station like, you know, Miss Buddy. I said, fill it up. Not remembering the gas thing up. And when the lady said to, because it was very low, and I said, fill it up. And because before this one thing, when I say full it up, it would go like 8,000 something thereabout, and like they would top it up to maybe 8,800. So I say full it up. The lady, when they full it up, and the lady say, I said, how much it reach now? She said 11,200, and it was some more. I said, no, don't put any more in there. Make it say. 11,200, and it never full right up. So I tell her, she said, you want me to top up? I said, no, leave it right there. I mean, I tell her, I never really had that amount of money, but that's if I just use it, because I had to go in something and use it. And it never full up, It never full right up. And I tell her, say, while I was driving, I said, me vex, because I never thought it reached there. You hear me tell her?
Yes.
200. But then I said, no, but I top it up because I never really want to go over at 12 or whatever the case may be. But then I said, leave it right there. And we never stop murmur until about a week or so. You hear me tell her? It's rough. It's rough. 11,200. And I used to pay like 8 something.
Wow. That's a big increase. $3,000 plus on your actual fuel bill.
We tell her, I said, no, nobody top it up. We used to pay like 8, because when I say put 8 in, it depends on how 8 or like 9 tops before, I would say top it at 9. Maybe sometimes never reach there, but if you reach 11 something, 11,200, I was not expecting that. And it's a lucky thing I had the cash to pay at the time, at the card to pay, because trust me, I never know what it was, because sometimes you really don't look at, like you would say, 200 or whatever per liter. You're not really looking at that. As you're a female, sometimes we don't look at those things. We just go and just buy probably 5,000 or whatever. It's rough.
All right. So it's a 9. That's pretty bad. So what would you say, as an educator, speaking for yourself and others, what would you like to have to fix things to a level where you guys are more comfortable? I mean, if you had an opportunity, you would leave Jamaica, right? And go overseas to work. I think that's a given. Wow. So what would you like to see change in terms of the government doing something? And do you have any hopes that this government will do something? And the last question would be, you're an educator, so you can manage. It's pretty simple. In terms of the manifesto of the People's National Party in the last election, did you see where, like, you would be in a better space as an educator with them in power?
All right. The thing is,
what would you like this government to do, and do you think they will do anything? That's the first 2 questions.
I don't think they would do anything because of ego.
But what would you like them to do then? To make your life as an educator better?
If they say, well, they took 100% or whatever, 200% increase or whatever.
On their money, yes.
And yet still, we can't even get 20% in one go.
Also, pretty much 20% would be the goal that you guys would want as educators.
I'm just saying.
No, man. So listen. Hello. Listen.
You have 0% in the first year, and then what?
Sweetheart.
2.2. So I'm saying we can't even get a 20%. But I'm saying,
listen.
if you can't.
No, Walana. You don't need to justify needing 20% of the money. Tell me, say you want 20% for your money. You want more than 20%. But I'm
just saying they can't even do that.
So 20% would not even be enough in your eyes then.
No, but look at it.
No, listen, I'm with you now.
It's not even just a 20 I'm talking about.
I am supporting the teachers. If you don't want 100%, don't forget it. And the police them too. I am with the teachers. Okay?
Yeah, but that is not even what I'm getting at. Remember, even if they're giving teachers a 20% for argument's sake, they're not giving it one time. They're going to give it over a particular number of years, probably 3 or 4 years, which don't make no sense because of inflation.
Right. Exactly. It does nothing.
Nothing. So I'm saying if you can't give whatever percent in one go, it doesn't make any sense. Because I think what they said, so the inflation was 7.8% or something like so. And if you're going to give less than that, it don't make no sense.
For
it don't
real.
make any sense. You're giving 2.5 or 2.2 or whatever the case may. I'm not sure right now. But you're giving 0% in 1 year. The next year you're gonna give 2 point whatever percent, and the other year you give 2 point. That make no sense. So if you can't give up, and then even if you're giving 5% over 5 year, over 3 year period, it is still less than what the inflation rate is, which is about what 7.8% or something. I don't even know what it is. Whatever it is, whatever it is, whatever you know. But I'm saying if you can't give that, you can't give that. Does it make any sense really? But I'm saying if you can't even give teachers what they want or what they ask for or what they deserve, where are the benefits? Where are the benefits? That you can't roll in the traveling traveling into our salary and then you tax it. That don't make no sense.
So
one time your salary was different from your traveling.
So you would argue that they have made your lives more difficult then?
You're all right. When you look at it, when you came in with this compensation thingy, a lot of persons you're getting more, but you're going on with less. It doesn't make any sense because practically, all right. Let us say you are a manager. And you have me and 2 other persons under your watch. You are supervising us. When the compensation thing came in, it worked out that all 3 of us are getting more than you. Then does it make sense that you supervise us?
Yo, no, it don't really make a lot of sense.
Exactly.
It don't make a lot of sense.
Exactly. So and then all it work out, and I really have to go to the ministry right now, go start up my thing, because even with the compensation thing with the teachers, when you reach the end of your scale, you're not moving. When I look at my thing the other day when they gave some retroactive, I didn't get any. When I query, I was told that because I'm at the end of my scale, I was not qualified for it. So I'm stuck. The persons coming in, the new teachers, they will always benefit, but the teachers who are there a long time, you just stuck and you're not getting any more of the pay.
Why?
That doesn't make sense.
That's an extensive understanding of, the challenges. But, looking back at the manifesto of the People's National Party, do you see where things would have improved dramatically or any at all if they were in power and they did the stuff that they said they would have done for the teachers?
Well, a lot of persons are here talking about they actually wanted the hosting that they were talking about, and also the first in the family to benefit from the university thing. They're missing that. They're missing out on that, and they're talking about that part. Because even the other day somebody was asking me about the NHT thing, where somebody's looking at to purchasing a piece of land. That the Senate was explaining that before the NHD thing, you could, if you're a contributor and you want to say buy a piece of land or you want to NHD to you want a house, you would get the 2.5 at the time it was 2.5% for your contribution you benefit from. Even though they change it, they raise it now.
Hi Laura.
2.5. But then you would get the 2.5 and you would have a particular period of time to pay off the money to get that, whether the land or the house for purchase. But I was saying to them that no, you have to actually pay off the entire thing before you get the 2.5 from NHT. And I speak up and nobody can tell me it's like, because I use my contribution to purchase a piece, to help purchase a piece of land from my brother who is overseas, and the land is for $7 million, and I was only entitled to 2.5%, and NHT told me after paying the $700,000 for the 10%, we had to pay all of the money minus the 2.5% before we could get that from NHT. That wasn't the case before.
Wow.
So I was saying to the person, I was saying to the
As a teacher.
Yes.
Wow.
I was saying to her before it has changed. So that was a teacher from the other side I was explaining too. That this is what it is now. I said you have to work much harder if you want a piece of land or you want a house. So when I explained to her, she never understand. So because it happened to me, I was able to explain my situation better to her.
Yes.
And it is not, that was not what Michael Manley mandated. It was not the mandate of the NSC. That was not what it was there for. It is unfair because we are civil servants and we work very hard and we want to help.
That's true.
You know? Even though I have my own place and I was doing it from using my contribution to help my brother abroad, but it is not fair. So for a single person or a mother with kids or whatever you want to come in, it is very hard. It won't help. You won't get that piece of land or that house unless you can pay off. So if the place is for 10 million or whatever the million is, you have to find out money to take out loan from either NCB or wherever before you get that actual part from NHT. I'm telling you. And nobody can tell me about this because it happened to me.
I mean, you're not the first person that I've heard talk about the challenges of the NHT and the process and everything, you know. It's like they want people to say, "Chow, you know, me can't bother." You know what I mean? Yeah, but as a woman though, you know, what are your thoughts on the recent situation with Lataya, Butchie Bulgin? What are your thoughts on that situation with the police?
I don't have much to say on that because to be honest with you, I'm not the person who normally watches certain videos. Even though I happen to see it and I cringe, and I don't have much to say. It's just that I'm wondering, when I watched it, I was wondering where I was, because that can't be Jamaica, really.
Wow.
I don't really watch them because even when person posts or share videos, I don't really watch them. Even school videos where children fight, I don't watch them.
Right.
I cannot see myself watching certain things without getting a particular way. I feel emotional about that. And I'm saying it look for me, understanding what the JCF is all about. If you say to me, you feel like you're under threat or whatever, you would shoot to either they call it now. You put the person at in a particular way, and a matter of fact, the person is a female and she was in a vehicle. So you put, if you feel like you were threatened or whatever, you go for the tires. You don't go for the actual person. You go for the tires, so at least if you put the tires, but you go just one and you go that high. It can't be, something is definitely wrong. Something is definitely wrong. And if the powers that they don't see that something is really wrong with that, then something is really wrong with us.
Mighty God, I want to thank you so much. You know, this is what's spontaneous, and I appreciate the dialogue. It's good to get an exclusive from an educator or anybody else in Jamaica, because there's so much narratives going around about, you know, what people are actually going through and how they're managing. You know, think about a person that lost everything in Hurricane Melissa. Thank God you still have a home or roof over your head, I assume, and you're still going through it. So just imagine those persons. I mean, there's police men that don't have a home because they lost it. Firemen that don't have a home because they lost it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's real. It's real, man. It's real. It's real.
And I want to tell you that even some of my colleagues, even though we were not impacted by the storm, they have their own storm that they're going through, and we just have to be there for them because we understand what is happening. And trust me, with the salary thing, it's no joke. And I'm telling you, if you have a son or a cousin or a young male in your family and they join the police force tomorrow morning, whenever they come out, their salary that they will be getting is much more than a teacher who has been in the classroom for several years. I kid you not. It makes no sense.
Somebody in the chat is saying, they're saying that you're correct about the compensation plan. benefits persons that have a higher, is at more at the top of the situation.
Yeah.
And also the NHT issue, the person is saying that you're correct on that as well.
It happened to me, so I know.
Mm-hmm.
It happened to me. I happened to, and I was, my brother is abroad, he's in England.
Mm-hmm.
So when I explained to him, he was able to. It was very strenuous. We had to do loans and all of those things, and we have to come up with the remaining money before it was approved by NHT.
Mm.
We had to come, because when we asked, they said, how are you going to do so and so? You have to give us reasons that you are able to. Show us how.
Mm-hmm.
Show us how. And even when we were saying that based on whatever, they didn't want that.
Right.
They didn't want that. We had to, and then he had to prove, and then when everything was done from our part, that was when we got a call or a letter to say that it was approved. They wouldn't give it. So I know of it. I know of it. And it's ridiculous. That is not what was intended, the intention.
I mean,
it was not.
Head boy,
it was to help all civil servants.
Sure, I mean, big up. The head boy said, that in a few years, what is going to happen is that, you're just going to see a lot of people moving away from Jamaica. And, NHT is going to just crash at some point.
No, let me give you a joke. My school is a very small school, and when was it? 2021. I have one person leave, went abroad. It's a small school. I'm not going to tell you how many staff. 2022, one leave. 2023, two left.
Wow.
Last year, 2024, one leave, and last year, one left.
And the only reason why the number is so low is because of the opportunities.
And they're going abroad. They're going abroad. They're teaching abroad. Two of them are in Virginia.
Right.
One is in North Carolina. And we know this.
You guys keep in touch?
Yeah, man, we do.
And how is it going for them over there?
The thing about it, well, everybody knows this. In America, it's all about the bills, the rent, and so on. But in terms of food-wise, they're okay. And I'm telling you, especially one of the teacher, when she was here, oh my God, every week JTS here. Every week she got JT. She used to have loans and loans at JTA.
Oh my God.
Credit union.
So she couldn't even pay her bills then?
When you said to me,
oh my God.
When you said to me, and she said, when she went there, I think it's only one loan she have to leave. And she started her house reach halfway.
So she's in the United States. Started her house there, and it reached halfway.
One is in West Virginia, one is in Virginia. Wow. And since she went away, she started her house. And she finished downstairs, she started upstairs, it don't finish as yet. And she cleared out, she had 3 loans with JTA Credit Union. And she cleared off 2. I think the other one was near there, so I haven't spoken to her in a long time. So probably it has now been cleared.
I want you to give me 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I'm going to play this video. I need you to go on mute. Alright, it's about that same particular topic of the housing trust situation. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. I have to add this to this reaction.
I'm saying, if there is a surplus of funds within the National Housing Trust, and there is a deficit of housing in the country, if you want to do other things, let me say I'm not commenting on that right now, others will, but I'm commenting on the housing part of it. How is it that there is a surplus of funds within an agency that is supposed to be dealing with housing? We have our brothers and sisters suffering out there with tarpaulin over their houses. People in the tourism sector who get 6 pieces of wood, 6 pieces of zinc, 3 manganese, and don't get nothing else. How is it that we are comfortable with those persons in that precarious position, and we have a surplus that we decide that we are going to use it for budgetary support? I am not spreading any misinformation. I am speaking of a presentation that I saw, and Minister, please, Minister, please, Minister, please.
Everyone is a lead.
Minister, please. The issue, Mr. Speaker, I just want you to stop for a second, and I want you to think that these persons, because we're saying this is because of Melissa, And that has been my fundamental problem here, you know, with the NARA legislation and with this. There's 15 minutes remaining on the clock, man. Right? It has been my fundamental problem. That when a Category 5 hurricane makes landfall in a constituency, and that constituency, the entire constituency suffers damage from a Category 5. It did not break in Eastern Westmoreland. The entire constituency of Eastern Westmoreland suffered from a Category 5 hurricane. That is the reason why everybody else is celebrating that they have electricity fully restored. But I have 400 people who don't even qualify to get it restored because there's no building to put it on. That is the reason. When I come here, I am talking on behalf. What do you mean wrap up when I have 14 minutes to go? There's the time. No, you're standing order, Mr. Speaker. Each member has 30 minutes to contribute. Each member has 30 minutes. There's the time. You can't be telling me to wrap up when I have 14 minutes on the clock. What is really going on? What is really going on? I am not here on my own behalf, you know, sir. I am here because of the privilege afforded to me by the people of Eastern Westmoreland. I'm saying, if there is a...
Yeah, man, so, you know, Mr. Dr. Dayton Campbell just confirmed that, you know, as a politician, you know, they can qualify, you know what I mean? And the people are below, you know, that contribute. The mass of that money seems to be the ones that can't qualify, and they have to be going through hoops and all of these things. And, you know, the process is just frustrating. You know, me personally, I believe if the People's National Party was had been elected, you know, these processes would have been they would have been more smoother. If I'm to be honest with you, I truly believe that. You know, so yeah, man, it's really tough. I have contributed to the NHD. I don't really see. They should have just not taken my money, and I wish I had that money right now.
but look at the education tax. What is it for? You pay education tax. What is it for? Tell me.
I mean, it's not like they're this. You know, it depends on who is in leadership. Let me say that. That is important. It depends on who is in leadership. You understand? So they can use it for a lot of things. Remember, there's programs to feed those that, you know, can't afford food at school and stuff like that. So, you know, the money, there's a lot of places that the money can be used for. So,
well, let me tell you something. As I just asked about the education tax, all right. When I was going to Michael, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you pay your money, you send yourself to school. You can request a tuition refund, okay? I submitted everything that they asked for that I was supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And when they have all the documents, the ministry is supposed to compile everything and they take the documents to a committee where the auditors will go through everything and all of that. And then you will get your tuition refund. I think it was 500,000. I have not applied for the master's one yet, but I'm sure about the degree, the bachelor's. And it took months. I've been waiting. Every time they call and say that that is missing, I should submit that. I went and get everything until the end. When the lady from the ministry called me, she said, Miss, I don't know, but I don't think those persons really want to pay. The government don't want to pay any money. So it's like they'll find fault of everything. She said to me, Miss, yours was not approved because they said that they see where you owe Michael $100.
What? Man, stop it. No.
I said to her,
$100 US?
$100.
$100 US?
Which US? I said, Miss,
Jamaican dollar you that one?
Oh boy. I said, Miss, I don't even owe Michael, not even the brown money, the little brown cents. Not even that. She said, Miss, they will find everything possible. So she said, what you have to do is go to Michael and ask them to write a letter, the registrar also to write somebody. I don't remember who said it at the time. I don't remember if it was the registrar or somebody at the time. She said, ask them to write a letter to say that you owe $0. And to be, me just couldn't bother. And I say, I don't bother. So Anna hears that. Me just couldn't bother. I just left it. $100.
Personally, unbelievable, unforgettable day.
And when I went to the ministry the other day, I was told that lady who was dealing with the thing at the time, she left. So when I was telling the other person who was there, she said she don't see my file, so they just throw away that. So that's that. That's that. And she said she has not seen it on the system. She don't say anything about that. And so me just leave it. $100. $100. And I have because I got grants, I got from different places. I took out loan, I took out this, and then I kind of paid back everything. I said I don't owe my God, not even the brown cents. Not even the little brown money when I not even know them. Because I never used to spend them.
No, this is unbelievable. $100?
$100. She said where I say where I owe Michael $100, so I could not be paid.
Listen, for reaction purposes, those that watch this replay, I need to know if there's any teachers out there that is going through similar. Please beat up the comment section for me, please and thanks. I don't want this to sound like it's a one-off incident, because it sounds to me as if the system is scamming the people. That's what it's a mental scam.
But I believe it. Because I left me, honestly, I couldn't bother with that stress there. I could not be bothered with that. Honestly, God, the way I was so dejected when she said that to me, I said, $100? I said, me? Not even the brown money, I don't owe them. Anything Michael would owe me because they owe me for books that I paid for that I didn't collect.
You're there.
From the bookshop.
Wow.
And I left it.
And in the education system, that happens like all the time.
I don't know. I know about my case. I didn't get my tuition refund. I'm yet to apply for this one for the master's. I've not yet applied, but I don't know what will happen. I'm hopeful that it will work.
Right.
I'm hopeful. I don't know what they'll tell me because it was an overseas university that I studied. So I don't know what they'll tell me this time.
All right.
But I'm being very optimistic and I'm being very hopeful.
Well, I really appreciate the conversation. We have been on for more than like an hour. I understand? Literally. We're on for more than an hour about this. And so I'm going to go to the main topic which I came on for, but I really do appreciate the conversation. And I thank you. All right? So give up yourself and respect. Respect.
Prime Minister of Jamaica said that the PNP coming like a dog.
We have royalty in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Metco Talk TV is in the building. Oh, go on, Mr. Tavara.
Morning, Bolo. Morning, Mr. Cole. How are you doing? A long time, Mr. Cole.
Yes, man.
I hear one day about
Let me correct Mr. Cole with something. Edward Siaga said that the government is like a black scandal bag laying on her back for any man to come and take a do.
What?
That's what his exact word was.
Mighty God. Whoa.
His exact word was that. I can't remember what really happened when he ended up saying that.
Wow.
And he went to Shamshire Square and said, the government is like a lady. They don't her back. For any big man to come and take a do.
Wow.
That was the exact word.
Wow.
So, the people of this country, many of us, and I'm not saying everybody, but many of us need to do our history before we go on mic and start chatting nonsense. I don't hear nobody from the Jamaica Labour Party, Moonshire, anybody speaking about the dilapidated state of West Kingston. Did you see the tour where Andrew Holness did?
Mighty God, talk about it.
And nobody talking about it. The Jamaica Labour Party has been in existence in West Kingston from Wappy Hill Phillip. Look at the state of West Kingston.
Yeah.
That's a damn disgrace.
Well, you're talking before Judas betrayed Christ.
Mr. Cole is something else, Mr. Cole is something else.
And guess what? It's two prime ministers serve that constituency,
Yep.
Remember that.
George Philip Siag and Bruce Golden.
Wow.
His name was Oret. That's why I never like the Oret.
No, he's not saying he doesn't like the Oret. They prefer calling him Bruce.
No, he did not like it. He can't.
No, Mr. Cole, don't say that. That's not true.
Mr. Cole, you see sometimes,
Come on, Mr. Cole, man. That is not true.
No, he said he did not like Oret.
When he do it, Mr. Cole, tell me.
Me don't want to divert to the Oret business. We are talking about this lady saying that Nikisha Burchell's statement was
Mr. Cole, let me address that. It's a disgrace that the female parliamentarians on the Jamaica Labour Party side decide to recruit or recruit Nikisha Burchell. Yet, the Jamaican state, with the security forces, unalive a Jamaican citizen, a woman, a female, and you hear nothing from the Jamaica Labour Party female members of parliament. Not a word from Babsy Grange, not a word from the speaker herself, not a word from Julia Cuthbert-Flynn, not a word from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Nothing.
You're talking about Juliet Cuthbert-Field. Field, sorry. Remember, say, I like to run now, we start drink. Right?
Thanks to you.
In bad word, sir?
I don't want you to mix up Mr. Tavares, you know, sir. All right, keep it level.
Mr. Cole is
Keep it level.
No, remember, say, we start drinking now, so...
You're drinking too early, Mr. Cole. It's just minutes after 1 o'clock in Jamaica, minutes after 2 o'clock in the States. Stop it.
So by any chance, you're talking about the backward cursor. I mean Juliet Cuthbert-Field. I mean Field. Right? Remember, say, we start drink. So come we move to Amir, which is a meal in St. Thomas. Oh, the same Juliet Cuthbert-Field. I mean Field. Right? Michael Charles, who took a kerchief and shook underneath a lady frack.
What?
I said that's where it belongs because the kerchief that the lady that walked with was a certain color.
Let me say something. It is full time the Jamaican people, whether it be PNP or JLP, understand something. That the level of disrespect the two political parties disrespect the people of this country is appalling. I must call a spade a spade. What
I agree with you.
Make him finish.
What Michelle Charles did is a disrespect to the females of this country. She disrespected that female candidate voter. And we sit down in this country and allow these people to continue doing these things to us.
True.
What we fail, hold on, Mr. Cole. What we fail to understand that when Parliament is over, they're friends, they're business partners. But yet we will come on social media and we will cuss our own Jamaicans for these politicians and this nonsense.
I don't see that right now. That was true to me. Now you can see a clear demarcation line happening right now. There's a new breed coming up. To me, and this is just my opinion. To me, that was true back in the day. No, I'm not saying that. Listen, hold on, give me a chance. I am not saying that there's nobody that are friends. We know some of them we are friends. I am telling you right now, the large majority of the political representatives, them now rub shoulder with the other side. They're not doing it. Right now, it's a new breed.
I don't know which one that's circles. Now maybe you want to.
When I was in politics,
that's my opinion.
Hold on. I tell you, when I was in politics, the bar that I felt safe to drink was Alvin Beckford. That is the councillor that I challenge, and I make sure we got a clean bar go drink because in the one they analyze the 9 bar. You understand me? That's reality. However, what you're saying, though, the ideology of the two political parties are different. So because we got Bedford bar go drink, and a man in the attack crap, I will defend the ideology of the People's National Party. It is the People's National Party who give women in this country right. And may I tell you this, Polo? Until today, the Jamaica Labour Party do have a woman movement. The People's National Party have a woman movement from 1974 to defend the rights of women. From 1954, it is the People's National Party who have a human right, right? To defend the rights of human on a Norman mandate. So the ideology of the Jamaica Labour Party will never, ever hear a member of parliament in public like a Michelle Charles, the tell a woman, right, which is a female, to take this and throw underneath the crap because that's where it belongs. Right? You will never.
I want to make a point. I don't want to forget it. In terms, I think it's a double-edged sword when we talk about, the politicians, them not seeing eye to eye with each other, their friends and their cordial. Remember the history of the political parties. When they were at their throats, persons were unaliving each other in the streets. So I think we have to be careful. Like, what are we saying? That they shouldn't have any type of, respect or them to just at each other throats. You understand? We have to be careful what we have to say because I think that I think it's reasonable to say that, you know, it's a diplomatical thing for, and like I said, all of them are sit down and have dinner with each other. Back in the day, that was a real reality because I tell them I have PNP and JLP in my family. I don't want to have a quiet escape. Some of them know, some of the old one them are in the government right now, and what I'm find out to them a body. You understand what I say? Yeah, so it's like we have to be careful when we say, boy, the two of them. No, not in all cases it's something bad that they actually are cordial with each other is what I'm saying. Because we wouldn't want it to be that them set an example for the zealots them that are hardcore liberals or PNP to be at each other's throats more than they already are. Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
Bolo, what happened is the ideology, right? All right, for instance, right? In the 70s coming up to the 90s, right? A JLP will not go to a JLP house and eat. Because if them find out they have a challenge them to them eat, they're going to be unalive. What? And it comes from history.
Yeah, them something.
Right?
I am telling you. Crazy.
But the ideology is what makes us different from them.
Different from who? All Jamaicans?
I know you say I'm a Jamaican.
No, I'm saying, aren't we all Jamaicans? Isn't PNP, JLP Jamaicans people?
Yeah, but Mr. Cole, Mr. Tavares, you really have to look on it from a simple perspective. Yes, we are all Jamaican, that goes without saying. But when persons start to take up a certain type of thinking and behavior because of who them support, then yes, we are all Jamaicans, but your mindset and your actions is altered by what you actually are subscribing to. And you can look on that in terms of religion as well. We are all human beings, but some of us believe in a Christ and some of us believe in a Buddha and some of us believe in the devil. If you you understand? So you can't really take away the titles then. If you want to say, you would love to see people them say, boy, we are Jamaicans first, that would be good. But when you look at it, that's not what is happening. The party come first. Hold on, Mr. Cole. Hold on, Mr. Cole. Make Mr. Tavares answer. Okay.
You know something, Bolo?
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta run because
yeah, man.
I gotta try to get some more sleep.
Yeah, man.
You know something, Bolo, Mr. Cole? What you said a while ago, Bolo, is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But it boils back down to one thing.
Yeah.
If we can't see this country as Jamaica and put Jamaica first, and start putting the two political parties before everything.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, our nation will not change. Hold on, Mr. Cole. Hold on, Mr. Cole. We need to put Jamaica first. Not PNP, not JLP, not UIC, not Never Dare Move, Jamaica. Because let me say something too. No? The two political parties and those who are in the political parties, they put themselves first, they put their business first, they put their health first. It's only we outside here killing up ourselves over PNP and JLP. And we put our country first and put ourselves first.
Yes.
And the toxic behavior that we have against each other because of PNP and JLP, it needs to stop.
And let me talk. The status relationship, right? In every country, it is the same thing.
No, sir.
Right?
No.
In America,
that's not true.
In America,
it is not
Republican. In America, the Republican.
Let me finish, Mr. Tavares. Let me finish.
Right?
Please.
In heaven, between God and the devil, what happened is that we as the people have to make sure we come out and tell the Jamaican the people. And I'm talking as a Jamaican because I do have a passport. So you trip on me now. They're the only man we can live Jamaica. Right? We can't tell that thing. That's you trip on me now. I'm going to know my date of birth. Right? The month when I born and the year I born in. Right? But the reality must be poor. I believe a song we say, good and evil can be friends. I don't know where that song did it.
That is true. That is true. Can't mix light on that, Miss Carmix.
That is true. I am that scripture in the Bible say, woe unto he that called darkness light.
Yes.
In Isaiah. Can you never talk TV? Come and tell the Jamaican people that from 1962 to 2026, one social program that the Jamaican Labour Party bring forth from Bustamante to Andrew HOLNESS. The mass of the people. That's the reality that we're talking about. The most aggressive prime minister Jamaica ever have against the poor people is Andrew Michael HOLNESS.
Mr. Cole, anybody who know a Jeffrey Tavares, I am not picking up for the JLP or PNP, I'm picking up for the Jamaican people.
So am I.
The poor class of Jamaicans who continue praising the pans of hell. Because we continue preaching about PNP and JLP. Because we continue preaching about PNP and JLP. We're not preaching about this country. You see, I am not, and you speak about the Republicans and the Democrats. When the people of the United States have an issue with their government, I want to speak about and have protests. You think they go there as Republicans and Democrats? No.
Yes, they do.
They go Republicans.
We have to, Mr. Tavares, we have to be fair.
I'm telling you.
We have to be fair. There's tribalism in everything.
They come together and they take to the streets. I don't think it's a political crime. America to speak about what's going on in America.
Hold on. I want to say something now. Mr. Tavares, you have to admit that there's tribalism in every culture. Political,
yes, every
culture. Everyone.
I agree with that. But what I'm saying to you, whenever they have an issue in the United States, the people that go there as Americans and as Republicans and Democrats for one common purpose. In Jamaica, if you go there, no, you're not in there.
All right, Mr. Tavares.
Listen to me. If you don't stop that thing, it's not going to change.
Let me talk now. It's a tomorrow. Good morning to you and your listeners.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Question.
Yes, sir.
How many Dr. America sent to Jamaica for the last 60 years?
I'm going to Google it. That's a very good question. I'm going to Google it.
And how many school America built in a Jamaica history?
I don't think they built it. That one seems to be a
Another question was.
Go ahead, Mr. Cole. Yeah, break up. No, yeah, break up.
Jamaica.
Yeah, break up.
School and university.
Yeah, break up. Yeah, man, yeah, break up. Why them target only people from what they you don't notice anytime after I'm man go on calendar show, I'll be a problem.
Yeah. So let me ask a question again.
Yes, go ahead.
How many schools America built in a Jamaica history? And how many Jamaica built university in America? Right? When sugar was the king of the crop. No, people don't know that.
Let me answer the first question you asked. I just Googled it and asked how many doctors the USA sent to Jamaica over the last 60 years. It says that and let me share to the people that is watching on the live stream. Hold on, let me people, give me a quick second. This is important. I know Mr. Cola is asking serious question. Give me a second. Let me just share my screen. Alright, so there it is. It says that the USA has not historically maintained formal bilateral agreements to send doctors to Jamaica. Instead, official medical aid relies on short-term military missions like the USNS, Comfort, or non-governmental organizations. The vast majority of international doctors in Jamaica historically came from Cuba. Mighty God.
Bolo. These are things that we have to understand. And yes, we may say America is the land of opportunity. We may say that. But at the same time, that while we are in crisis, the only country that assists our medical aid is the Cuban. Come we go as far as we want to go back. But the monkey, when they campaign it in Norman Manley, about communists. Edward Siaga, side with the American. Cuba built 5 schools in the 70s. Garvey Masio, and we type them in. G.C. Foster, Champagne Pier in St. Mary, a Buckingham Training Center. Also Marty, but it's 5 schools. The only Olympic swimming side pool at G.C. Foster, Edward Saga Mashio. Until now we don't have none. At G.C. Foster.
Whoa.
Oh, somebody said GC pastors. Can anybody else continue to type in the name of them for me, please? Right? I want any labor right to come and tell me one school where America built.
Hold on there, Val. Hold on there, Val. I'm Mr. Cole moment right now, one at a time. You hear me, General? Go to Mr. Cole. More get as much teaching lessons from Mr. Cole. I register this right now. We have to do research. So just give me a second. Go to Mr. Cole.
Yeah. So what happened, my brother? America robbed Jamaica more than it helped Jamaica. We teach our students, such as teacher, doctors, nurses, and America take them from we. Cuba, this pan embargo that we sign an agreement with Cuba. And America take our student. Did they send back one to us? No. This is so barbaric. But Ostamanki to Andrew Holness, they're willing to sacrifice the Jamaican progress. Not no more.
All right, my boss. All right, but you know.
When you have a ship, when the Prime Minister is the Minister of National, the Defense Minister, and the Prime Minister went to the Parliament and said he will not do anything to upset his neighbor up north. During COVID-19, the doctors who ran from Cuba. Can you tell me which country they run to and America use them? Oh, the country use them, sorry to say America. That's not give away. It's the doctors that ran from Cuba. Which country they went to?
Tell us, please.
America. But because of America is declining in world power, you see that Iran was there. Right? And him try wild up the European Union and work out. And he make a political backsliding. He might run come back to Cuba and open up strength. And get who? And I wish to God that all the Cubans in Cuba can hear. We, the decent citizens of Jamaica, is with the people of Cuba. We will never forget. Without you, our thousands of cataract patients who have never, they lost their eyesight for over 20 years. You can hear a lady said she could kill the last day. This is the color clothes that she wear.
Whoa.
We, the decent citizen of Jamaica, is not in agreement with a criminal organization that led by the Jamaica Labour Party and the cancer mass and boss Andrew Holness.
Mighty God.
We are not in agreement.
I stand in solidarity with the Cubans as well, man.
And if them short of one man power, I am here and I'm willing to stand on the side of Cuba and say, Viva Fidel Castro.
Mighty God.
Long live the spirit of Fidel Castro.
Oh.
I am here not extending a solidarity to say Amanda to the people of Cuba, meaning power to the people of Cuba.
But what do you say about the people that are Cubans that are in the United States that say that they want to see Cuba change?
I should say that they should give back the education that they get back from the state of Cuba right? And go to America and say, oh, they could survive. Because 98% of the Cuban people are more educated.
That is
right? Than any country on planet Earth.
Yeah, they are very well educated. That's a
so
fact.
If that Cuban person was born in America, there's a possibility him that they underneath Washington Bridge.
No. I'm talking about Circle. I'm talking about Fidel Castro's daughter.
No, man. That's a propaganda. Right?
What do you mean?
That young lady is a Fidel Castro daughter.
What?
No, it's a propaganda. That's what the CIA did do, you know. Them walk and spread rumor, you know. The only three persons who know Fidel Castro, you know, daughter, you know, it's Raul, Fidel, and Michael Manley.
So, Mr. Cole, you tell me say the lady when I see on CNN and Fidel Castro daughter?
No.
My picture.
That's the CIA propaganda.
Mr. Cole, Mr. Show one picture with her, no? I don't know.
You not hear me? You're at AI and Photoshop, you know.
Hey, I have to ask the question then. Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
No, you tell me. In Iraq, under Saddam Hussein and right? Females under Saddam Hussein and female, where America go down there and tell them that he's a dictator, barbaric, and them a fight for human right. Under Saddam Hussein and I want to do this research again, type it in, under Saddam Hussein and you know, 18% of female of doctorates, while America only have 3%. Do your research.
Give me a second, Mr. Cole. You serious?
You enjoy the fruit. Enjoy the fruit.
You have to enjoy the command.
It's mango season. Yeah, man, enjoy the fruit.
Let me rub off here.
I don't eat Bambi mango though. I don't eat Bambi mango because when you research per capita under Saddam and female have more PhD than in America. Yet Saddam Hussein was a dictator. Do your research.
Let us fit now. 18% of females what?
A PhD under Saddam Hussein.
Well, it says here that
per capita.
Hold on. Iraq, right? It says here there's no historical evidence, and let me share it to the people now. Sorry about that, my side. You have to come off a camera. Take off Mr. Cole picture for this. I mean, I talk about your logo. True, me I talk so much. I have to make it thumbnail them, I have to make it thumbnail them so I have the logo on TikTok. Anyway, it says here that there's no historical evidence of or official demographic data indicating that 18% of all females had PhD under Saddam Hussein regime, while Iraq women did achieve notable achievements in education and professional fields during the Ba'athist government modernized campaign. This specific statistic is a misconception. Here's the context regarding women education and degrees in Iraq during the period. Women education in Iraq, high literacy and professional rates during 1970 to 1980. The Iraq government aggressively pushed for universal education and equal rights. As a result, Iraq women entered the workforce in high numbers, serving as doctors, engineers, lawyers, and academics. I think that speaks for itself. Good morning, Mama. How are you doing? I think that makes your point. That makes your point. Yes, go ahead.
Right? Every Libyans under Gaddafi was living at a higher standard. Whether you're in the slum or you're in any capacity, free housing, package 18, free education, free healthcare, and anything. And not only that, when you're married in Libya under Gaddafi, and what America said he was a dictator, right? While every Libyan have a right to own a house under Gaddafi, while every American, whether you want body, bond, or unalive, the possibility you end up underneath the bridge.
Well, let me I ask the question. Gaddafi, every Libyan lifestyle was better compared to the USA citizens. And it yielded some results. So let me read. It says here, they claim that every Libyan had a better lifestyle than the average US citizen under Muammar Gaddafi. Rule is a complex oversimplification. Very interesting in terms of choice of words, but I will continue. While Libya's massive oil wealth with robust social programs, comparing the two societies reveals sharp differences in political freedom and structural wealth. Consider these contrasting perspectives. So Libya's social benefits under Gaddafi, the government heavily subsidized housing, cars, and fuel. Newlyweds reportedly received cash grants to start family. That is an amazing thing right there. Let me just say that right after jump. What that is going to do is increase the family structure. It's going to encourage family structure. So that is that.
You do farming under Gaddafi. You get 5 acre land, you get seed, you get fertilizer, and $5,000.
There's more now. It says the healthcare and education both were officially free. The state even funded medical treatment and university education abroad. So if you're right there and you wanted to go to a certain field of education, they send you overseas.
I'm not touching at the wife. Like at the wife, I take time out again. They said that our transition, she had made up her mind and she decided to go. But for instance, like at the wife, it's in Libya. She'd go to Europe and get the best medical treatment on the behalf of the state. And the Gaddafi, like a young man meet a young lady and them got married and get $5,000, right? Or a family startup and get a pre-house, but yet America dubbed him as a dictator and a terrorist, right? Come to Cuba now.
Well, and you can't left Gaddafi. I have some more things to read as well. It says, yes, man. I want to tell Mr. Cole, so we are Google it, you know. It says here that no external debt. The country held vast sovereign wealth reserves funded by oil revenue with no external debt. It also says that US citizens' standard of living, wealth and income, the US enjoys significantly higher overall GDP per capita, disposable income, and broader economic diversity compared to an oil-dependent economy. But how can they say that? How can they say compared to an oil-dependent economy? Isn't USA an oil-dependent economy? They don't. They have some reserves, but honestly, USA is dependent on so many things. But anyway, and USA has so much debt, they can't say that about Gaddafi when they had no external debt. But anyway, it says here that political and personal freedom, unlike Libya, under Gaddafi, where political opposition, independent media, and dissent were illegal and strictly suppressed, US citizens have constitutional protection for free speech, assembly, and democratic election. Not in all cases. But anyway.
Bolo, I heard you black them, and I know you believe in God, and you listen to support. By any chance, when the last time election was in heaven?
The election was in heaven, brother. So I hear your point. So they would consider God a dictator. Only Mr. Cole, and I can't even say nothing about the analogy there because God is not a dictator. It's just their mindset is the problem.
The last time God get a challenge from my uncle, Satan. Because the last time God get a challenge from my uncle, Satan. Because it's upon the book of Job that when God said, Son of Man, and that's the first time the word Son of Man used. I remember the scripture before me come up, you know. Where are you? He said, I was through and about the earth, seeking those who I can devour. And I'm considering your servant Job. So based upon that, I will say that Satan is my uncle. Because God is my father and Jesus is my brother. I don't think it's my Bible.
Interesting. I won't challenge you on that.
And he challenged God and God came out of heaven.
That's true.
So,
that is true.
So, if God is so good to the world, but yet to me, he's a dictator, why should I not love Fidel Castro? Why should I do not love Putin? Why should I love GP when you're from China? You understand me?
Very interesting perspective, Mr. Cole. Oh.
Name me a country that have a dictator ruler that the people of that country is undereducated like America.
That's a damn good question. There might be one or two, but there's not a lot. There's not a lot. I can't name one off of the back, but I will leave it to chance that there's one out there that is a true dictator and the person.
We're talking about William, South Korea or North Korea, and the King Jong-un.
I wasn't naming anybody, you know. So
no, because I can defend that.
Try don't get me in trouble with Mr. Wong.
No, I can defend that.
You get me?
Name me one.
I never said that.
And the King, and the King, you know. In William, North Korea or what? I don't know about North Korea. But I can tell you.
South Korea?
South Korea. And the kingdom. Do you know that, don't follow me, but do your research.
Yes.
That even underneath the kingdom, there is more women in that country have PhD than America. Number one.
So more women in South Korea have PhD?
Yeah.
Compared to America, you're saying? and we're doing the fact checking now, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to get their feelings. I may have a whole heap of people watching. Data shows that the United States provides more PhD overall, but South Korea has recently seen a dramatic surge in women earning doctorates, reaching 43.5% of all new PhD recipients. A comparison between the two countries highlights key differences in educational attainment and workforce realities. The United States women have been earning the majority of doctorate degrees for several years, making up slightly over 50 to 53% of all new doctorate recipients. Anyway, South Korea women. South Korea women accounted for a record 43.5% of new doctoral recipients, while this is a substantial leap from the 20.5% in 1999. It still trails the U.S. overall share for female doctorate.
Bolo. That's a country that's heavily sanctioned. Heavily sanctioned. And you have a 43% to a country with no sanction. Social and better.
Well, I see your point. Context does matter. Context does matter. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Because if they weren't sanctioned, imagine how much more people would be educated. Or how much more women in this case in the context of a comparison.
No, we're talking about females now, you know.
Yes, females, yes.
Right. So the reason why I'm using females, you know, right? Because that is the concept of the West. That these countries who are communists, they target women and children.
The women don't thrive. You're absolutely right, Mr. Pro. That's the narrative that they put out. So I see why you're using these comparisons.
Right. Right? So these countries are heavily sanctioned.
Yes.
So take away the sanction, right? And I am heavily sanctioned. Meaning that I commit a crime, they can't leave me here because there's a ankle on my foot. Right? Well, it's an American term, you know. A GPS sanction on my foot. But yet I could be able to match up with you because you're the person who walk up and you see everything. You do everything, but I was castrated or incarcerated or prosecuted or anything you want to call it. But yet,
you know what it is, though, Mr. Cole. There's no system that is perfect, and that's the reality that a lot of persons have to come to. America is not perfect. America is not.
You're talking about Gaddafi way. A passing sweep and a goal entirely.
No.
Are you talking about Are you talking about the universe creator who sits on a heavenly throne?
No, sir, I'm not talking about that. And I'm not here advocating for men to be worshipped on earth. So let me be clear on that, me personally.
No, we are not worshipping men on earth, you know. But remember that I got a jealous God, right? And I was created in his own image. So if God can't, if God can't sit down for one golden throne, why I cannot sit down for a golden tyrant?
I just think that a lot of the persons that are against the communist regimes, I think they're gigantic hypocrites because they would want to have the type of power they have and have that type of control, but appear as if they are not doing it. So it's very hypocritical because if you look at certain shades of democracy, there's dictatorial traits. You understand? So it's quite hypocritical.
Look at America. Look at America. What America said in the world is law. Because in the world police. Right? So if America get up tomorrow morning and say the world should be gay. The world should be gay.
Yeah, well, because of the influence, yeah, I see what you're saying.
As a dictator, I should be able to decide what I want to be, when I want to be, or who I want to be.
And you know, one of the things I hear Mark Rubio say is really about prosperity and getting American companies in Cuba. And I'm like, that's the only reason why you guys want to change your system is to make some people very, very wealthy. That's it. Like, what the hell is
America got China. America got China. America policy. In got Russia, America policy. In coming to the Caribbean, America policy. Want the China policy. Want to do the world policy. What your household. I grew up as a 7-day reformist, right? Where we don't eat a certain type of food. But Bolo invite me by my yard. But Bolo eat pork. My duty is to make sure that I eat at my yard because me know say Bolo eat pork. So I make sure that I eat at my yard. So I come to Bolo yard and he say, "Oh, no hungry?" I say, "No." That's like America policy. America come and fling down. But in closing Bolo because I have so much thing with it tomorrow morning. And Terral, hopefully to see it tomorrow. But that's what you is tomorrow. But in my closing Bolo, right? Me now come after the live, but
yeah, man, understand.
More try get something to eat.
Yeah, man.
Because you have food, so leave that thing, right? But hopefully the balance here tomorrow. But Bolo in my closing, my friend is not your friend, and your friend is not my friend. And I quote from Nelson Mandela, the late Nelson Mandela, that if you have to change your friend in every room you go in, you should not be a leader. And that's Andrew Holness.
All right, my boss. Thank you. And gentlemen, welcome to the platform. It's about BOLO V&R. We're in the space again. There's 3 stories that I want to share. In this space, why the computer hot like a fire. You need to cool down. There's a few stories I want to share in this space, guys. First of all, the national flower hangs in the balance, right? Calls grow for strong protection of the lignum vitae development, harvest, blame for loss. All right, this is significant. All right, I think it's a short article, so let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
The lignum vitae is considered the most useful and versatile tree in the world. It is among the heaviest and Seaford Harvey remembers a time when lignum vitae was a familiar feature of the landscape across St. Catherine, with the short, compact trees and their distinctive bluish-purple blooms growing in abundance throughout the parish. When he started making wood carvings more than 3 decades ago, the dense, durable timber of the lignum vitae, Guaiacum officinal, was his material of choice, and he would source it from vendors who readily traded the prized logs. Now, the 67-year-old artisan, who trades his sculptures in the Ocho Rios craft market in St. and is often taken aback by how scarce this timber has become. It lignum vitae kinda get ration after a while. It used to be around a lot when I was much younger, but after a while, it not so popular like it used to be, he told the Sunday Gleaner while displaying sculptures he had carved from the log. Hailed for its medicinal uses and prized qualities, the lignum vitae, Latin for wood of life, Jamaica's national flower and one of its most highly regarded native species, is now facing a quiet demise, with its population recording a significant decline over 3 generations. Its dwindling population has led to the species being globally protected to prevent its extinction. It is listed as endangered on the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, Red List of Threatened Species, and is also strictly regulated under Appendix 2 of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, CITES. In Jamaica, it is also protected under the Endangered Species, Protection, Conservation, and Regulation of Trade. The National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, Jamaica's agency responsible for promoting sustainable development through the protection of the environment, regulates the cutting and export of the plant, and a permit is required to export any part or products made from it. Illegal trading can result in fines up to $2 million or 2 years imprisonment, or both, in a parish court alongside product confiscation. A circuit court, however, can impose a sentence of up to 10 years.
But Jamaica, this particular situation, right? I mean, Nepal is in the office of the Prime Minister, and we've seen with the Bengal court case that this government really doesn't care. This government and this Prime Minister really doesn't care about the environment enough to stop certain deals from happening. You understand? So they would sacrifice the health of our environment and the lignum vitae, national flower, for some bucks, for some money. So, I mean, this is not surprising to me that this is happening to the lignum vitae tree. Let's continue.
10 years. Research conducted by NEPA in 2024 showed a high proportion of respondents still recognize a reduction in the presence of lignum vitae over time, reinforcing trends observed in the 2007 assessment and suggesting that the pressures affecting the population have persisted over the last 2 decades. The agency told the Sunday Gleaner that definitive population estimates remain challenging due to the nature of assessment. However, it emphasized that there continues to be a strong perception and indication of decline in the species. Lignum vitae is impacted by factors such as land clearing, harvesting, fires, and natural events such as hurricanes and drought.
When you hear that? They don't even know the numbers of lignum vitae that is like here. They haven't even done a real assessment on it. And what is it affected by? Land clearance. You mean like when you guys are doing mining? Like the Bengal mining permit? Mighty God.
NEPA surveys also showed that a popular use of the tree was craft making by persons who use it for their livelihood. Harvey explained that wood from lignum vitae is ideal to work with because of its durability. It's very solid and can keep up with the sun and everything, he told the Sunday Gleaner. The wood also carries a fragrance some customers find pleasing. It is also renowned for self-polishing, getting shinier as time passes due to its high...
My side, top of the evening. I'm going to end this particular live stream. We've been on for 8 hours. I want to say thank you for all of those who passed through and all who hit the like button. Let me see, we see Lorraine was in the chat. Let me give Lorraine a moderator stick. Lorraine is one of those persons that you know, she support and she's like subscribed to pretty much all of my platforms. Queen Candy, Dorrit say, so FID can solve country case. I want to big up Mouth Open Story. That's one of my day ones. From you know, shout out to Ryan Campbell, he's one of my day ones as well. Merville McKay, big up, you know, from KB sector, like Mouth Open and Ryan Campbell from KB sector, yes. Why our government in the Caribbean are becoming so corrupt? I would say that they've been corrupt. They've been corrupt, man. Yo, when you can wave some money in front of some people and they actually just cave in. But we're going to talk more about that in the next live stream that I'm going to do. I just want to break because I don't want them to be so close between each other, at least an hour between, because I'm going to go live around 3:30. The live stream is already set. You guys can go over there and just press the like button for me and share. All right, see you guys then. Thanks again for your support. See you guys in an hour, all right?